In the stone hall under the light of a huge window, the verdict is being read aloud. A young man named Kiska, the accused, Neilshi's hands tied behind his back. A high-ranking cleric pronounces the sentence. He will be thrown into the Qatar prison. Fear turns his eyes as he desperately denies his own guilt and shouts that the accusation is false. The old cleric does not move an inch, coldly dismissing the pleas as complete nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the priest orders the guards to take Kisku away. From the crowd, a muscular young man named Darga and his followers watch with a smug smile. When the armored hands grab Kisku, he cries out in despair that he has been framed. His thoughts again and again reach Hamido, the village of Katari, where he was born and raised. This cozy little town with wooden houses in a bone frame and cobblestone streets. He recalls the village is always crowded. Nearby stands a formidable S-rank dungeon also called Katarov, which attracts many adventurers eager to conquer it. Among all the adventures and hustle, his life was amazingly simple. He worked as a farmer. He remembered the moment when he sat by his field and looked at the ruined harvest, his heart clenched with pain, for everything was destroyed. The memory of the clash that happened next was still fresh. He approached Darga, the son of the village elder. Darga mockingly recalled hearing about his poor harvest, and it was then that Kisker, with growing horror, realized. It was Darga who had smashed his field. He had already tried to apologize, a habitual conditioned reflex to avoid stirring up even bigger problems. But Durga revealed the harsh truth. In this country, people with silver hair are called alks, and they are constantly persecuted. It all started long ago when one human alk betrayed his own to help the demons. Darkness, and immediately after the words flies a swift blow. Kisker remembers endless beatings and how his fields were destroyed. There was no other choice, it had to be endured again and again. He walks through the village streets, and the fresh bruises on his face are like marks of someone else's malice. A quiet, kind voice calls him, and he turns around. It's Namia. Her face shows gentle concern. She asks if Darga is bullying him again. Seeing his wounds, she suggests treating them and advises finding a place to sit. The kitty, with a face where pain and gratitude mixed, quietly agrees. They settle on a small stone bridge overlooking the village. He thinks. Namia is his neighbor, childhood friend, and the only person truly close to him. When she finishes bandaging his cheek, he thanks her, then she directly asks why the other villagers dislike him. He turns away, his face darkening, because he has silver hair and they find it disgusting. She immediately rejects his self-deprecation and says that personally she finds his hair cool. The unexpected compliment throws him off balance. Opens his eyes wide and cannot find words. He thinks. Although his hair seems to bring him nothing but misfortune, Namia accepts him unconditionally. And when her voice cuts through his thoughts, calling his name, he focuses entirely on her. Sitting next to him, she looks away and calmly, seriously announces the stunning news. She is marrying Darga. Words hit Kiska as if it were a physical blow. His eyes open wide and he utters complete nonsense. His head is spinning. He turns to look at her, but her face is shadowed and her expression is unreadable. He can only lower his head, cold sweat breaking out as he tries to comprehend what he just heard. He forces himself to stretch a tense, painful smile and still manages to squeeze out a greeting. Seeing his reaction, Nami's eyes widen with anxiety. She asks if he really accepts her decision normally. Her concern only grows when she looks at him with pity. She says she doesn't think he should stay in the village where everyone bullies him and warns. If he stays, this oppression will eventually break him. His hand on his knee clenches into a fist. Through the pain in his voice, he gasps. What else does he have left when this village is the only place where he can stay? Namia, feeling his despair, squeezes his hands. Her gaze is firm without any hesitation. She calls him by name and makes an amazing offer. She wants to run away together to escape quietly. Kiska simply freezes in place, from Thisher, eyes wide with shock. He was still digesting her proposal until Namia urgently revealed her plan. She said she kept savings at home. Would be enough for them to live on, and insisted they would escape together from the village. When he asked if she was really sure about it, she confirmed without any hesitation. Then Namia's face twisted in pain. She confessed her true feelings and said she did not want to marry a man like Daraga. Hearing her desperate plea, he could only whisper her name and from that alone understand everything. When the sun set behind the horizon, they sealed the deal with a kiss. She confessed her love, and he responded in kind, his voice trembling with excitement. Late that night, in the full moonlight, he reached a small rural house on the outskirts of the village, carrying a sack stuffed with his belongings. With each stubborn step, he confirmed his decision even more firmly. Tonight, he and Namia would finally leave this village behind. He burst into a run, and a smile of pure hope blossomed on his battered face. He truly believed. The dark days were over as he rushed to the place where their meeting was to take place. His hopeful dash was cut short as the night was pierced by a scream. A voice broke out, calling and demanding someone to stop. Panic overwhelmed him. He rushed through the house door without hesitation and shouted her name at the top of his lungs. His figure froze in the doorway, his eyes widened sharply in horror. Before him, Namia lay on the bed, and around her shirtless Darga and two of his followers who were just pushing her. The noise snapped everyone out of that moment. Darga turned sharply, contempt froze on his face as soon as he recognized the stranger. He sneered and lunged at him, calling him silver hair, demanding an explanation for why he had come. His shot faltered and instead a cold, quiet rage rose. Without answering the question, he looked straight at Darga and uttered one single, terrifying command. Move. Move, he growls at Darga, his voice full of fury, demanding, faster, move out. The big man clicked his tongue disdainfully, muttering about Kisk's audacity. Capacity? In response to Darga's boldness, Kisk's powerful fist drives into Kisk's stomach. The smaller boy doubles over with a growl of pain as one of Darga's henchmen steps onto Bo. Behind his back, the gang attacks him from all sides. Fists and knees find their targets. They pin him to the ground and Darga looms over him, questioning why he is here. Nearby, Namia screams, pleading desperately for them to stop for his sake. Help. Darga ignores her pleas. His entire gaze is on the beaten Kiska. With a twisted face, he shows that Namia is his fiancée, then he mockingly asks why Kiska came here right now. His accomplices behind him grin. While Kiska tries to recover from the shocking revelation, Darga's followers squeeze his hands. A teasing, cruel grin spreads across Darga's face as he takes Kiska's left hand firmly, confidently, and threateningly. With a disgusting crack, he twists Kiska's fingers backward. The blatant, unexpected cruelty of the blow leaves Kiska's eyes wide open. Pain and distrust tear her apart from within. Belief, the crack of a broken bone, makes Namia scream in horror. Her hands involuntarily fly to her mouth. Durga throws his head back and laughs wildly, then points at Kiska's other hand as if to indicate he intends to break that one too. The same, she desperately tries to stop even greater harm. Namia shouts for them to stop, begs, saying they will tell the truth and after that the attack on Kiska will stop. Thus, hearing her proposal, Kiska fights against his kidnappers, shouts for Namia not to say anything. Durga immediately roars, demanding that he shut up. Happens, he will continue to beg her, his voice full of despair. Namia does not tell them this, but Namia, with tears in her eyes, looks as if she is about to speak, ignoring his desperate interruptions. Cries, his consciousness melted under the merciless hail of blows. Through the haze of pain came Namia's voice full of torment. She confessed to Darza that she betrayed their plan. The confession hung in the air and immediately turned into Darza's fury and the malicious, lustful faces of his father. When darkness already threatened to engulf him completely, the last thing he managed to feel was Namia's face with eyes wet from tears as she called his name. Her voice seemed to echo from an incredible distance, and an image flashed in his mind for a moment. She is smiling under the starry sky. Leaving all his strength, he whispered her name and collapsed into unconsciousness. In a quiet village, a young man named Kiska contemplates the accusations brought against him. He is called a sinner, accused of breaking into a house while the parents were away and committing terrible crimes, rape and murder. Because of these accusations, he is led away by 2 armored guards, while a high-ranking priest stands before a giant radiant teleportation circle carved in stone and pronounces the sentence. Kiska will be sent to Kadarov dungeon. His consciousness flashes with the truth about what happened. Namia died. As soon as Durga learned the truth about some matter, he went mad and killed her. Then all of Durga's actions were pinned on him. Now the priest looks down at him and asks if he has any last words. He remains silent and understands himself that arguing is pointless, because everything he could say is doomed to drown in the lies of Darga, his 2 followers, and the village elder. Seeing his silence, the priest announces, "The execution begins." The priest raises the order to cut the rope, and the guard immediately complies. From the crowd come malicious jeers from Darga and his followers. Kiska will die anyway, and Kiska is struck by an icy realization. No one who has ever used this teleport has returned. This sentence is the same as death. As soon as the teleportation circle activates, the air around it is torn by a flash of powerful energy and it lifts him off the ground. He lets out a scream of pure horror, but his body is forcibly pulled into the swirling vortex of light. His face is twisted by a mask of torment and fierce rage. Tears roll from his tightly shut eyes, and one single, colossal emotion devours him completely: anger. He remembers how Darga killed Namia and how the village head and people refused to listen to his version. The feeling grossed, bursting out, turns into the final, silent scream echoing in his head. He hates them all. The brutal path ended abruptly without warning. He was unceremoniously thrown onto the cold, hard stone floor. He jerked up, and rage suddenly gave way to shocked astonishment. Froze, staring down a long, menacing, seemingly endless corridor. He freezes, looking around at the new surroundings. A cold realization washes over him like a wave. This is Kadarov dungeon, S-rank dungeon. He freezes in the corridor of cold stone, sweat streaming down his forehead. Darkness ahead breaks through with a deep, hoarse roar and he is gripped by terror. Someone is already moving. The source of the roar appears in the field of vision, a gigantic collective bugbear. Its devastating size and menacing posture drain the color from his face, and he freezes, paralyzed by fear. His mind races wildly forward. Stories of seasoned travelers who spoke of the bugbear with fear come to mind. They warned, once you meet this monster, you will never return home. The beast stomps heavy steps, shakes the corridor, then raises a huge fist to strike. The shot missed and exploded nearby. The stone wall by his head crumbled and he fell to the ground. The brutal force of the blow put an end to death. Tears rolled from his eyes and he screamed into the empty catacomb begging, "Let someone help!" When despair overwhelmed him completely, a slender shadow materialized in the corridor. A calm voice cut through his panic and asked if he really wanted help. He looked up and couldn't believe his eyes, the silhouette of a woman. Hope tore through his chest. He began begging again, convulsively throwing himself into pleas for her rescue. Her eyes narrowed, determination fixed in her gaze, and she agreed. Taking a step forward, she revealed who she really was, a woman elegantly clad in armor. Giving him a brief, reassuring smile, she extended her hand and explained that she was now giving him a skill, not a promise, but an actual gift. While she was speaking, her outstretched hand flashed with a dazzling fire of white light. Light spread into a deep radiance in his mind and solemnly suggested. He gained a new ability: save and reset. As he tries to comprehend this strange sustenance, reality suddenly becomes clear as if the focus has been set on a carved eye. The hand of the golem-like creature lunges forward again, and he cries out in confusion and fear. His scream is cut off at the very moment the monster's fist strikes its force, pressing him into the stone floor. Teeth clench in the final, convulsive spasm of agony. The world shatters in a flash of pain. Bugeb, flying in at full speed, covers him with sharp blows right in the face. One single, devastating blow threw him back in the body, like a doll, comically and terrifyingly scattered in the air ragdoll style. He sinks heavily onto the cold stone floor and does not move. Bugbear stands over the motionless body. The grim task is done. The kitty is dead. Dead, and then consciousness returned. He slowly got up from the ground and a convulsive breath escaped his lips as his eyes suddenly opened wide in disbelief. One thought was pounding in his head: he must be dead. In panic, he felt himself. His hands trembled as he touched his chest, and there was no fatal wound there. Why am I still alive? Kiska's life flashed before his eyes. How he was born in the village of Katara, how Darga and his accomplices constantly humiliated and bullied him there. Their cruelty went to the extremity, threw him into a squad with the monster bugbear. That's exactly how he remembered it. That's exactly how he ended, shattered on the stone floor. And instead of dead silence, he suddenly found himself on his knees. His hands pressed to the ground, and he looks up with wide-open, bewildered eyes, like from cold stone. He touched his face, and in his head, with a dull echo, slowly arose one single question: is he really still alive? Memory shone brightly. Just now the bugbear had struck him with a fist, was supposed to be dead. But he could not understand why he was still breathing. As if to confirm, a giant goblin bugbear loomed over him again. Its grotesque face twisted into a fierce snarl. A massive fist swung down and with inhuman strength struck Kiska in the head. This time the blow was final. He was hit again and he died. And yet he was alive. His eyes suddenly snapped open again with fear and complete confusion. He realized he had returned to life, not believing that he had just been hit by a bugbear. The scene resembled with terrifying accuracy. Bugbear stood over him, his fist raised, and delivered that very same deadly blow, exactly the same. The world split again into pain and darkness. When life was fading, he could only guess what was happening there. Consciousness returned. Again, and he caught a moment, again finding himself alive, and the strangeness of the situation finally reached him. He had just been hit, but he was unharmed. Armed, the bugbear's fist came down for the third time, but why was he still here? A memory of death flashed in his mind. And with a piercing breath of horror, he finally realized. Again, he had returned to life. He shudders from the bugbear's mace, and a terrible suspicion pierces him. It's not that he is coming back to life. Every time he dies, he returns only at one single moment just before the fatal blow. He finally understands. This is the very skill given to him by the mysterious girl. So he clears and resets the consequences, and the hint breaks him to the root. He is destined to die again and again. His fear bursts out in a scream. He does not want such a fate. He thrashes, trying to escape, but the monster's clawed hand grips his face. He realizes, if you run away, you will still die. The futility of his struggle becomes obvious. Whether he dodges left or right, he is still whipped and crushed. Again and again he dies. His spirit finally breaks. Lost in the darkness of despair, he can no longer endure. Silently, he will beg for someone to grant him a true final death. And then, gasping against the wall, a new thought suddenly overwhelms him like a revelation. If he dies forever, he will never feel this pain again. The idea sounds like true salvation. This enlightened thought opens new doors. He reasons, if he disables the skill, he can break free from this hell. A status screen flashes before his eyes: skill 1, save and reset. He cannot figure out how to deactivate it. His finger hovers over the interface. As soon as he touches the status bar, memories rush in a wave. The gentle smile of Namia, Darg who killed her, the villagers who deceived him. The realization, all his hatred and purpose will simply vanish with his death, igniting rage. He screams wildly, defiantly, without a trace of fear. His resolve hardens. He will not accept an easy end. Roaring a curse, he turns to face the bugbear and with a surge of adrenaline intercepts the monsters descending from the 5th floor. He fights without thinking and charges at the bugbear head-on. He manages to dodge the first strike, a small victory, but the second attack hits its mark and kills him again. Even with renewed will, he still falls. Died, he had already lost count of how many times he had died, maybe over 100. The knowledge gained from these deaths had now become instinct. When the bugbear swings, it is his massive right hand. He knows in advance that he only needs to duck, then the blow will whistle past over his head without harm. The monster catches the attack with its left hand and aims to crush him, but he is already in motion, confidently twisting his face, rolling to the right, slipping behind the creature's back and getting out of reach. He forces himself not to twitch to lure the attack and not run away too quickly. A hard lesson, the fruit of death over 100 times. When the bugbear returns, he again sharply dodges to the right, perfectly timing the moment. Seeing the opening, he drives his fist into the bugbear's face. The hit lands, but he immediately realizes there is not enough strength to cause real harm. However, this is enough to create the chance he needs to escape. While the beast is stunned for a moment, it will dash away. He counts in his head, 25 seconds left until bugbear regains consciousness. During this interval, you must manage to find at least something that will turn the course of events, because treasures often hide in dungeons. Pressure, a frantic search nearby yields nothing. Swearing, he notices a corridor he hadn't touched before and without wasting a second rushes there. Thought, just as he runs along the new path, the stone floor suddenly collapses beneath his feet. He cries out in surprise and falls into the darkness. The fall suddenly ends in a pit with sharpened stakes. He recognized the trap, and with this understanding he dies once. More, after resetting, he reviews his progress. He has already tried this about 200 times. His fights with the bugbear have honed his moves. No, he acts faster, he found out. If you hit it in the eyes, you can gnaw for about 35 seconds. Freedom, but he knows his limits. The path forward is entirely strewn with traps, so he can only advance so far before the bugbear is on him again. He stops before the monster and looks again at the invisible line he is not yet able to cross. He clenched determination within himself and declared he was ready. With a strong leap, he flew over the chasm and left the reborn bugbear behind. Behind him, however, the landing did not bring silence. For a moment it felt like being pierced by a spear. He plunged into a bed of spikes. But after many repetitions, he learned the route. With a relieved sigh, he stood up on the other side finally. Having overcome the pits with spikes, he shifted his gaze to the long, dark corridor ahead. Involuntarily, hundreds of times when he was pierced came to mind, and now the path to the hidden room was very close. The passage opened. He crawled forward through the narrow passage. Barely visible light beckoned from the far end, and he stubbornly moved on his face frozen between caution and anticipation. Having reached the end of the tunnel, he widened his eyes in surprise. A hidden chamber opened before him, and in its center a chest with treasures on a pedestal. Found it, not wasting a moment, he greedily opened the treasure chest. Inside, on a velvet lining, lay an amazing ring with a large shimmering gem. A message confirmed that he had obtained the loot. The crystal of wisdom, its power was to manifest. As soon as he activated the crystal, a huge list appeared before him. Skills of incredible power, ranked from D all the way to S. He froze in delight and immediately realized that he was allowed to choose only one new skill. Ability, he was not even intimidated by such scale. He began weighing options since only one could be chosen. His gaze fell on A-rank skills. Healing or elemental magic seemed the most attractive, but he dismissed the thought. First, basic skills were needed like fencing or mana generation, so that everything would work out properly later. Since he rejected the A-rank skills, he had no weapon left for combat abilities, so his gaze slid to the S-rank options. A flash of escape with acceleration to buy time crossed his mind. But another skill seemed better for pure survival. He made a decision and chose S-rank. Stealth, as soon as he confirmed the choice, a notification appeared. He had acquired this stealth skill. A wave of new possibilities surged through him. At that moment, an exit appeared in the wall, but the relief was short-lived. He lowered his gaze and realized in horror, the floor around was already covered with glowing magical circles. He was surrounded. He was no longer in the treasure room. Instead, he found himself in a stone hall where a whole horde of thick-skinned bugbears sat. Their monsters in heavy armor closed in around him from all sides, and huge fists rose, demonstrating undeniable superiority. Together with a collective guttural roar, the monsters charged the attack. One of the bugbears, a face like a mask of furious rage, swung his armored fist down, delivering a devastating blow. They struck. The mass assault was swift and brutal. His body was smashed so that it lay on the floor, and victorious monsters loomed around. After that, he was killed by a bugbear, and again. Kisk's eyes sharply widen with horror as he recalls his fate. In the room guarded by 10 bugbears, he was beaten to death. He didn't even manage to reach the treasure chest. Suddenly, he finds himself on his knees at the very entrance to the same room, looking at the one and only burly bugbear. A terrible suspicion strikes his mind. He will have to start over from here again. By some miracle, he still survives the encounter. He leans on the table and catches his breath, relieved because another cycle has passed. His survival takes away his determination, but the very next day he knows exactly which skill to acquire next. His gaze fixes on a specific S-rank ability from the list, confident that this is the one. He reviews previous attempts. After dying more than 200 times, he finally obtained the stealth S-rank skill, but it proved useless against 10 bugbears. Now a different choice, he selects acceleration. With the new skill, he sees the monster's movements in slow motion and immediately tests it in practice. He suddenly leaps forward with dazzling speed and delivers a devastating blow right to the bugbear's head. For a moment, triumph flashes across his face. He believes he succeeded, but horror instantly replaces the emotion as he lowers his gaze to his own hand. It is already shattered and bleeding from the strike. The unbearable truth overwhelms him as soon as the light shines. His right arm is broken. The power born from the acceleration skill proved too much for his body, and helplessly like a wave, he is once again overwhelmed by the monsters. In a break of consciousness, he looks around and again finds himself near the dungeon entrance. Now he is whole, but the fresh memory of the bloody defeat pierces his body with trembling fear. He raises his gaze, and as expected, before him is again the same terrifying bugbear looming with a huge bulk, letting out a furious, wild roar. He has returned to where he started, trapped again. Still, he held on to the thought that he had made huge progress. If he could use acceleration and slip away from the bugbear's strike, he reasoned, then there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. He even imagined restoring the skill and rushing into the room. But hope was cut short. The giant hand of the creature grabbed his head and the blow went aside completely. His vision dimmed, but as soon as he came to, he found himself in the antechamber. Gasping, he fixed his gaze on the treasure chest, silently acknowledging, again in the same room. His total number of attempts had already reached about 225. He leaned on the pedestal exhausted, as if every extra movement drained his strength. He admitted to himself, as soon as he relaxed his guard, he had already had to endure 5 deaths. And the thought of regaining the acceleration skill breathed into him a tired but unwavering determination. Beyond the threshold, his enemies were already waiting. Their hoarse roars echoed through the stone corridors, reverberating from all sides. Clenching his own determination in his chest, he prepared to strike in battle. With a firm shout, he activated acceleration and rushed forward. The fight began again. But something terribly broke. His face was crossed by a look of sudden horror when he realized the skill was not working. The bugbears rushed at him from all sides. Powerful hands grabbed him before he could even move. Now this was his 300th attempt. He was drawn into a circle of futility. He reconsidered his strategy, laid it out on the shelves, but no matter how he chose acceleration, he died again and again. He tried everything he could think of. He used his speed to hit them right in the eyes, but they still endured the pain and struck back. He even managed to get behind one and strangle him, but the others just covered him and killed him. He was firmly held by a bugbear, and cold fear pierced through his ribs. The terrible thought he had long driven away finally broke through. What if, even having S-rank skills, he was unable to defeat even one of these creatures? That dreadful suspicion pinned him to the spot while the pack closed in from all sides. Their hissing faces became a solid wall of fur and teeth. One of the freaks loomed over him, raising a massive fist for the final, utterly crushing blow. Crushed to the ground again, body broken again, he raised his eyes to the monster standing over him. After 300 attempts, a final grim verdict settled in his mind. They cannot be defeated with acceleration. He stared at the list of skills, sweat running down his forehead. After 300 failures, the way forward remained unclear, and the weight of his repeated deaths pressed him to the ground. As soon as he froze, the shadow of a bugbear fell on him. He knew, as soon as he respawns, the first monster attacks immediately. If he does nothing, he will be killed again. But he could not even summon the courage to press the skill icon. His paralysis was broken by an avalanche of memories. He saw Namia's gentle smile, the painful core of what he had lost, and then his own face, twisted in despair when he finally realized there was no way out. And finally Darga's smug, contemptuous face. It mockingly asked whether he dared to return to life. Everything ended with one all-consuming feeling: hate. FSSSSSSSSSS. This hatred flared up. He struck the ground with his fists with force, and a silent scream of rage echoed in his head. He hated him, hated so much that he himself did not believe it, and he realized, if not for this burning hatred, he would have given up long ago. Clenching that rage, he forged a new determination. His features hardened. He swore to escape this dungeon and take revenge with his own hands. With fresh stubbornness, his finger crawled to a new skill, and his body began to strengthen. He would do it. With the new path he chose, he once again faced a pack of fierce bugbears. The air crackled with threat. The creatures were preparing to tear him apart again. He met their hissing faces not with fear but with a statement. From then on, he dedicated himself to a new strategy. Energy thus began a new cycle. On approximately his 420th attempt, he outlined a plan to acquire taijutsu, body fortification, and then physical strengthening. And with each attempt, with each death, he learned how these skills worked against the bugbear. Exhausting work brought results. Now he sat relaxed on the shoulders of a bugbear, a defiant smile playing on his lips, confirming his own theory. Physical strengthening proved incredibly effective. It sharply enhanced attack, defense, and jumping power, along with his balance. Balance? His new strength was undeniable, but when he squatted over the fallen creature, he clarified what exactly he focused on. This monster, this bugbear sea, as he lazily called it, was not his true enemy. His gaze fixed on the next target. He flies over the first creature and his gaze sticks firmly to the real target. Below, the beast raises its head in stunned confusion. Its simple mind cannot process this swift maneuver. With a strong blow from above, he crashes into the bugbear and declares it his chosen enemy. Confirmation appears in the dawn. Another monster removed, another skill point gained. Acquired, he catches a look of quiet insight on his face. For the first time, he defeated a bugbear. The status screen flashes, showing his current skill points and confirming that physical strengthening has risen to level 2. The prospect of further enhancement ignites new determination in him. This new strength fuels his confidence. He thinks, if he keeps defeating bugbears and leveling up physical skills again and again, eventually he can defeat all 10. The path ahead seems clear, but the system dryly hints the next level requires a daunting 100 skill points. His optimism shatters as soon as he calculates the numbers. Nearby, some bugbear seems to mock his ambitions. If 12 skill points per kill, then to reach the next level he will have to kill almost all the monsters in the room. The realization weighs so heavily that it seems to press him to the ground. Next to these grotesque giants, he finally understands his plan is impossible. The path he just saw so clearly disappeared. Before he could even devise a new strategy, a massive fist delivers a blowhard without hesitation. His body is thrown back, and at the last moment a thought crystallizes. Without skill upgrading, he has no chance against them, so he finds himself at the beginning again. Next to the glowing terminal counter with a label and a temp number, already about 510, and his endurance finally breaks. In despair he shouts, exhausted by the infinity. The cycle, his torment turns into rage. Tears stream down his cheeks as he screams and lashes out curses at the name Darga, blaming him for driving him into this hopeless night delirium. He falls again and again, asking where such cruelty and his fate came from. But through despair a new resolve hardens in him. He stands up, his voice is low, yet it contains so much venom it burns. He solemnly swears, escaping the dungeon is not enough, he will exact revenge from every peasant who betrayed him. He had almost come to terms with the thought that he would never escape the dungeon, all thoughts drowned in despair under the weight of endless pain and exhaustion. But suddenly something new, a barely noticeable glimmer, began to stir. Inside him, as if in response to the change in views, a message appeared before him, a message about acquiring a new skill provoke. He realized it was a coincidence, something he had not paid attention to while wandering in his th. His thoughts, he snorted disdainfully at the new ability, brushed it off as useless. With grim resignation, he decided to simply die quickly in this race and move on to the next. In a moment his path was blocked by a trio of heavyweight bugbears. He caught the moment and changed his mind about dying immediately. Since this was only a trial run, he decided, let him try the new thing already. New skill. With a casual gesture he pointed at the monsters and threw a simple insult to attract attention. The effect was immediate. The face of the armored bugbear twisted. Fury, his mockery worked much better than he expected. The creature roared, rage drowned out everything else, and it blindly charged straight at him, smashing the stone column in its path. The kitty could only stare in disbelief at the rough, focused aggression he held onto. Unleashed, he quickly adapted and shifted his attention to two other bugbears left behind. One more simple mocking movement, he drew their gaze and aggression onto himself. And likewise, he watched as two newly awakened monsters launched an attack and, gaining speed, crashed right into the furious ally. Three beasts tangled into a ballrumble, roar, limbs, and rage. A quiet snort escaped him, which slowly grew into loud laughter as he observed the chaos he had orchestrated. His laughter broke off as if the brakes had failed, a wild release of accumulated rage. He questioned everything and said it aloud, hesitating whether all his previous torments, all his endless deaths had been in vain, since such a simple, overlooked skill was worth so much. Much power. His mad laughter quieted, yielding to a cold, barely restrained fury. The realization that he could have used this power from the very beginning ignited madness within him. With a new dark determination, he declared that he would use the same skill to finally destroy him. Enemies, he stood among a pack of rabid bugbears, clear in thought as the fog of despair receded. The monsters closed in a solid wall of fur and muscle, their growls filling the stone chamber. Instead of fear, a wild, confident smile blossomed on his face. He beckoned them forward, and his voice thundered with new arrogance, challenging. Finish this, and waved off the mighty beasts as if they were mere small fry. Their simple minds instantly ignited from his mockery as if struck by a match. Blinded by blind rage, the bugbears wildly attacked everything around. Heavy clubs struck their own, futilely searching for the enemy. Hiska dashed through the chaos, deftly redirecting their fury with a single gesture and call, channeling the aggression exactly where it was needed. A few moments passed and the rumble ceased. The stone floor was littered with the bodies of monsters and victims of their frenzied attack. He stood in the center of the room, unharmed, calmly surveying the mess and noting that only two remained. The other two monsters, still under his influence, completely ignored him. When they roared gutturally, they clung to each other with all their might. Heavy weapons crashed with a bang in a brutal and final clash. Exchange, their own equipment hit the target. In the final bloody spray, the last monsters fell. Splattered with their filth, he watched them collapse, his face showing nothing. Then he slowly clenched his fist, a silent confirmation of his victory. He threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar, his voice echoing in the ensuing silence. Standing on the fallen enemy, he savored the moment. It took him about 50,010 attempts, but he finally, once and for all, won over the treasury over its 10 bugbear guardians. After Kiska defeated the 10 bugbears and the exit appeared, he burst through it and immediately collided with a new horror. A headless creature in flames, resembling a mule, charged after him, and Kiska, already breathless from pure panic, had to flee to save his own life. He hit a dead end and slid down the wall, gasping for air. The exit led him to a new dungeon level, but the mule monster still loomed threateningly at the end of the corridor. He gathered his thoughts for a moment. This new monster, a rank above the nameless mule, had already killed him 10 times. But once he was lucky, his respawn point was update. No, he was in this very room. The realization that he no longer had to climb against the bugbears again slightly eased the tightness in his chest, as if a heavy burden was lifted. Having recovered a little, he began to examine the new area and noted with surprise that he had not been here before. He turned the corner and stopped abruptly. Before him stretched a room with 3 large intricate circles embedded in the floor. He recognized them immediately: teleportation circles. He assessed the situation. There were 3 of them, and to move further, he would probably have to choose one. The uncertainty of choice was written all over his face, readable without words. The uncertainty melted into a barely mocking smile. He figured all he needed to do was simply stand in the center of one circle. No need to overthink and worry about the consequences. His determination grew stronger each time he recalled his unique advantage. If he made the wrong choice, no big deal. He could always die and be reborn. Focusing his gaze, he firmly stepped onto the central teleportation circle and prepared for whatever awaited next. In a flash of light, he was transported to a long stone corridor lit by torches. Seeing no other way out, he moved forward. When he focused on the end of the passage, his eyes widened. There in the distance, a spectacle was already waiting for him. He froze in complete disbelief. Inside a large transparent cylinder hung the same armored woman he had already encountered. She was unconscious, bound by heavy chains which coiled along her body. He stood still and suddenly understood more clearly than ever. This woman, tied up and seemingly unconscious, was the one who had given him his ability. When he stepped closer, he noticed a faint shimmer in the air around her. He reached out his hand and immediately realized it was a barrier. As soon as his fingers touched it, the barrier shattered with a crash. The chains restraining the woman snapped with a sharp clink. He recoiled in shock, unable to believe that a single touch could do that. But as soon as the chains fell off her, she slumped forward heavily. He rushed forward and caught her, not letting her fall to the ground. "Are you okay?" he asked sharply as her eyes snapped open. She looked down at him, a faint smile on her lips, and explained that it was probably him who had awakened her. Alk, still supporting her, questioned further who she was and where his power came from, because she, as he felt, was the source. She introduced herself as Jihad Tsubaki and confessed she was a former heroine sealed in this place. He repeated her name again and again, Ajiha, but could not piece together what she said about herself. Supposedly, she is a sealed ex-hero. Then Ajiha asked him to say his name in response, and he named himself Kiska. She praised his name and only then made a strange request. She asked him to lean closer. Without saying another word, Ajiha leaned in and kissed him. Her glove gently grasped his jaw. Kiska jerked back sharply. His face flashed with shock and confusion, and he demanded an explanation of what she was doing. In a calm tone, Ajiha said she just wanted to thank him, and then quite innocently asked if he did not like it. Kiska, still stunned, gasped out that he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly changing the subject, she looked at him with shining eyes and asked if he wanted to break out of the dungeon. He just stared back, completely stunned by her actions and her unexpected propo. He confirmed her assumption firmly and without hesitation. He would definitely escape. Ajiha smiled as if she had no doubt and took his hand. A silent agreement passed between them instantly. She immediately pulled him into a run, promising to get him out of the dungeon, and they rushed through the stone courtyard lit by torches. In the corridor ahead, a headless golem blocked their way, a fake monster. But she dealt with it in a moment. Severed parts flew into the air. Turning to the stunned alchemist, Ajiha asked with a confident smile if he thought she should. As strong, he immediately agreed, and a quiet chuckle escaped him. The thought grew stronger in his mind. Ajiha is clearly strong, so holding onto her might be his only chance. Just as he reached this conclusion, her action interrupted his train of thought. The monster remains vanished into thin air without a trace. He asked what she had just done, and she explained, a convenient item box skill that allows her to store items for later. The alchemist recognized the name, and Ajiha confirmed, it is an S-rank ability. She said her magic collection is now complete. As they continued walking, he asked what awaited them ahead. Destination? She admitted, the path was blocked by a mini-boss dungeon, so to proceed it must be defeated. The alchemist froze because she intended to fight. But she turned to him, her face was firm, her gaze unwavering. She reminded him that if not for him, she would still be sealed, and after that, announced their arrival near a large fortified FFFFFFFF door. Drawing her sword, she turned and fixed her gaze directly on him, not averting her eyes. Calling him by name Kiska, she solemnly swore, I will fight. For you, her words seemed to touch him deeply. He touches his nose with a barely noticeable smile. He says that if she is the reason he has lived this long, then now they are even. As the heavy doors creak open, she peeks into the chamber beyond, sensing the presence within. I think that's it, she murmurs. Before them towers an incredible silhouette made of stacked stone blocks, an S-rank golem. Its face is a mask of silent fury, and its eyes burn with a cold glow. He freezes and looks up, not believing his eyes. His voice trembles as he breaks into a ragged breath from the shock of the scale. This creature is gigantic, easily 10 meters tall, and completely overwhelms them. Completely, he watches as the colossal stone golem clumsily pushes forward. Uchiha immediately stands before him, thin as a blade, and whispers an order, get behind her for safety. He acknowledges her command, but sweat appears on his forehead, and he tells her not to worry. Before he can say anything else, she dashes into the air, holding her sword high, and declares that she will protect him. With incredible speed, she lowers the blade, shattering the golem's stone ankle. Alien only freezes, impressed, stunned by her actions. Strength, but the blow only stops the creature for a moment. The giant power of the golem is felt as it surges into an attack, but Uchiha holds her position, standing her ground and fending off the giant. This is what she is capable of to withstand such might. Monster, despite her determination, the colossal force of the salt golems begins to push her back. Her foot slips on unstable stone, and for a moment she loses her balance. Yet still, a look of stubbornness flashes on her face. She calculates that at this pace, she will be able to secure victory. Her confidence lives briefly. The massive stone fist of the golem crashes down with such force that it twists bones. She manages to raise her sword to block the blow, but the power is too great and she is thrown back through the air. Al shouts her name, gripped by anxiety, realizing everything has already changed against her favor. It has become very bad. Seeing that she is in mortal danger, he realizes he cannot remain on the sidelines. He shouts at the golem, deliberately provoking it so that it looks at him. As soon as the creature turns its stone gaze, Jihad, still shaky after the blow, shouts his name. Uchiha orders Gamu to stop, but it is too late. Her warning does not have time to settle in the air. The golem swings its huge hand, disdainfully deflects him with one blow, and throws him through the stone gate. Uchiha can only watch as her eyes widen from. With horror she looks at the debris where he disappeared, whispers his name, and does not believe it. While the golem rises above the ruins, a new entity appears behind her. A tall, solidly built figure, dark as sh. Shadow, the dark creature, speaks, and its voice echoes with Alka's voice and apologizes. Tears run down Uchiha's face as she laments her defeat, sobbing that she promised to protect him. Through dust and debris, his voice still sounds confident. He emerges from a hole in the wall, a determined smile on his face, and explains, dodging is the only thing he is truly skilled at. He honed this skill relentlessly during their previous battle with the bug. He shouts at Uchiha and shows. The golem's arm is stuck fast in the wall. Seizing the moment, he urges her to act right now. Her eyes widen as soon as she calls his name. Kiska, hearing his call, strengthens her gaze. A firm determination ripens within it. She jumps high, hovers just above the immobilized golem, and prepares to unleash the sacred sword. Shouting, she names the attack Dragon Slayer. The blade descends in a radiant arc, landing exactly on the trajectory. Straight at the goalkeeper. A sudden crack, she lands lightly as the cleaved golem slams onto the floor and immediately dissolves into silence. Relief washes over her completely. She turns to Alka and calls again while he looks wide-eyed and happy. A smile joy overwhelms her. She rushes into his embrace, exclaiming that they did it. He laughs in response, holds her tightly, and celebrates their hard work. One victory. He recalls that moment and thinks, as if the mini-boss of the level was defeated, so finally everything will start to get better. So he was sure, the memory of them sitting together among the debris was clear and vivid. At least that's how it seemed to him then. After defeating the golem, the pair continued the advance. They passed through a secret passage, and Uchiha with Sabaki led forward through a narrow crawlspace. Overcoming resistance, she burst outside with all her might, and Kiska, following, suddenly realized they had come upon a secret room. They were looking for an exit. He called her name anxiously and surprised. He stepped into the chamber and his eyes widened sharply with amazement. Before him lay a comfortably furnished space, a soft red sofa, plush as if for a film studio, and he couldn't help but say aloud, "What is such a room doing inside a prison?" Uchiha calmly explained that most likely this room was created by a vampire, a monster that made this dungeon its stronghold. Its name was Judith. Kiska became worried and began to ask if it was safe for them to enter, fearing to anger this creature. She brushed off his fears, stating that probably everything was fine, and without delay, she was tired, so she announced that they would stay here for the day. and she settled in properly. Although Kiska's heart tightened with a bad premonition, he saw that Ajiha was not worried at all. So he decided, if she thinks it is safe, he would trust her decision. Her trust suddenly met a gentle smile. Ajiha turned to him and quietly called him closer. Kiska, confused, could only stammer in bewilderment. Uncertainly, he asked if she wanted to talk more. She confirmed and he nodded, embarrassed but still sincerely smiled. Sitting next to her, he dared to blurt out a painful question. Did she think he was strange because of his silver hair? Ajiha looked at him, surprised by how exactly he said it. She quickly dispelled his fears, a warm smile and words that his hair was beautiful. Kiska, in response, looked stunned, as if she had calmed him so simply and sincerely. Then she looked at him again, her face soft, her voice confident, as if saying that his silver hair had an almost magical quality. And as soon as she called him handsome, Kiska, caught off guard, just blushed and whispered something about his hair. This unexpected kindness sharply contrasted with how his whole life had been. He remembered that his silvery hair, a sign of the hated Arcus tribe, had only brought mockery so far. And only now did the looks of villagers, or the stones thrown by Darga and his henchmen, not come to mind. But her gaze was completely different. She smiled warmly and explained that, despite how she felt about it, others, even Namia, could think whatever they wanted, she truly considered his hair beautiful. And she said it directly as a compliment. Then she gave a stunning explanation for her special perspective. It turned out she was from another world. That was why, she said, she saw everything differently than those who live here. He silently looked at her for a long time, as if digesting this revelation, and stumbled over a question stuck in his throat. Did she really mean another world? She confirmed without any hesitation, saying that it was even before she came here. Such a thought was completely foreign to him. He had never even heard anything like it. Noticing his hesitation, she asked if he did not trust her. He quickly shook his head and assured her he believed her unconditionally. Her satisfaction sounded like silence, and she quietly leaned her shoulder against his shoulder. She nestled against him and fell silent, purring softly, expecting he would believe her. He looked down, and a strange feeling of closeness washed over him like a wave. Suddenly it occurred to him. Was this feeling also a consequence of her otherworldly origin? The silence was suddenly broken by a loud growl from his stomach. Ajiha looked up and asked if he was hungry. He awkwardly admitted that he had eaten almost nothing since he entered the Jian dungeon. Smiling and winking, she announced she would prepare food for him and showed that her item box was full of meat from headless mules. She immediately got to work, put on an apron, and skillfully began cooking. While Kiso chopped meat and stirred the pot that quietly bubbled, he sat on the sofa and did not take his eyes off her. After a while, she declared that the food was ready. An impressive spread lay on the table: fried meat, soup, and drinks. Kiska thanked her and took the first bite. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the taste overwhelmed all his senses. He managed only one heartfelt word: incredible. He eats with emotional fervor, enchanted by the very simplicity of this delicious meal. Ajiha, delighted by his reaction, explains that she found just a little bit of herbs and spices in her item box. For Kiska, this is an extraordinary moment, the first real food he has tasted since he was expelled to the hellish dun. While they sit side by side on the sofa, he continues chewing, lost in sensations. A silent thought slides through his mind. He had no idea food could be so tasty. Good, his strong reaction does not go unnoticed. Ajiha looks at him with concern, asks if he is crying, and loudly worries that maybe she added too many spices. Wiping a tear from his eye, Kiska confirms he is just a... After eating, a noticeable fatigue washes over him. He sighs and says the day has exhausted him, so he is already ready to go to sleep. Then he moves to the sleeping places, points to one bed in the room and offers it to Ajiha, insisting that he will take the couch. Her response completely throws him off balance. With a bright smile, Ajiha suggests that they both sleep in the bed together, and at this idea, Kiska freezes, begins to stammer, and cannot form any clear objection. Eventually, they separate to different places for the night. Ajiha settles in the bed, and Kiska makes himself comfortable on the sofa. A barely noticeable smile of relief touches his face as he looks into the darkness. He lies sleepless and his thoughts race wildly. Suddenly, a wave of hope covers him. He believes that with Ajiha's help, he will be able to break out of the dungeon. But in a moment shame comes. It is disgraceful that he feels miserable and helpless, reducing everything to the fact that he relies on her completely. He begins to form new determination, deciding that from now on he must. His thoughts are abruptly cut off. Ajiha suddenly covers him from above, leaning over and sitting on his waist on the narrow sofa. Oh, she simply says. Kiska, with eyes wide open in shock, can only get up. Hey, what are you? She leans in her face, now just a few inches from his. In the dim light, her gaze is frozen, and her face reveals nothing, so he remains in a state of complete, unconditional confusion. Fusion, she smiled from above, and he lay pressed beneath her, looking completely bewildered. She softly called his name and invited him to touch. Touch her, she leads his hand. She firmly presses it to her breasts, asks if he can feel how wildly her heart is beating. On his face, an expression of pure shock. She leaned in. Her face was just a few centimeters from his and confessed her love. For him, her confession sounded even sharper. Her voice trembled with emotion, and she repeated again and again that she truly loved him. Kiska could only stammer in disbelief, stuck in an impenetrable pause. Belief, he tried to piece together her words, questioning what exactly he could have done to deserve such a confession. Ajiha, in response, looked confused. Confusion, she answered his unspoken question with a simple, direct phrase. He saved her. The word hung in the air and Kiska repeated it, still trying to understand. Ajiha only confirmed it just like that from. With a nod, while she spoke, she began to tell her old story. For centuries she had been locked deep in the dungeon, and for years she had waited alone until hundreds of years passed. She stubbornly held on to the thought that one day a prince would come to her. Rescue, fragments of knowledge suddenly came together for Kiska, and he realized. Ajiha gave him this gift so that he would save her. As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, she confirmed it said that the very same gift was given to them. To all who entered dungeon, she continued, and her face was gloomy. Her efforts had been in vain. She gave her power to many people, but each of them lost spirit and gave up. And then her gaze fell on him, and she said that only he was able to go the whole way. Approaching closer, she leaned toward him again, and admiration blazed in her eyes. She called him her princess, one she had been waiting for all this time. Kiska could only fix his gaze without a single word until he finally realized how deeply she loved him. At this confession, Jika shudders, throws himself into his arms, and begins pulling at his clothes as if everything had long been decided. Reacting fearfully, he pushes her away. He covers himself with a raised hand and shouts for her to wait. Stop, he tells her directly, he cannot be with her. When she asks why, he looks away and admits that there is someone else whom he loves. Ajiha seems to understand, but a desperate shadow still remains in her eyes. Her understanding shatters instantly. She declares that his love for another is not a problem and forcibly pushes him onto the sofa. With a wide, eerie gaze, she seems to repel. Being his second option is more than enough. Her aggressive pressure triggers a terrifying memory, Darga's face and his pack, predatory reaching toward the frightened Namia. The parallel fills him with disgust and he pushes Ajiho away again. Force, a strong shove throws her to the floor and she shudders from the scream. He shouts at her again to stop and his face becomes like a mask of death. Despair, seeing her on the ground, his anger immediately disappears, giving way to concern. He snatches an apology and reaches out, asking if she. I don't care. He repeatedly replayed his own cruel reaction in his memory. At the moment when Ajiha forced herself on him, she seemed as disgusting to him as the man who tried to hurt him. Namia, the weight of his thoughts hangs between them in the air. Ajiha slowly gets up. The former sharpness has already straightened into shame as she apologizes and admits that she is a little. She got carried away. Her apology barely relieves the tension, watches as guilt and misunderstanding mix on his face until she silently moves to the bed, turns her back to him and hides. Covers, he did not sleep, replaying that moment over and over in his mind. He pushed her away instinctively, a reaction born of panic, not. In malice, his gaze fell where she was sleeping. He regretted the harshness, wanted to speak more softly, but the desire to refuse her was too strong. A heavy thought struck his mind. He did not want to admit it, but he was not sure he could escape the dungeon with F. Without her strength, with a quiet, stubborn character, he decided to throw these complicated feelings out of his head in one night. The past is the past. He abruptly stood up, and something hardened in his face as soon as he focused. About the present. As soon as he sat on the edge of the bed, a silhouette appeared before him. It was Jiha, but she was no longer in her nightgown, dark clothing with lace trim. She appeared and he was instantly left speechless. Kisk's eyes are wide open with pure horror. His face is pale and washed with cold sweat as he freezes, staring at what he sees before him. Kisk's gaze is fixed on a pair of legs in dark, patterned stockings that hang unnaturally in the air. Nearby, another figure lies motionless on the bed. The hanged figure is a Jika Sabaki. Her face was frozen in the same silent, terrible grimace. The terrible sight turns his insides outward. A sharp physical reaction runs along both sides. Ajiha's lips emit a hoarse, vomiting sound, and Kiska slaps his palm over his mouth, forcefully holding back nausea. He shudders and steps back, his head buzzing with a single terrible question. He is tormented by the thought of why it happened, and a terrible suspicion takes root in his soul. Could it be that he himself is the evil? Sitting in his seat, he freezes in utter fear and raises his gaze to the lifelessly dangling legs of Ajiha, illuminated by the dim moonlight. He grabs his head, sweat pouring down his face like rain, and the shards form a terrifying pattern. And along with the growing horror, he suddenly realizes, when he rejected Ajiha, she might have taken her own life. Grasping at this hint, he can only stammer. Supposedly, he does not know. His denial is powerless before the terrible sight of her body hanging right in front of him. Panic takes his breath away. He suddenly jumps up and frantically tries to convince himself of his innocence, muttering on the run that he is not bad. Next again, escape, sudden and exhausting. He crawls on all fours, sneaking through the dark stone corridor, gasping and fearfully looking around from time to time. He wobbled and recoiled backward, thoughts in panic rebel against reality, sweat streams down his face. He tries to tell himself that what he just witnessed, his death, is only a terrible accident. His panic flight drives him deeper into a corridor with torches and stone, but he cannot escape. Just ahead rises a giant, monstrous figure blocking his way. The creature lunges into attack without hesitation. The weapon merges into a continuous motion. The blow bites with icy cruelty, and he is thrown back, flung into the air. Pinned down and helpless, the last thought flickers in his head. He got this far only thanks to Ajiha. Without her, monsters would have easily surrounded him, and the chance of survival would have been completely destroyed. A groan escapes his lips. Consciousness returns. He lies on the cold stone floor, and the same monster that just killed him now lies nearby, toppled. An impossible scene presses painfully into his head like a wedge. How to reset everything? Could he really be in the same place again? He abruptly rises. Fragments click together with fearful certainty. Now everything is clear. The loop started because he rejected Ajiha, and because of that she committed suicide. Life, he freezes and looks down the empty corridor, weighed down by the burden of his own deeds. He cannot understand what exactly he was supposed to do. Could accepting Ajiha's love be the only right way? Path. The thought is immediately rejected. In his imagination flashes the smiling face of Namia. He could not do that. He firmly tells himself Namia is his girlfriend. This conviction leads him to a new, shocking discovery. Before him is a large localization chamber, and inside, chained, hangs Ajiha. And he is struck by a sharp realization: she is still alive. He steals courage from himself and says firmly, this time it will be different. He will accept her love, believing that if only time could be rewound, she will always be near, chained but safe. When he steps forward, the heavy chains that bound Ajiha suddenly break with a loud crack, and it takes your breath away. Freed from her chains, the woman rises to her feet. Kiska freezes in shocked silence as she looks at her own hands and declares that Ajiha will help. She turns to him and looks straight into his eyes, coldly, alienly. After a short, eerie pause, she asks one simple question: who are you? He, despite his surprise, smiles and introduces himself. Kiska. She says nothing. Her gaze remains distant, analytical. Political. She thoughtfully repeats this name in her mind, then says directly that she has never heard of him. Have you heard of him? The confusion only grows and he begins to protest, trying to explain how they are connected. Connection? She cuts him off mid-sentence, and a slight disgust briefly changes her mask as she notices that he smells bad. The biting phrase firmly cements a strange feeling in him. He understands. Although this girl looks exactly like Ajiha, somewhere in her very essence she is different. He hesitantly asks if she really is Jiha. The woman seems to grasp it for a moment, quietly murmurs, I see. And just then another woman passes by them, exactly the same in every way, heading down the corridor. He freezes and understanding appears on his face. It's her, the girl who gave him the save and reset skill. She could have guessed that he had seen her before, but instead she looks coldly and asks if this is really their first meeting. He flails, quickly trying to correct her, pressing with words that this is a misunderstanding and he is not her enemy. But before he can finish speaking, her hand suddenly shoots forward, gripping his throat. She cuts in with a cold guess. Probably he was against her during their last encounter. Her grip tightens, eyes widen with eerie tension. She moves closer and with a cold smile declares that this is exactly why she senses the stench coming from somewhere. He is convulsively choking. His hands convulsively scratch her grip while he suffocates and breaks free, choking on a plea to stop death. In his throat, her eyes narrow with cold determination. She accepts his silent request, but on her terms she orders him. Holding him in this suffocating grip, she coldly and sternly warns. He has no right to make a mistake and decide as if he can just die and then everything will be reset. Her words hit him with such force as if it were a physical blow. She explains, even after his death his actions will have consequences and will reach all the way to the very soul. The revelation shatters his imagination. Gasping for air, he bursts out with a desperate question, forcing her to name who she really is. He begs her to allow him to talk to Ajiha, but the woman only smirks boldly. She reveals that her true essence is similar to his own and harshly finishes, the real Ajiha would never waste time talking to anyone else. She, without hesitation, cuts off. Ajiha refuses to speak with him. She puts a period on the refusal, simple, unshakable. Building no, she leans closer, eyes wide open, and in her gaze cold, eerie tension as she utters the final warning. Filled with fear and confusion, Kiska only tremulously babbles who she is and what, damn it, could these mysterious words mean. Get out, and with a sharp shove she knocks him off his feet, forcing him to fall back. Her voice sharp, unequivocal, orders him never to interfere in this again. Jihad, he remembers that last bloody moment. As soon as she spoke her words, she sharply snapped his neck and life ended while she herself turned and walked away. Memory dissolves as soon as the body twitches and he suddenly wakes up, greedily gasping for air in the familiar stone room. Feverishly looks around, and his heart wildly pounds from the new, just experienced terrible anxiety. Death, his mind twitches and tears. He struggles, trying to digest what happened. He simply cannot comprehend what exactly happened. It just happened. In despair, he tries to piece together how the woman who killed him could be someone specific. He has no idea who she is at all. as if Ajiha had two completely different personalities. Confusion hardens into grim determination. He decides he will do nothing more. He will not deal with her, firmly deciding he steps away from the sealed chamber. He refuses to return to Ajiha or break the seal. He knows, if she sees him again, he will simply be killed. Another way, but when he looms over the chasm in the corridor, where flames like the path and bodies are mutilated and scattered, the decision strikes with cold truth. Wandering the dungeon without G help will be incredibly difficult. His need to find everyone only intensifies. Alternate route, he reaches the chamber with 3 teleportation circles. He recalls, last time he used the middle one and, grabbing himself, steals the moment and decides to try the one on the left, heading toward a new, unknown. Known path, he appears in a cramped antechamber with stone walls. A drop of sweat traces a path down his temple. The air is still and heavy and he looks around. Nervously sighing, he steps outside and finds himself in a familiar corridor lit by torches. A heavy feeling overwhelms him as he realizes, this is the very path he took from Ajiha, as if there was only one road to the PDY. Forward from the start, his steps abruptly stop. In the distance at the end of the long corridor, a figure sits at a table completely out of place. His eyes widen and overwhelming denial. The figure, a young woman in elegant attire, sits at a small, finely decorated table. Next to lit candelabras, she calmly drinks from a cup. Her eyes are closed in silence, holds as if alive. Focus, his mind reels from the unthinkable sight. The girl is simply sitting there calmly drinking tea, as if it were the most ordinary place in the world. In the middle of the dungeon, the girl stops in surprise, looks and opens her eyes directly at him. In her gaze is a strange confusion, on her lips a faint smile. She says that a guest who has penetrated here rarely manages to find the way to the dungeon. Her calm words only deepen his confusion. He can only stand and watch, struggling in absurdity. The girl relaxes with a cup of tea in the hellish dungeon. The hellish dungeon is torn apart by silence. She puts down the cup and asks why he came and if he needs anything. But direct questions hardly dispel his thoughts, only leaving to guess who. This person, breaking free from numbness, nervously scratches the back of his head and smiles. He explains that he is actually just looking for a way to get out of the dungeon. She listens to his explanation, face impassive, no hint, nothing can be read. After a short pause, she confirms his goal with a single call. Quiet, I see. She raises her cuff, her face calm, indifference frozen even to his desperate pleas. What manners, she remarks coldly, and her voice echoes. In the quiet room, when Kiska freezes in surprise, she raises her hand, her nails long and sharp like claws. She introduces herself with unwavering authority, as an ancient and true ancestor of vampires. A revelation that the young, completely stunned, she bursts into a wide and eerie smile, and her eyes narrow from cheerful giggling. She makes it clear that his current attitude is in no way fitting for someone who has already realized the full seriousness. Kiska's eyes widen in shock, and suddenly, without any warning, a deep cut opens on her forearm. Dark blood immediately gushes out in a stream and begins to drip, while the small neat box on the table is already lying differently. Since morning, everything happens to Kiska in such a way that involuntarily chills. As soon as the woman gets up and goes to him, shining with a calm smile, a pair of jagged demonic wings tears off from his back and with mad force tears the fabric, tearing his tunic. He screams in pain, his body writhes as if something is being torn from his very soul at that moment. Through the agony, he gasps and utters one desperate WH. Word pay, he looms over them, and her face is a mask of insane mania. She proclaims that he must pay for his sin and for the price. His death, her smile is wide and triumphant. At the corner of her lips, a smear of blood is now visible. It reveals pure bliss, which she, finding solace in torture, Kiska suddenly notices. Reality jerks sharply backward and he is once again standing at the entrance to the room, completely unharmed. Kiska gasps, looks down at himself and sees. The body is whole, covered in cold sweat. Unbelievable. He falls to his knees, a memory presses on him with unbearable weight, and a terrible realization strikes, he is dead. Again a trap between two figures. His body trembles and sweat streams down his face like rain. To the left stood the same woman who just killed him, her snarl with fangs painted with smug audacity. To the right leaned another with dark hair and cat ears with the same predatory gaze. One single thought rings in his head: this dungeon is full of terrible people. On the cold stone floor, Kiska appears again and marks his 7th life. The realization hits along with the cold: he has died again. He recalls the warning from the woman with cat ears about a vampire in the dungeon and, growing in horror, understands. It was she who killed him. The memory of his killer overwhelms his consciousness like a wave. Before him, a young woman with long, light twintails and a cruel, broad smile. Her name surfaces in his memory, Judith. He already knows. She is the true ancestor of vampires, and his own fear is reflected in his wide-open eyes as she looms over him just like then. He finds it hard to accept that two forms coexist in her. Just now she looked like an innocent girl in a nice outfit calmly pouring tea, and suddenly her face twists with manic joy. She lunges at him without any reason. And the very thought of fighting someone so unpredictable tightens his chest with fear. Having said this, he swallows the terrible memory and freezes silently in the stone corridor, and with each moment his face hardens, as if carved from determination. His reflections are interrupted by action. He realizes, a direct confrontation will yield nothing, so there is only one way out. He breaks from his place and stubbornly rushes down the corridor. He reaches a crossroads where three identical teleportation circles are embedded in the floor. The third path, a new choice that must be made right now. Without hesitation, he shifts his gaze to the teleportation circle on the right and firmly commits to his decision. A thin drop of sweat crawls down his temple, yet his gaze remains fixed on the spot, unmovable like a sight. He appears in a new, empty corridor. Step by step he moves forward and thinks to himself, hoping this path does not hide fierce people like Ajiha and Judith. He is already tired of encountering such formidable opponents every time. His cautious advance is suddenly interrupted. He stops, shudders, and his eyes widen in shock and amazement when at the end of the corridor he sees a massive, ornate pillar with shimmering patterns resembling vines. He freezes, staring at the object at the end of the corridor. At first, confusion changes to recognition. It was a sword stuck into an ornate stone pedestal. The weapon's design was eerie. A sinister gem resembling an eye was set into the winged crusader, and he involuntarily felt, this looks too suspicious. Despite doubts, he still dared to deal with his fate. He had already come this far without any weapon, and if this blade was really as powerful as it looked, it could be his only chance to break out of the dungeon. Having made a choice, he stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the handle. He decided he would try. As soon as the fingers gripped the handle, a sharp spasm pierced the body's eyes instantly opened, sharp and wide. The blow intensified until it turned into a wave of pure hell. He threw his head back and screamed piercingly, his whole body trembling wildly from the unbearable force that surged through him. To him, his mind wildly twitched, searching for the source of torment. As soon as he grabbed the handle, a sharp burning pain ran through his entire body. And the ordeal continued. For several unbearable minutes the pain raged wildly, and one single terrible thought struck his mind. He could not let go. His hand had fused with the hill. After that long agony, it finally started to ease. He remained crouching, still firmly holding the prey. Weapon, he fell to the floor and gasped for air. The pain disappeared. And as soon as he realized this, with a short, convulsive, trembling pause, a wave of deep relief washed over him. He was still alive. He staggered but still got up on his feet. The ordeal was finally over. The pain was unbearable. He stubbornly muttered aloud and cursed. His shock only grew as he looked at his right hand. He could not comprehend what he was seeing. And the carved hill on the sword seemed to merge with his own body, a continuous, terrible future. He tried to kidnap him and croaked from the tension. The weapon, now a part of him, was unbearably heavy. Its weight tore his muscles apart. The weight pinned him to the spot right in the center of the chamber. He looked around the empty room, and one desperate question echoed relentlessly in his mind. What was he supposed to do? Patience began to crack as he stretched down the long corridor. He finally moved. But just then a hand was thrown on him, so he could barely move. As he lamented his situation in the distance at the end of the wing, a bulky figure appeared. Hallway, the figure turned and its terrible nature was revealed, a towering, burly werewolf. A wave of pure fear washed over Kiska. He was sure he was about to die, no chance against this. As if to confirm his fears, the beast let out a deafening howl, and just as his howl echoed, his hands suddenly lunged forward on their own. The sword seemed to have a mind of its own. With incredible speed it pulled him through the air straight at the monster. Before he could understand what was happening, the blade had already found its target. It cut through the werewolf effortlessly, and the monster's body shattered into pieces on the floor. He froze, stunned by the carnage. Carnage, he looked at the weapon and slowly realized something eerie. The sword moved on its own completely, as if it had its own will. He pondered this strange turn and decided that for now it was good tea. Good news, this new power finally strengthened his resolve. The man's expression and grin spread across his face as he stared into the dark corridor. He would do anything to get out of this prison, even if he had to rely on this eerie, sinister sword. He stands over the slashed werewolf corpse. A wild, mad smile spreads across his face as he boasts the black sword. He admires the power of this weapon. Now confident, with such might he will defeat any enemy. Abnormally sharpened by determination, he sharply turns and rushes down the stone corridor. His gaze ahead, cold, unwavering focus. His run stops halfway. He halts before massive, reinforced double doors. He recognizes the place and has no doubt, this is the very minivan. Boss room, he opens the door just enough to peek inside and immediately confirms his suspicion. This is the same chamber where they fought the golem, but now the space is occupied by another creature, so the thought stubbornly gnaws. Could this be the same one? Inside, the enemy raises its head, and a gigantic griffin S-rank emerges outside. Its sharp eagle eye absorbs the targeted mark. It aims at the intruder with predatory intentions. The intensity increases. A drop of sweat appears on his forehead as he just examines, and he immediately understands this mighty beast is the new boss of the room. Suddenly, without any warning, the griffin lets out a piercing scream and lunges forward. Its gigantic body closes the distance between them in a blurred, furious rush. Of motion, he dives aside, barely avoiding the devastating trampling of the beast. Its paw tears the stone floor where he just stood. But there is something else. This time, he lands exactly in a crouch confident. A mocking smile erases any fear. Earlier, he would have been defenseless, but now he has this sword. He rises to face the spinning creature and firmly plants the blade ahead. Only then does the griffin attack a second time, slicing the air with deadly claws. The kitty meets the blow head-on, raises the black sword to block. A piercing screech of metal against claws echoes through the hall as he holds his position against the powerful pressure. He stood firm against the aforementioned griffin, realizing his own limits. Everything he could do now, he decided at least not to hinder the power of his sword. He immediately put thought into motion as soon as the beast lunged forward with a piercing whine, crouched low, and extended the blade to intercept the monster's attack. His only goal was to make the sword fall into the meeting with. The griffin attacked, diving headlong at him, claws spread to tear and shred. But just as he prepared for the strike, a new strategy surfaced in his mind, a possible path to victory. A surge of adrenaline and he dashed upward, striking with the black blade in a fierce, sweeping swing. One thought echoed like a vow of new, firm confidence. He could win. The sword cut through the C-rank monster with incredible ease. When the fallen griffin settled, Kiska landed, breathing heavily, and a wide, triumphant smile spread across his FFFF. His gaze fell on the weapon and his hand merged with it. He acknowledged its colossal power, realizing that with this strong black sword he would overcome any enemy who stood in his way. Having now looked back at the empty chamber, he noticed a section of the wall that was protruding. As he expected after the fight with the golem, just like then, hidden doors were revealed. An almost predatory smile slid across his lips and he decided, just here to press the advantage, to unleash the power of the sword, to conquer the rest of the dungeon in one push. He stepped through the doorway into a new corridor and his confident stride faltered. Gasping for air, he rushed forward. The heavy sword dragged and scraped against the stone floor. Stopping to catch his breath, he looked down at his changed hand and a troubling thought struck him. Something was wrong with him, or had the sword really grown by itself? Larger, he lifted his gaze from the sword, his body instantly froze in place. Through the long corridor lit by torches stood a figure waiting for him. A sharp shock passed through him, his eyes widened and distrust. The figure stepped forward and revealed herself. It was a young woman with long hair braided into two ponytails and a dark, richly laced dress. A fragment of his bandage barely touched her lips as she examined him. Oh, how. She trailed off, her voice echoed slightly in the stone hall. You have grown so much. This shock turned into icy astonishment and sweat poured down his forehead as he, stammering, finally managed to say her name. Judith. Thoughts raced, refusing to come together. Why are you here? With a trembling voice, he finally managed to ask. In the damaged stone corridor, Kiska clenches the terrible, living sword fused with his right hand, and looks at the mysterious young woman opposite. She stands with eerie composure. She smiles, amused to note that he is still holding himself together. Sweaty and wildly enraged, he spits through his teeth, Judith, and demands what she wants. Her smile widens as soon as she utters what makes everything unbearably clear. Her desire is obvious, and at this phrase his eyes sharply widen. Anxiety shoots first. Calm face, she says simply without pauses. She intends to get rid of him. But she immediately clarifies her words, stunning him, revealing the true goal: to destroy the parasitic sword on the right half of his body. She recognizes this weapon as a parasitic sword, controlled by a puppet player. It can only reproduce the name and the idea itself, completely foreign, cursed. Judith explains that the sword is a dangerous creature. It grows by feeding on people and monsters. She had no idea she would find it here, in the dungeon that almost no one visits. When this reaches Kiska, he asks if this means she will kill it now. She confirms the guess and even praises him for his sharp intuition. In a sudden, shocking demonstration, she fiercely tears off her own left hand from the joint. Blood spurts from the wound. You are very good, she says with a mad smile, while Kiska freezes in utter horror. He stammers, unable to process what he just saw. His thoughts race. He tries to understand who she is, while Judith calmly holds the severed limb. He sees her pull the severed hand away, and the blood merging together hardens and transforms into a huge curved black blade. Kiska freezes in place, shuddering with fear as she levels the newly created weapon directly at him. Grinning a predatory smile that reveals sharp fangs, she gives a single command: play dead. She lunges forward, her blood-forged bladed weapon fiercely clashes with Kiska's parasitic sword. He tenses on the strike and stands firm with a resolute face, swearing to fight with the very weapon she sought to destroy. Kiska's confident grimace falters. In her audacity, a moment of surprise flashes. He growls, denying the inevitable, declaring he has no right to lose, and pushing her away forces her to step back. When they part, Judith lands lightly and a thoughtful smile plays on her face again. She reflects. Dealing with this sword will not be so simple, since it has already grown to such a size. Then she threw her own severed forearm upward. Under Kiska's astonished gaze, the hand hardens in flight and stretches into a long, curved black blade. He falls silent with a grimace of disbelief and determination on his face, asking himself if he can really fight with this. Seeing his reaction, Judith was already preparing for the next move. Her gaze narrowed as she named the technique shallow rainstorm. These words struck Kiska with pure naked horror. He had no time to react. The blade soared into the air and detonated, and from the explosion a whirlwind burst forth with a shower of sharp black projectiles. They pierced his body, tearing clothes and flesh while he screamed in unbearable pain. He fell to the ground, severely wounded. Judith looked down, her smile did not waver, and explained where restraint would come from. She admitted she did not want to resort to this technique because it would cause her to lose the use of her left hand for some time. Time passed and she turned away from his still frozen figure, justifying her actions as she walked away. There was no other way. Place but death was not the end. Kiska found himself on his knees again in a familiar, empty room. A heavy realization overwhelmed him for the second time. He collapsed to the floor, crushed by despair. He died again. He abruptly sat up, and in his eyes both frustration and exhaustion. And he cursed his own situation, admitting he was lost and saw no way forward. Yet he gathered himself and tried to find a way to cope with it. His thoughts again slid to the key mentioned to the warning he once received. As soon as he activates the first teleportation circle, he will break the seal and die from the one who appears as a jihad. And only then will he meet the true sealed jihad. He weighs the options, recalling the cruel cycle. If he uses the second teleportation circle, the vampire Judith will kill him, and without any hesitation. But he understands. After using the third teleportation circle, dying by Judith is a necessary step. This very death grants him the parasitic sword puppet, the key that allows him to continue deeper into the dungeon. His resolve tightens, two paths both doomed. If he wants to live as long as possible, he concludes he must forge a third path entirely. His determination strengthens as a new plan emerges. He will fend off the vampire Judith's attack using the power of the parasitic sword puppet, and as soon as she falls, finally break through dungeon, a new goal arises in his mind, and he returns to Judith, who stands before him. He asks what exactly must be done to obtain the sword that is now truly needed. Kiska silently listens from the doorway, absorbing every word, then confidently grins and explains. The sword is a parasite. It grows by feeding on people and monsters, thus becoming an incredibly dangerous weapon. An epiphany flashes within him. If he manages to spin up the parasitic sword to its full potential, by that moment he must find the seal of the jihad. Perhaps he is truly capable of defeating the jihad. Judith, once the path is set, he suddenly burst out of the room and with a scream rushed forward. Now it is a race against time. He must manage to start before Judith inevitably appears to track him down and finish him off. Once again, he squeezes through the familiar corridors of the dungeon, breathing heavily. And with grim satisfaction notes, he is almost 5 hours earlier than he was on his last day. His sharply accelerated pace takes him into the large chamber where the teleportation circle stands. He stops, recalling that he passed through here last time, and only then does he see Judith is waiting for him on the other side. He becomes alert, firmly gripping the grotesque parasitic sword. With a tense face, he gathers his strength, hoping against all odds that this time she will not wait for him. All he can do is pray. Taking a step forward, he surveys the long, empty stone corridor. To his great relief, Judith is nowhere to be seen. He realizes that with this unexpected opportunity, he can move forward with his own plan. His gaze slides along the side passage, and suddenly a shocking revelation washes over him. The initial caution melts away, replaced by a wide, predatory smile blooming on his face. This changes everything. He decides to move forward. Further, the passage opens into a large hall, and it immediately becomes clear where his grim joy comes from, a huge lair of werewolves. The room swarms with bulky bipedal monsters, and they all turn, staring towards him. Standing against the snarling pack, he does not tremble. Instead, he gives a cold, grateful smile. He thanks them for the chance they embody, and this confuses and enrages the beasts, and it bursts out with a bloody roar, declaring its intention to feed its sword with them all without exception. It rushes into the thick of it. The parasitic blade jerks and strikes, tearing apart the first werewolf, who shudders from the howl, in agony. The sounds of slaughter attract an unexpected observer. Judith appears from the nearest door, her eyes wide open with curiosity as she surveys the bloody scene unfolding with F. For her, she steps into the room, and her gaze runs over the battlefield. The floor is a complete ruin of blood, and his severed limbs are scattered around. After examining the dismembered werewolves, she coldly notes that the sword has already eaten enough. Quite a lot. Her attention shifts to Kiska, who is standing among the ruins, gasping. She clearly states that the sword has grown significantly and admits that now it will become a somewhat more serious opponent for him. As he slowly turned to look at her, her calm, analytical expression instantly shattered by genuine surprise. She was completely baffled by his reaction. He stood already transformed. A dark parasitic sword and the vanity tendrils crawled up his arm and spread across his entire torso. Confused, he asked what or who he was becoming. His own consciousness seemed to have distanced itself. Nearby, opposite him, Judith sneered defiantly and watched. The mind of the host body had already been taken. Over, she looked straight into his eyes. With a cold face, she declared that she intended to kill. She rejected his transformation and said that it changed nothing. He still could not recover. He only stammered and asked what she was doing. There he gasped hoarsely for air. Sweat poured down his face like rain. His eyes wide open from exhaustion, and panic revealed a frantic internal struggle with how the sword was grinding him with its power. Influence, looking at his condition, Judith's smile grew wider predatory. With a look of superior mockery, she announced that she would give him a chance to fight. But despite everything, he still decided to fight back. Her words instantly awakened in his mind a memory of hopeless despair. A cold stone corridor where he sat slumped against the wall, clutching his head among the corpses of defeated monsters. From memory, a single, devastating thought burst out and echoed loudly like a reverberation. There is no way. He recalled that agonizing clarity. No matter how much he fed the sword, no matter how much power he tore out, he still could not defeat Judith. The thought was unbearable. A circle of defeats flashed before his eyes. He tried again and again, never giving up. There were even moments when it seemed victory was very close, but every attempt ultimately led back to the same ending. The same happened every time he pushed himself to the limit. The same thing occurred. The parasitic sword completely took over his consciousness, grinding him down in the process. Memory broke off in hopeless realization. Even if he emerged from the dungeon victorious but possessed, it would still be meaningless, because it would not be his. Victory at any cost. He was racked by memories of defeats, the path of Ajiha, the path of Judith, the path with the sword, all of them complete failures, each ending the same: his demise. He pressed his palms against his face, sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and the colossal pressure of his endless defeats stretched on. A wave overwhelmed him, but through the despair a new thought surfaced. He suddenly remembered there was still one last option. Try. The face froze in determination. He had already died so many times that the fear of death disappeared. He decided to resist just for all of this, turned around and walked through the near doorway. He understood that it was a colossal risk, but this new path was his only hope left. He stepped over the threshold of the huge hall. The ceiling shone with magical seals. There at a small table sat Judith. She lifted her gaze from the cup. The expression on her face revealed a barely indulgent smile when she noticed how unusual his appearance was. Judith noticed that she could not believe. Someone had broken into the house and asked what he wanted. Kiska recalled that she had already spoken to him the same way literally a few moments before she accused him of rudeness and then killed him, took him for herself and disappeared. He prepared to implement a new plan. Judith was looking at him, her curiosity. When curiosity reached its limit, he, to her complete surprise, dropped to one knee. He announced that he would behave respectfully and addressed her formally as Judith, the great ancestor of vampires, stating that he had a favorite. He lifted his gaze from a subordinate position and quietly spoke a request, begged the majestic Judith to make him her apprentice and to take care of him. The huge stone hall buzzes with despair. The pleas sound again and again. The voice begs, "Make me your apprentice, great Judith." The prayer comes from Kiska. He is on his knees, humbly bowing before a young woman with long hair gathered into two braids. She sits at a small, elegant table, calmly holding a cup of tea, and seems not at all concerned about his lowly fall. She pauses and barely lowers the cup. With an expression of restrained surprise, she repeats his words as if asking again whether he is really asking to become her apprentice. Her surprise quickly turns into a wide, predatory smile. The woman leans forward and, resting her chin on her hand, replies that his proposal is interesting. A flash of wild hope pierces Kiska like an electric shock. He shudders and his eyes open wide. A hopeless smile creeps across his face as he realizes this is his only chance to survive. His joy is cut short by her cold question. Judith asks what benefit he will bring her if she takes him as her apprentice and dryly demands, what will she get from this? He comes to his senses instantly, and a firm, sincere determination flashes in his eyes. Kiska declares, as soon as she agrees, he will become her loyal soldier and unquestioningly obey every command. His passionate proposal stumbles against a look of pure contempt. Judith's face twists with boredom as she brushes off his words, and Kiska is left stunned without a single sound. Her face twists with disgust. She calls him disgusting. She waves her hand and brushes it off as if it were nothing, declaring that she will simply leave him to die. An invisible force strikes Kiska, jumps from shock and pain. He looms over the blow as it echoes and fades, and a familiar, terrible realization washes over him like a wave. He has died again. He clenches his fists, and a new determination hardens on his face. This time he stubbornly believes only this path can lead to survival. He grits his teeth. The plan is truly solid. He has a plan to carry it out. But first he clearly knows he must escape from this dungeon, and to escape means to become stronger than he is now, so he decides to try to become Judith's apprentice. He acknowledges the danger. Judith is a ruthless vampire, yet he still believes that she is not one of those inhuman monsters with whom it is impossible to find common ground. His goal is simple and clear, to become her apprentice. A drop of sweat rolls down his temple, but his gaze burns with fierce, stubborn determination. If he finds out what she wants and offers it to her, he is confident will have a chance to win her heart. But with a new strategy in mind, he finds himself before her again. He kneels on the stone floor while Judith calmly sits at a small table, holding a cup just as casually. He begins to speak and immediately says that he knows she has long lived in this dungeon. He suggests that she is probably very lonely as she had anyone to talk to. Judith's smile does not fade, but her eyes remain closed. He cuts to the chase and asks what she will get from all this. He persistently presses on with his proposal, convincing her that he will become someone she can trust. While he speaks, Judith takes a sip from her cup. Her only reaction is a barely noticeable twitch of her eyebrow. Her composure cracks. Full of complete contempt, she asks what could have made him think she was lonely. The table flies to the floor as soon as she stands up, and a wave of panic covers Kiska. He realizes everything is going terribly wrong and rushes back, begging her to wait and insisting that he still has something to offer. But it seems his desperate pleas are working. Judith freezes, one hand touches her braid and irritation still lingers on her face. Good, she mutters quietly, urging him to continue, and relief washes over Kiska in a wave, for she gave him this brief, stern rebuke. Briefly sitting down again, he moves on to the next phrase. Supposedly, he has long worked in this field and is quite confident in his own abilities. Judith listens silently, resting her chin on her hand, and her thoughts are a complete mystery. History, he continues his plea, kneels before Judith and boasts that he is skilled in everything, especially in his specialties, like building a new hideout. Judith sits at her desk, her face reveals nothing as she listens to his words. Abruptly, disdainfully waving her hand, she rises from her seat and with one motion, as if nothing, lifts the heavy stone table with one hand. Exchanging a glance with the stunned young man, she dryly cuts off that she will do it better. Between them, with a deafening crash, she slams the table back into place. Blow shakes the entire room. The kitty, stunned, sprawled on the floor, only babbles in a trembling voice, agreeing that she is truly right. He quickly drops to his knees again. His confidence completely crumbles as soon as he confirms her superiority. Unimpressed, Judith coldly asks if there is anything else he can offer. The proposal hangs in the air, and Judith suddenly experiences a painful realization. He simply has nothing to offer. When this truth settles, she sees how Kiska trembles and curls up, clutching her stomach in complete despair, not at all finishing. But defeat is a dead end. Yet despair fades, yielding to a bare, exhausted decision. He lifts his gaze, his voice twitches but holds firm, and declares that no matter what happens, wants to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He begins to tell his story and reveals he was born in the village of Katarov, right there where this dungeon stands. He admits that the locals persecuted him and threw him here. His story darkens. He says there was a woman who loved him, but men like Durga, they killed her. Judith listens attentively, her face unchanged. He finishes with his head bowed, explaining that he is considered guilty of her death and was thrown into prison as punishment. Punishment? He ended his desperate story, but Judith did not move. Leaning forward, Shikulai asked what he had to do with this story. His expression twisted with rage, his eyes burned with a dark promise. He swore to take revenge on every one of those villagers to the last. Villagers, he continued, and his voice choked with anger, promising to torture and kill them all in the cruelest way imaginable. The terrible cruelty of these words stunned Judith. Her eyes opened wide and she, shocked, placing her hand on her chest, formally asked her to help carry out this massacre, promising her his complete devotion and return. In response, her lips parted, revealing a wide, eerie smile. The teeth were shaped not as they should be. Sharp, her smile grew wider, and a genuine surprise flashed in her eyes when she looked at the boy, frozen in shock. She felt his proposal crawling forward. It was interesting. She admitted that she was very eager to see how it would all end for him, but immediately warned him not to celebrate prematurely. Shirley turned to him and led him down the stone corridor. She made a proposal. If he passed the trial she was about to give, she would allow him to become her PR. She asked if he had used a teleportation circle, and he confirmed that he had. Then she told him about the only rule of this dungeon. Once you step on the circle, there is no going back. Back they landed in a small, barren stone chamber. The kitty recognized it, the same one he had teleported to before, only now he felt in his gut. Something was wrong here. Different, he watched as Judia's hand touched the stone wall and pressed against it. She said that by using one secret thing, you can find the way through. While she was speaking, part of the wall rumbled and shifted, revealing a long, empty corridor. Kiska sharply exhaled in surprise, and Judith meanwhile explained that this was exactly how to reach the others. Roots, he froze, staring at the newly opened passage while his thoughts wildly tugged, and with shock he realized, even there where it looks like, there are still hidden passages. Dead end. Just as Kiska tried to comprehend this further, the passage closed tightly. From the floor rose a pedestal with a single ominous weapon. His eyes widened, he recognized it. Parasitic sword. He looked from the blade to Judith, and she began to reveal its essence, a puppet sword with overly troublesome properties. She admitted she had always wanted to get rid of it, but could not even touch it. Its parasitic nature repelled. Her words echoed in rhythm with her own pain and his experience. He had used this weapon many times before. He turned to her, sweat dripped from his forehead, and asked what he was. Silently and calmly Judith laid out the conditions of the trial. To pass, he must overcome the parasitic nature of the sword and learn to control it. Everything was done completely. Refusing was impossible. The challenge seemed insurmountable. He stammered, asking if it was even possible. Judith's smile widened into a confident curve as she answered that she was quite sure he. In the end, everything failed. Her forecast barely calmed his nerves. He admitted his fear, but Judith coolly cut him off. There was no choice. If he refused, Edge would simply kill him. He clenched his jaw and decided. He had to untie himself and do it. Seeing his determination, she gave clear instructions on how to proceed. Grab the sword by the blade, not the hilt, and quickly pull it out. Summoning courage, he braced his foot against the pedestal, leaned down, and grabbed the BL. Clenching his teeth from the burning pain, he admits, grabbing the blade hurts much less than touching the hilt. Tearing his gaze from the sword embedded in his body, he asks Judith what to do now. With a calm face, she gives one single, cold command. Swallow. She notices his shock and unfolds an explanation. Start from the tip of the sword so that it goes down through the back of his throat. The boy understands there is no choice. If he refuses, she will kill him anyway. Forced to accept, he prepares to fall. To her order, her words tear a scream of horror from him and he raises the tip of the giant blade to his lips. Just as he begins to push the weapon into his mouth, one desperate thought completely consumes him. He is doomed. As soon as cold steel touches the tongue, consciousness instantly tears into a dark, empty abyss. Monsters hang before him, continuously shifting. A massive shadow with one that unblinkingly watches with an eye and a vertical slit filled with teeth. Through this, white fire swirls into the black air, dissipating as if. Around them, the creature's voice echoes dully in the void and asks if it is the one who seeks to become its master. Stunned, Kiska blurts out, "What is this?" And the animal calls itself the main body FFFF. About the puppet sword, it passes words through itself and suddenly Kiska realizes that it is not speaking with someone but with the sword itself. When he asks where they are, the creature answers. This is his own deep world, his mind. Ignoring all metaphysical consequences, Kiska will desperately beg the spirit of the sword. Lend him your life. To him, his strength. The shadow creature stares at him for only a moment, then, as if mockingly simple, throws a single answer. Acceptance. His brain momentarily shuts down from shock. He just stares at the answer, mouth wide open, unable to comprehend that it could be so simple and straightforward. Acceptance forward. He stammers in a trembling voice, doubting if it really all comes down to this. The spirit of the sword responds and teases him with words. This is funny, Kiska admits he was afraid the answer will be no. The spirit immediately brushes it off. Supposedly, he was the one who first asked for his power. When Kiska begins to falter in his explanations, the creature cuts him off categorically against everything. No, I will not. He remains in the metaphysical space of his own mind while the amorphous spirit sword speaks, and his voice rolls around like a hum. The kitty senses. There is something familiar in the scent of his soul. That detail hangs in the air amid the fog. Falling embers, the spirit clarifies intentions. It was not a complete refusal, he was simply drawn to join him by that familiar smell. The kitty can only freeze and look back, bewilderedly marveling at the creature. The monster's mind snapped and consciousness violently returned to the body, releasing a sharp gas. He sprawled on the hard floor, eyes wide open in shock, and looked up at the figure standing over him. Next to the master, Judith looks down at him and on her face is genuine surprise. She quietly says she did not think he would get this far. He passed the test. Her words trigger a wave of euphoric enlightenment. A broad, relieved smile immediately spreads across his face. He really did it. He succeeded in. Wielding the sword, he fights for victory. His move draws surprise from Judith and it instantly melts into a satisfied smile. She greets him, confirming the test is passed. And he did everything right. Filled with gratitude, he falls to his knees in a solemn bow and sincerely thanks her. Since then, Kiska's fate was decided. He managed to become Judah's apprentice. Judith the vampire. And his strange new life with her, he now served her both as an apprentice and as a servant had just begun. Kisko wakes up in the same hideout where he once rested with Jihad, stretches and dives into thoughts about his new status, Judith's apprentice. They agreed, each would sleep in a separate room. As Judith promised, there are enough hidden chambers. Approaching the door, he calls her and asks for permission to enter. He opens the door and immediately sees Judith sleeping in the bed in this very room. His eyes widen sharply in shock and he chokes, stammering her name. Awakening, she quietly purrs, and her long pink hair scatters over the pillows. She abruptly sits up, rubs her eye, and a sly smile flashes on her lips. She wishes him good morning as if casually adding, he got up early. Kiska, still standing in the doorway, can only utter something unintelligible in response, stunned. He quickly bows and, stammering, gives her the proper greeting. Inside him, a storm rages. He is confused and doesn't know where to look. He suppresses the thought even though she is his master, she is still a girl. A little later, Judith announces. His training as her apprentice will begin today and asks if he is ready. Kiska's face hardens with determination as he confidently says he is ready to endure any hardships. She satisfactorily orders him to wait until she changes clothes. Fully dressed in her luxurious Gothic attire, she leads him down a stone corridor. She begins the assessment with simple but pointed questions: what skills he has. Kiska hesitates and finally reluctantly admits that he has only one provocation. He keeps his second skill save and reset a secret, deciding that for now it is better to remain silent about it. Judith immediately notices his abilities seem quite meager. Kiska shyly admits this. But they had not yet gone further. Judith suddenly stops right in the middle of the corridor, and her twin tails swing sharply from her instant halt. Kiska freezes behind and also stops, watching with interest as she intently gazes at the solid stone wall. She turns to him, a confident, bold smile on her face. She declares aloud that she knows this dungeon by heart. She lived within its walls for almost 1,000 years. Casting a penetrating glance, she adds, here, right where they stand, a secret passage is hidden. A section of the wall rumbles away, revealing a dark passage. Kiska freezes silently, struck by its age. 1,000 years, this thought hardens like a firm verdict. Becoming Judith's apprentice was absolutely the right decision. He follows Judith into a small, hidden chamber, tensing his body to the limit. Ahead in the darkness sits a lavishly decorated treasure chest. Judith explains, her current task is to help him acquire certain skills. She added with a confident smile that she knows where every treasure chest is in the dungeon. The tension in Kiska melted into pure wonder. He stared at the chest and blurted out an admiring, "Wow." He lifted the lid and revealed a shining crystal inside just as he reached out his hand. A message flashed before him. He had obtained the Crystal of Wisdom, and its effect would be forcibly activated. Suddenly, a huge list of skills unfolded before his eyes, from the formidable S rank to C rank. Judith ordered him to choose one skill from this list to acquire. He scanned the options and a drop of sweat appeared on his temple. He immediately realized this was a list very similar to one he had seen before, but with key differences. For the first time, skills like pressure and enhanced judgment appeared. Unsure, he turned to Judith for a hint. She admitted the question was indeed valid and immediately led him to fencing. She explained that if the sword had already become part of his flesh and blood, he would need the skill to control it at will. The logic was ironclad and he quickly agreed. Agreed, decision made. Judith touched the choice and confirmation appeared instantly: skill swordsmanship acquired. Kiska clenched his fists and laughed triumphantly, a wide smile stretching across his face. His celebration was interrupted by Judith's next statement. With a sly look, she said that to master another skill, they would have to venture into the deepest part of the dungeon. Dungeon? She turned immediately, not waiting for a response, and beckoned him to follow. Her words echoed in his mind, and he just stared after her in shock, distracted by thoughts of the dungeon's deepest level. Before them stretched a long, silent corridor. Stone walls went on endlessly until the dark light of the dungeon's depths swallowed its edges. He feels a tangible fear as soon as they enter the dungeon's deepest level. Judith confirms their location and explains that they bypassed most enemies by using a secret passage. He follows her into a large, well-lit hall. In the center, on a luxurious pedestal, stands a treasure chest. He recognizes in it another chest of skills, and Judith explains, this is a test of luck. The Crystal of Wisdom inside belonged to a woman with the most diverse skills, so he can randomly obtain one of them. Understanding the risk, Kiska steals his determination and prepares to open. He opens the chest and its effect forcibly activates. He receives a skill attribute that gives. Puzzled, he asks what it even is. Judith replies, a rare skill but absolutely useless for someone who does not have magical skills to transfer it. And then it dawns on him he lost. Then she tries to comfort him and advises not to lose heart. She says that later he will be able to master magical skills. Just as Judith suggests returning to their hideout, Kiska's attention is drawn to a huge, massive gate at the very end of the hall. He asks where it leads. His question makes their gazes stop on the giant crescent-shaped monodorn doors. Judith's voice explains, behind them is the boss's room, which also serves as the dungeon's. A vision strikes him like an electric shock. His eyes flash with hope as he finally understands the exit is within his reach, if only he could defeat the boss. Judith confirms that he understood everything. He looks down the long corridor and his goal again. New hope urges him to ask if Judith can easily defeat the boss. Her face becomes stern as she reveals the truth. The boss is rank SSS. She admits that she has been stuck in the dungeon for 50 years and cannot leave since this very boss appeared. He is stunned by this news. Judith explains that this is exactly why she needs him to become as strong or even stronger than her so they can defeat the boss together. As the plan is reborn, she says, it's time to go home and train. Filled with determination, Kiska agrees and shouts that he counts on Gary. Returning to her lair, Judith shows her power. A dark energy whirls around her hand. She says that this is how she sucks and subjugates the blood in her own body. Kiska just smirks boldly, as if it doesn't affect him. He replies that he already knows. He has been killed many times by this during their duels. He watched in awe as Judith freely controlled her own blood, shaping it into a sharp dagger. She explained that the weapon's form depends on the amount of blood used and ordered him to do the same with the sword now in his body. All that is needed is to focus attention. Inside, after her command, he closed his eyes and clenched his fists, gathering attention into one point. Concentrated, again and again. In a flash of dark energy, a black sword appeared in his hand. A new power awakened in it, the skill lord of parasitic puppet sword and its derivative black sword. He froze in shocked stupor and exclaimed that this is really. He went out, he turned back to Judith, still stunned by his victory. Her smile was satisfied. She praised his effort and declared that now he could finally fuck her. Fight, the realization hit him like a wave of joy. Finally he could fight. But Judith interrupted his celebration and announced that she was giving him his first task. Impatiently he asked what exactly. She explained that from now on, as soon as he saw her, he had to try to hit her with a single strike. Only then, with a predatory smile, would she declare that he had completed the task. The boy's face flushed, and a drop of sweat rolled down his temple. He whispered, uncertainly asking if he was really allowed to fight her. Judith just smiled and reassured him. It's okay. She swore she would never take a student's life during their training. Embarrassed, he tried to explain his anxiety. It was not about his own safety. He felt he had no right to hit her. His hesitation briefly freed Judith. Her surprise quickly faded, giving way to playfulness. She waved her hand, dismissing his worries, and reminded him she was still able to heal any wounds he might inflict. Then her face twisted into a terrifying, wide-open smile. Sharp fangs flashed. She leaned in very close, and her voice dripped with threat as she asked if it was even possible for him to harm her. What do you think? Can you manage to do that? Kiska shuddered with fear and was suddenly pierced by the realization that Judith already. Angry, he stands ready with a new sword but hesitates. But Judith lunges at him, wild, crazy smile on her face, challenges his feigned confidence and demands, "Show me where you intend to strike." Fueled by action, he lets out a cry and swings the black blade. Judith with stunning ease parries the heavy blow with a small dagger, her face without any change. Shock seizes him from the strike, his eyes open wide, and then, blinded by disbelief, he grabs himself and recoils just as he realizes. While he thought Judith wanted to train him, now it all feels like he stepped on a tiger's tail. She mocks him and warns. If he keeps dodging, he will never complete the task. With a predatory smile, she calls him forward and roars, ordering him to go. But enough. At her taunt, he charges forward again, only for Judith to slip aside and deliver a powerful kick so strong that it threw him into the air with a terrible CR. A cry of pain. When he lands, a grim realization hangs over him. He knows that Judith is a power fighter who can hold a great sword in one hand. And he understands that his fencing skill is the only thing that has so far prevented her from completely wiping him off the face of the earth. This terrible thought that he will be killed if everything continues like this pushes him to a decision. Although she is a girl, he knows he must complete his task. He adopts a new strategy to dodge her attacks and wait for the perfect moment. Strike, he lunges forward sharply, trying to put his plan into action, but the sword does not reach. In horror, he realizes there is no time left to close the distance, not even the tip of his blade. I can't reach her. His thoughts race wildly. He recalls that old clash where she swung a great sword, that's why he couldn't get closer. But now she only holds a dagger. The mismatch flares sharply, decisively. Understanding comes. When she moves with the dagger, a wave of hope washes over him and he thinks he really can. A breakthrough appears and he prepares to seize the chance, believing this is the strike that will finally find the ground. He slips away from himself and without hesitation decides he must accept her next attack. If she strikes from above, he will not be thrown off. Then he will respond with a counterattack aiming straight at her head. Focused, Titan's gaze fixed firmly. Focused on the target, he dashed forward, holding the sword low, preparing to strike. When Judith's dagger sliced the air from top to bottom, he roared at full voice, challenging her, and decided to show her his determination, and the sword's hilt with a dull blow struck directly at the side of her head. Stunned by his own success, Kisk froze, locking eyes with her and not believing what had happened. Sweat poured down his face and he only stammered, "I did it." His shock quickly gave way to concern. He asked if she was okay. But Judith did not flinch for a moment, only clarified who he thought she was. Casually brushing off the powerful blow, she said it was just a scratch she would easily heal. With a confident smile, she encouraged him. "Well done, Kiska, you completed the task." The boy could only recall the moment when she tore off her own hand, a cruel reminder of her inhuman resilience. She stood before him and the tone immediately became serious. She said he had made the right decision, the decision to become her apprentice. Her gaze sharpened as she looked into him and she noticed his fighting style was by no means ordinary. After that, she directly asked if he had previous fights. His mind was thrown back to the terrible creatures he had faced, werewolf, bugbear, golem, and even Judith herself. And despite these life-and-death clashes, he laughing awkwardly answered, "No. Almost none." Judith reacted with genuine surprise. Her hand involuntarily flew to her mouth. She decided, if he really had no combat experience, then he must have enormous natural talent, but Kiska clicked corrections into her assumption. He admitted that maybe he really had no fights, but he had plenty of them in something else, and gestured to the brazier standing nearby, hinting at a life full of pain and struggle. In the stone bedroom, Kiska stands ready, a sword in hand. He came here to the home of strange horse creatures with flaming manes and tails, but without heads, through a secret passage that Judith showed him. Judith appears behind him and announces, "Today's lesson will be practical, they are fighting real monsters." Without warning, the headless mules scream and release from their necks, a whole volley of glowing sword-like projectiles flying straight at Kiska. He reacts with fright, jerks the sword, raising a protective barrier that deflects the magical blades. The force of the direct strike sends a shockwave through him. He grits his teeth and strains, holding his ground against the suddenly brutal force of the attack. Seeing him struggle, Judith shouts instructions from a safe distance. He must pull his hands in and fight compactly when facing several opponents. He breathes hoarsely, catches his breath for a moment and immediately strikes back, showing he understood everything. Recalling her words, he tightens his resolve. He brings his swords into a tight cross stance and successfully deflects a new wave of projectiles confidently, without wavering. He looks around in shock and realizes he has blocked their path. Judith explains that these horses are without magic, now only targets for his mighty sword. With a predatory smile, she urges, "Be brave and finish them off." Boldly rising to his feet, he shouts agreement and rushes forward sharply. He methodically destroys the creatures, first striking the one on the left, then turning and pushing back the right one, and finally finishing off the last, the very one who was about to strike him in the back. He chases the last headless mule, a determined smile frozen on his face. Two others were already down, so the third creature tries to flee, but he closes the distance, swings his sword in a powerful arc and declares, "The third killed." The blade cleanly cuts the monster and knocks it down. He turns triumphant and sees Judith behind him, lightly applauding his victory. She sincerely congratulates him on the excellent work. Kiska, confused but relieved, thanks him profusely, admitting that he cannot imagine what would have happened without her help. Jude's response sounds eerie. She says that if he died, it would take her decades before she could go outside again. This revelation leaves him speechless. Baring his sharp teeth, she promises to make him stronger, demanding only that he be diligent. Enlightened by a new sense of purpose, he bows and shouts his agreement, swearing to do everything in his power. As if in response to his statement, a series of notifications flash before his eyes. Confirmations of monster subjugations and messages that he has received skill points. He scans his status and a wave of emotions overwhelms him as soon as he sees. All 5 skill slots are already filled. He has 15 skill points, so his current strength relies on swordsmanship and parasitic sword skills. Now he needs to decide what exactly to enhance. He calculates, swordsmanship still lacks 30 points and parasitic sword 70. They say Judith plans to postpone upgrading swordsmanship, considering it the safest option. She agrees and with that declares the training for the day over, ordering him to return to their high-depth lair. In her hideout, Judith sits at the table and calls him. She asks if he is ready. From a small corner, Kiska replies that he is ready and will bring it to her immediately. He approaches with a cup and saucer, apologizing for the delay. As he hands it to her, he thinks to himself that his duty as Judith's apprentice was not in broody. His true goal is to give her monster blood. Judith takes the cup and begins to drink the dark, thick liquid. It swirls turbulently inside. She purrs with pleasure, takes a delicate sip from the cup, and declares that monster blood is a true masterpiece. Kiska glances at her and a nervous smile appears on his face. He understands that his master has a quirky passion specifically for this drinking vessel. When she finishes drinking, she asks if dinner is ready. He confirms that it should already be ready and he thinks he could never have imagined drinking monster blood. Yet she swallows it as if it were the most exquisite delicacy. After that, he serves the dish he prepared and announces that it is a steak made from headless meat. In an apologetic tone, he explains he cannot cook anything else, they lack seasonings. Judith looks down at the familiar dish, her face indifferent, and the thought spins in her head that this is the same food as yesterday. Her gaze slides to the salad, and she pushes the bowl away, stating that she does not like its taste. Meanwhile, Kiska freezes in surprise. She had to overcome several winding trees to get that greenery. He insists that she must eat all the vegetables to avoid malnutrition, but Kiska puffs out her cheeks in protest and cuts off. Like a vampire, she does not need such nutritious substances. The dry confirmation knocks the ground from under her. She breaks out in sweat, and the truth about her nature grabs her by the throat. Sighing and accepting that nothing can be done, he says, "It happened, nothing can be done," and asks to wait a minute. He returns with a plate on which lie 3 round striped fruits and offers them as if they were dried fruits. Fruits, her behavior instantly changes. Her eyes widen, and a big joyful smile spreads across her face. She excitedly explains that she found them on the back of a dried one while gathering leaves and could not resist collecting them. He smiles warmly and agrees. Today is indeed a special day. He admits that at first he planned to age the meat for several days to enhance the flavor but changed his mind and decided to serve it immediately. When they sit down to the fully prepared meal, he gently reminds her to eat the salad too. Well, he takes a piece and complains that he could cook much tastier if he had more spices. Judith watches him and thinks, if she could get out of the dungeon, she would definitely get more ingredients. Her thought immediately triggers a memory for Kiska. She lifts her gaze and recalls how Judith had earlier told him that she can come and go as she pleases. Joyfully, he presses her, demanding clarity. Is she really stuck in the dungeon? Judith confirms and explains that the dungeon is convenient for vampires. There is no sun, so she often stayed there alone. But she says, this is not the only reason for her current trouble. She reveals details. There once was a separate room connected to the boss chamber. In it stood a teleportation circle. It allowed her to enter and exit the dungeon simultaneously. But one day, an unknown person destroyed the circle. She was the only one who knew about its existence, and since then she has been alone. Trapped, it dawns on Kiska. That is why she cannot leave. He asks if she has any idea who might be responsible. Judith first says she knows nothing, but after a pause, thoughtfully takes a piece of fruit and admits. She has a guess, 1th. Theory, she states that the culprit is the same person who sealed someone named Ajiha in this dungeon. Kiska's eyes sharply widen in shock as she remembers. Judith theorizes that the teleportation circle was destroyed precisely to prevent Ajiha from escaping. A shadow of shock runs through Kiska as soon as he hears this name. He asks if Judith knows Ajiha, and she confirms and tells about her as a great person. After these words, Kiska completely loses strength. She reveals the full identity of the woman. The hero is Ajiha, the one who conquered the demon lord. Kiska steps back, stunned by the news that it was Ajiha who defeated the great Ajiha. Evil, Judith asks if he has heard of her, and he confirms, though he says it is strange. And the story she tells differs from the legend. He is immediately struck by the thought of that famous legend, a story over a century old, how a brave warrior named Elysium defeated the demon lord. He was the one known as the hero. Confused by this contradiction, he asks Judith why Ajiha was locked in this dungeon. Judith admits she does not know the details, then suddenly becomes serious and tells Kiska she has only one piece of advice. The advice for him is a stern warning. Whatever happens, he must not break Ajiha's seal. Judith explains that although Ajiha defeated the Demon King, she also has the power to destroy the entire world, and the consequences of her release will be catastrophic. He digested the terrible revelation. A drop of sweat ran down his temple. He realized Judith had already removed the seal from the hero Ajiha, not in this life, but during one of her lives in an alternate timeline. After a minute of silence at the table, he gathered his courage and addressed her formally. He asked if he could ask a question, and Judith calmly invited him to speak. He looked at the food before them and asked if by any chance she had already eaten her share of the fruit. A broad, confident smile spread across Judith's face as she confirmed that she. A shadow fell over his eyes as the truth settled in his mind. He had eaten nothing either, and suddenly everything felt not like a partnership, but like the relationship of master and slave. As if sensing his suspicion, Judith announced, "Time to sleep." Bound by a silent rule, he could only agree. The master's word was absolute. After months of exhausting training with Judith, Kiska's abilities grew. He delivered a decisive blow to a huge serpent-like monster, living proof of how far he had come. And the hard work ended with a message flashing right before him. He received skill points and met the conditions to level up. The message confirmed the achievement. Sword Mastery officially leveled up. Kiska raised the status plaque and smiled broadly and proudly, sharing this joy with the smiling Judith. He even rattled off details to Judith, exclaiming that his swordsmanship had already reached level 3. Judith listened, her face bearing a pleasant, all-knowing smile. Judith's smile barely widened as she weighed the consequences of his growth. She mused aloud, the day they can finally escape the dungeon might be very close. Her words fuel his determination. Kiska clenches his fist and vows to become stronger, so much so as to bring Judith out. With a gaze full of firmness, he confirms his commitment. His sincere admission makes Judith laugh openly. She teases him and says that he is becoming increasingly skilled at it. Her face is open, genuine joy. Their training continues to yield tangible results. After they defeated and felled a huge bugbear, they agree on the next steps. Kiska will start skinning the creature, and Judith first decides to return to their hideout. As soon as she descends the stone corridor, he is already kneeling by the body. He draws an exquisite dark dagger and places his other hand on the beast's skin. Mysterious signs faintly glow on his palm. With a persistent smile, he lowers the blade with a precise, practiced strike. He knows the bloody work of skinning monsters is part of his duty as her apprentice. Having finished the task, he drags the loot back through the dungeon corridors. He calls out to Judith, announces that he has returned home, but his voice cuts off into silence as surprise flashes across his face. He returns to their hideout, pushes the door, opens it, and suddenly freezes in shock. Judith stands before him, completely naked. The bag of supplies he was carrying slips from his hands and falls silently to the floor. His mind feels empty. A silent scream gets stuck in his throat and sweat beads appear on his forehead. He just stands rooted, stunned by what he has seen. He is sharply jerked back. His face burns with shame, words come out haltingly, he stumbles over each one. He throws his hands up and screams apologies frantically, just not to look in her direction. When his panic is driven by the thought that he has angered her, Judith's sharp voice cuts the silence. She exclaims his name with annoyance. But her anger quickly melts, giving way to a quiet, thoughtful mood. A devilish smile slides across her lips as she looks at his bewildered state. In her thoughts, she sums up. His reaction is just as interesting as she expected. He remains stunned, weakly begs Judith not to say such things, but still utters a barely noticeable, painful all right. After an awkward pause, they start preparing food. They set the table, bowls and glasses, everything is ready for D. A little later, with a sense of duty fulfilled, Kiska declares that they have already eaten and he has finished all his work. He returns to Judith, who is sitting nearby. He tells her that he has finished with the dishes and goes to sleep. But when he comes back again to leave, Judith's voice stops him. She calls his name. He turns around and sees Judith is sitting on the bed already in a nightgown. She looks at him and asks if he wants to sleep with her. Kiska freezes, stammers, and asks why she has such a sudden proposal. Judith calmly replies that there is no special reason. He is silent, completely confused by her request. Judith's face is flushed. She says she has no particular reason, she just lacked the strength to sleep alone. Night, her face twitches with slight irritation. When she says that today he is angrier than usual, he tries to get out of it and suggests just going to sleep in his own room. But in response, she only gives a quiet hum. Thoughts whirl in his head. She curls her lips and lowers her gaze. She thinks, if he refuses, she will be ashamed for life. Seeing her face, he grabs his head, utterly confused, because at this moment she becomes extraordinarily dear to him. A moment and his resolve cracks. Smiling embarrassedly, he nods in agreement, as if to say he understands everything, so they will sleep together tonight. After that, he awkwardly climbs onto the bed where she already quiets down. They lie side by side, and between them tense silence. Both barely manage awkward, exhausted smiles, and he firmly holds his hands crossed on his chest. He tries to explain everything and finally concludes, if they just need to sleep, then there is nothing wrong with that. The silence almost breaks when she quietly utters his name and trails off mid-word, next to his breathing. While he moves nearby and looks at her, she smiles gently and quietly recalls. That day when they first met seems to have passed a very long time ago. Memories rise in him as soon as she utters these words. He agrees, recalling how he first met Judith back then. In her figure, he saw only a terrifying person. Intimidation flashes before his eyes, the gleam of a blade. For him, comparing that memory with how she now sleeps peacefully beside him, he feels a strange sensation. He cuts the silence and the cozy intimacy of the moment, turns to Judith and directly asks if, when they first met, she was already planning. Kill him? He lets out a quiet chuckle as if confirming that he understands her initial intentions. Judith is surprised and a little embarrassed. How could he even? His inner thoughts reveal a grim truth. He knew this only because she had killed him so many times before. It is because of those repeated deaths that he feels he can see through everything. In response, Judith explains, almost every person she has ever met would have tried to kill her in her place, so she had to be constantly on guard. With a confident smile, she asks about his lawn. Forgiveness, he assures her that he is different. Despite the fact that she killed him many times, he tells her directly that he is not. Hate her, he continues, explaining that he became who he is today precisely because of her. A memory surfaces of how he trained under her watchful eye, so he feels only gratitude and sees no risk at all. Irritation. As soon as he says this, Judith's face softens into a smile. Please. She says she is glad to hear it, feels relief, and leaning over him, now undressed, gently touches him. After that, she shifts her gaze to him as if touched by her hair. Then she abruptly changes the subject. Her voice drops to a barely audible whisper. She asks Kiska what he thought when he saw her naked earlier. This question throws him off balance. He chokes on his words, saying her name, and, stunned, barely breathes. She pushes be honest, assures him he can say what he thinks. But he only twitches from embarrassment and cannot form an answer. He dreams that he does not know what to say. She gently presses him, begging for more. Finally, he, blushing wildly, manages to confess that it seemed to him as if she looks very sorry, but I cannot artistically rewrite text with explicit sexual content, including phrases like arouses, erotic, naked body in such a direct form. If you want, I can make a literary adaptation in a fade-to-black style, preserve tension, flirtation, embarrassment, and dialogue, but without explicit sexual expressions. Or rework the scene as romantic psychological, without explicit sexual details. Tell me which option you choose, and I will immediately reformat the 5 points in the format you need. Her own thoughts were jumbled into a mess. In such a situation, she simply could not gather them together. Images of women he knew flashed before his eyes. Namia, Ajiha, and one more. He knew he had to resist. After what happened to Namia, he could not allow the same fate for Bifala Jiha if now he rejects Judith. He sat up sharply, confused and sweating all over. Judy Kisma. He started speaking and fell silent, unable to finish, then suddenly asked, what happened? She looked at him and his confusion was reflected in her face. Then she quietly replied, Kiska, I feel the same. He lowered his gaze and explained that he did not consider his current life bad at all. Her face twisted with surprise for a moment. Terrifying. It is terrifying, and she repeated the same feeling before asking, but why exactly? He confessed his true fear. His voice trembled. Because if I continue living in this comfort, I am afraid that all my vengeful strength inside will simply disappear. He recalled how those bears killed him again, and again a cursed cycle of death that made him swear to his own fate. She listened and the expression on her face softened, turning into a gentle smile. He was no longer that person. She believed that now he was strong enough to defeat the monsters, and beside him was also a sweet girlish side. And she listens, eyes wide with anxiety, while Kiska struggles to voice his swirling pain, his gaze constantly drifting aside. He begins to address her as Judith Sama and explains. He fears that if he continues to live in abundance, he loses something vital within himself. He sharply sits up in bed and looks her straight in the eyes to say sincerely, "I love you, Judith Sama." His face pales from inner struggle as he begins to apologize and admits he is not yet ready to accept this happiness. Yes, after a brief silence, as if focusing on herself, she tilts her head and accepts his words. Yes, she finally adds quietly, "I understand." But instead of retreating, she leans forward and presses her lips to his so suddenly that he flinches from surprise. He responds to the kiss, closes his eyes and holds her face. The tenderness only sharpens the inner struggle his confession sounds, but the silent burden of duties still hangs between them. Slightly restraining himself, he explains his reasoning. To truly move forward with her, he first needs to resolve a bunch of matters from his past. Her face instantly stretches into a wide, confident smile through it, fangs barely glimmer. She agrees to his terms without hesitation and offers to continue their relationship as soon as he enacts his revenge. A strong relief washes over Kisk. A bright smile spreads across his face. It seems to him that he has finally been understood. When Judith utters his name, other important women flash in his mind for a moment: Jehu, Namia, and that girl with cat ears, as if they too are watching over him. Suddenly the bedroom wall cracks and crumbles into fragments. Namia, with loose dark hair and a face twisted with rage, bursts through the breach, sword raised high. When she lowers the blade onto Judith, her solemn confession bursts out. "I love you." Immediate consequences, splashes of blood flying and hitting Kisk's face. His features freeze in a silent scream of utter horror. The blood flowing from the mortal wound poured as if it had been torn from Judith's chest. Her eyes widen sharply in shock, her mouth gapes. An invisible blow lifts her and throws her back. They fell forward with a heavy dull thud. The body slid over Kiska, who remained frozen on the bed. Namia stood over them both, her hands still frozen in readiness after that devastating clash. The blow and her lifeless body fell from the bed onto the tiles. She froze motionless, and another figure entered the room, an armored warrior, Ajiha Sabaki. Now she stood over the scene, sword drawn. Wherever the pull came from, Ajiha loomed over the stunned Kiska. Her face was hidden by a bandage. In a cold voice, she interrogated his choice. He could not choose her, but instead chose Judith. Blood-splattered Kiska, with a mask of horror frozen on his face, just looked up without words. In the blood-splattered room, Kiska abruptly sits on the bed, a mask of horror frozen on his face. Before him stands Tsubaki, sword drawn, ready to strike. On the floor lies the beheaded head of Judith. Kiska chokes on words and hoarsely whispers to Asa, begging her not to be near him. The focus captures a terrifying image on the floor. Judith's head lying in a pool of her own blood, as if echoing the same meaning. Their lifeless lips seem to be uttering the same words. His face shines with sweat and tears, and his eyes are wide open to the Limith, repeatedly tears out a desperate plea from himself. The plea bursts into a raw, torn, frantic scream. The voice cracks, and it breaks into the same G, his name. Somewhere else, a woman with cat ears shudders in shock. She opens her eyes wide and asks why Ajiha is here, simultaneously throwing out in her thoughts the critical fact Ajiha was supposed to be sealed far away. The kitty suddenly catches a terrifying revelation. The feeling and this scene are exactly like when Ajika first gave him the power save and reset. And just as the memory surfaces, Judith's severed head piercingly screams his name. Her head, though severed, forms a bloody, terrifying smile, and she urges Kiska to run immediately, her voice strained and trembling as she warns. Their attacker is extremely dangerous. He looks at her, surprise and horror mixed in his gaze, then respectfully addresses Judith Sama, acknowledging that she still exists. Nearby, a woman with cat ears watches intently, her face hardening. A grimace distorts her features. Asuka, however, does not move from the spot, no matter what. She shifts her gaze to the severed head and brushes off Judith's desperate words like empty noise. Her face contorts with frantic, urgent fuss. Raising the sword high, she roars at Judith, "Shut up," and slashes the blade down in a series of quick, increasingly quieter strikes. The sword falls again and again. Disgusting, muffled blows echo through the blood-soaked room, while Kiska watches, his face frozen in a mask of pure horror. Everything in his head is turned upside down. Unbearably, he cannot piece the massacre together. He tries to make any sound, to scream, but shock paralyzes his throat. When the last strike landed, she froze over the mutilated remains, breathing heavily. Her blood smeared over her body and her gaze sharply stopped on him. "Kiska," she whispered softly. And yet she gave him a calm smile in splashes of blood. "I love you," she confessed, and her face did not flinch. Why? Unbearable pain bit into his back. The blade pierced his chest as if made for this very purpose. He convulsively gasped in agony and her voice threw a cold warning. If I catch you with another woman, I will not forgive. He choked on his own blood and she filled his mouth. Horrible thoughts struck one after another until his vision faded. After all he had endured, he was once again on the brink of death. But he was met not by oblivion but by a sharp intake of air. His eyes snapped wide open, his body covered in cold sweat, and he was not wounded, not even slightly. Armed, he jerked upward, he was gasping and looking around until his vision cleared. The bloody room vanished. What? He lost his train of thought and his mind raced. How far back am? His crazed gaze fell on a familiar object on the floor right before him. The corpse of a bugbear, which he had beaten and killed earlier. Earlier, he looked down at the traveler's notebook in his hands, his eyes widened, and understanding flashed from the very first line. Skill 1, save and reset. He froze in shocked stupor, his fist pounded the ground. This could not be true. His 5 skill slots, once filled with hard-earned abilities, were now completely empty. The realization hit so hard that he fell to his knees. All these months with Judasama, all the progress he had fought for, it all became empty, meaningless. Tears welled up in his eyes as the full weight of the loss finally settled on his shoulders, his face twisted in agony. A scream of despair tore from his throat, raw and unrelenting. Memories of happy times with Judith flashed like a whirlwind in his mind, shared meals, her gentle smile. He could not accept this loss, and he did not want to. His cries finally subsided, and he trembled on the cold stone floor, utterly exhausted, broken to the edge. But in his gaze, a new resolve flared firm, tempered like steel. He rose to his feet, despair retreated, yielding to calm, relentless determination, and at that moment he decided he would see her again. Passing through the glowing circle of teleportation, Kiska with a grim stubbornness moves further along the torchlit stone corridor. A wave of hope washes over him as he allows himself a barely noticeable optimistic smile. Perhaps, this time she will remember him after all. His heart pounds in his chest as he quickens his pace and gasps for air, exhaustion and anxious impatience entwined in one breath. At the end of the long passage, a young woman with striking twin tails sits at a table extremely calmly, drinking from a cup, as if not doubting for a moment that the visitor will appear. Seeing her, he freezes. As he exhales her name with a tremor, his cheeks flush with a hot blush, Judith Soma. His initial joy fades as soon as he catches himself thinking that she seems to have forgotten about him, but he is not going to give up. Meanwhile, Judith notices the oddity: a stranger has reached her location. He presses forward, hoping that his own name will touch her memory. He calls her, names himself Kiska, and imploringly asks if she remembers him. She repeats his name, but her face still cannot be read, as if a mask. Her answer shatters that fragile hope. Politely, yet coldly, with a smile that does not warm, Judith apologizes and says she has no recollection of ever knowing anyone like him. Kiska's face twists in shock. Words hit him as if they really struck him physically. He stands humiliated, muttering that everything is in vain and that what he feels is driving him crazy. Judith just looks at him. There is a question hanging in her gaze. Tears stream down his face as the terrible reality sinks into his brain. His features are twisted by torment. He finally understands he will have to start over from the very beginning. He is still on his knees. Tears roll down his cheeks as he confesses that this has happened many times before. His heart was broken again and again. Judith's face softens before him. With concern, she asks if he is okay. All right, despite her question, he solemnly bows his head. With reverence, he addresses her as the great vampire Judith Sama and declares he has a request. His head jerks sharply upward, and his voice cuts through the silence with desperate tension. He begs her to take him as her studentan leaves, Judith Sama standing, staring back, her mouth agape in shock. While she struggles to gather her thoughts, he unfolds the plan firmly, without any hesitation. They will start from zero. He will become her student again, and then they will escape the dungeon together. He acknowledges the terrible possibility that she might kill him again, yet he still vows to return as many times as necessary. Against the backdrop of his firm promise, a fountain of blood suddenly bursts forth. Judith Sama's body suddenly collapses forward, her head disappears in the same. His eyes open wide, pure, unadulterated horror at the bloody, terrifying scene. On the cold stone floor lies the severed head of Judith. Lifeless eyes stare into emptiness, and blood spreads in puddles around. They uncovered the source of the attack, a dark-haired woman in lavish armor and her blades still dripping with blood. She appeared in an instant and managed to deliver a fatal blow before they both regained consciousness. In fact, this is Ajiha Sabaki, and she bursts forth like a fire. Burning rage scorches her gaze, her wide-open eyes fixed downward. With a heavy thud, she twists his head against the ground. Her voice is low like a blade, a dangerous threat. She finishes the phrase, if you get involved with someone else. The woman's face contorts with fury. She drives the blade into Kiska's back from behind and spits out the last oath she will not forgive. The world wavers and the deadly blow is ultimately cancelled. Kiska remains alone in the stone corridor, bent over, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his breath. He struggles to breathe. A cold realization overwhelms him. He can no longer even approach Judith. He understands, if he tries, both will perish. Exhausted and stunned, he covers his face with his palms. Despite the tragic outcome of his last attempt, he begins to focus on the many things he managed to learn from Judith. His memories replay her lessons. The locations of treasure vaults, advanced sword techniques, the full structure of the dungeon, even secret passages, and most importantly, how to control parasites. He slowly exhales, calming his wildly beating heart. He accepts that their relationship may already be over, and the knowledge she passed on is now his. To survive, a new determination hardens his face. He clenches his fists and tells himself he will escape this dungeon alone. He knows he is capable. Now, while the light of the road ahead flickers, he gives a final silent thought of thanks to his mentor. Thank you, Judith. Standing before the glow of the teleportation circle, Kiska solemnly vows to someone named Judith Sama. He swears to use the wisdom and experience she gave him, tightly gripping the hilt of a strange dark sword as he resolves to break out of the dungeon. His gaze falls on the weapon. The name flashes in his mind, Puppet Sword. A drop of sweat appears on his temple. He freezes, staring at the intricately decorated piece. I adorned the crossguard with a look full of anxiety. And then something stunning happens. Instead of gripping the handle, he grabs the sharpest, serrated blade itself and prepares for what will come next. At first, with grim determination, he swallows the entire sword. The blade disappears down his throat, and he cries out sharply. A powerful energy whirls through his body. The air around begins to vibrate. That act transfers his consciousness into a dark, ethereal void. Before him hangs a monster, an amorphous creature, a lump of pure shadow, created to observe everything with one large, motionless eye and a vertical mouth full of teeth. The shadow creature twists its mouth into a semblance of a smile as it speaks, and its voice echoes in the emptiness. It greets him as if casually and asks, "Hello again." Kiska can only stare back, frozen, stunned by the silence. Her gaze sharpens suddenly, and a moment of recognition passes through him. "Ah, I see, it's Kiska," the creature exclaims before revealing how it knows his name. Kiska's shock deepens. The spirit continues the thought, noticeably emphasizing that the two of them have met before, thereby confirming a shared past that Kiska is only now beginning to recall. As the memories surface, Kiska realizes with horror the creature had once said something very similar. The spirit immediately makes its demand, "I need you to do this for me. Lend me your power." He watched as the amorphous spirit before him hesitated. The only thing clearly noticeable were the wide-open eyes while Kiska considered what to do. His confusion was written on his face. He demanded an explanation of the problem while thinking, like last time, the entity would agree to his terms without any objections. The spirit replied that it has its own goals and is considering whether obeying Kiska would help achieve them. Stunned, Kiska asked what kind of sword without goals one could even wield. Then it revealed its sole, shocking ambition to become human. The boy could only freeze in place and stare blankly, so stunned was he by this outcome. The entity continued throwing words, questioning how he managed this, since it fed on humans like a parasite and dominated their bodies. It seemed to be pondering its own nature. It acknowledged that it had controlled many people, but never dared to truly become one of them. He began to understand. He was putting everything together. The spirit seemed to suggest that passing on its power to him unexpectedly might bring it closer to becoming human. The entity's answer came immediately without the slightest hesitation. Yes, exactly so. Yes, it unfolded even further. A strange conviction trembled in the voice, and it declared that obeying him for some reason was like its destiny. Kisk's eyes sharply widened at the weight of these words. His face twitched as if the shock receded, and an unexpected determination burst out. A wide, almost maniacal smile spread across his lips. This was what a decision already made looked like. "All right," he said solemnly. "I will faithfully obey you." He exhaled with relief, and a smile spread across his face. He had managed to subdue the puppet sword. The message confirmed his new status. From now on, he was the master of the parasitic puppet sword, and he also gained the derivative skill Black Sword. Clenching his fist, he felt the power flowing through him. He held the transforming blade and felt the purpose awakening in him again. With this weapon, he would finally be able to fight again. But in the next moment, his thoughts turned to the next task. The goal was clear. He walked resolutely down the stone corridor. His gaze stubbornly did not leave the bright pedestal at the end of the hall. From there, the source of the new skill was to arise. As soon as he reached the pedestal, a new ability overwhelmed him: mastery of swordsmanship. He immediately recognized this as a random skill granted by the Crystal of Wisdom, a prize now ready to be claimed. He remembered the place of the chest with the Crystal of Wisdom. It was hidden deep in the boss's lair, and that meant a long, dangerous journey to reach it. He also recalled the previous skill, an attribute that grants and never had the chance to use it. Weighing the danger, he concluded, going to the boss's lair with his current strength was a futile endeavor. The main thing now was to become stronger. He decided to hunt monsters he could confidently defeat, starting with the headless beasts that rummage in the dungeon. The unwavering decision had already ripened in his mind. A look of firm determination froze on his face. He would stick to this plan, hunt, become stronger, and level up his newly acquired mastery of swordsmanship. He raised the blade, ready for battle. Chorny Serbler rushed forward. A clean slash and a powerful swing exactly on target, so much that the creature burst into a piercing scream of pain. He stumbled, the beast fell and its body crashed into pieces on the stone floor, breathing heavily from overexertion. Kisker realized he had gained enough skill points to meet the level requirements. The confirmation appeared immediately. His mastery of weaponry increased. A barely noticeable, restrained smile slid across his lips as soon as he glanced at his status, impatient to see what he had achieved. He replays his recent efforts in his mind and notes. The hunt for headless mules lasted half a day, but he raised his swordsmanship mastery to level 2. But just as the joy began to fade, a new problem appeared. He cleared everything around where he knew a mule could appear, and now stands among the slain creatures, understanding one thing: he has already cleared all the spots. So probably he will have to wait until they respawn. He stops and considers the next target, maybe take on the werewolf's lair, but immediately rejects this thought, remembering that Judith has already been there. The answer settles in him with heavy certainty. Right now he definitely cannot afford to meet you. Judith, he thinks, since they are not close, it is quite likely that she will just kill him on the spot if they. To meet, then he admits, this entire dungeon is Judith's territory. To continue the hunt, he will have to somehow evade her, and the thought that Ajiha might appear like a vengeful spirit to Kai. Killed him, the burden of his precarious position weighs on his shoulders. He does not understand what he is even doing here, and his hand rests on the hilt of his strain. Sword, suddenly a voice bursts out directly from the blade and addresses him as master. Kiska shudders, completely confused that. By the sound, he freezes and looks down at the sword in complete disrepair, asking if it can talk. The puppet sword confirms, yes, and adds that it is a bit superb. The weapon says that at first it waited, as if the ability to speak would develop longer, but adds, their high compatibility probably sharply accelerated the process. Kiska, digesting this revelation, can only freeze for a moment. Somewhat focusing, he lowers his gaze to the intelligent weapon in his hand, and a confident expression appears on his face. While he comprehends the impossible, he thinks aloud whether the accumulation of their user-to-weapon bond finally gave the prop sword the ability to speak. The ability to speak. The sword addresses him directly, master, and its voice, cutting through thoughts, asks what exactly troubles him. Kiska, still a bit stunned, begins to explain his problem. Inevitable trouble. He states that he wants to gather as many skill points as possible, and asks if the weapon has any good way for this. Without any hesitation, the blade confirms. It knows such a place that is suitable exactly for this purpose. His eyes widen in disbelief. He asks again if this is really so. The blade assures, yes, and offers to lead the way. Lead him there, the weapon commands, and Kiska is again filled with determination, moving deeper into the dungeon. In the corridor, speaking the words, he approaches the stone wall. The sword reminds him that nearby there should be a switch that opens its second stage. Kiska runs his fingers over the bricks, finds the right one, and a stone block slides aside, revealing a long, dark, and dangerous secret passage. Kiska peers into the very depths, stunned by the hidden. He sharply turns to the weapon and asks how it could have known about this place at all. The sword replies that the previous master who owned it stumbled upon it by accident, as if it was meant to be, and by accident. The sword continues, tossing advice. This hidden passage is probably someone's secret, so much so that even Judith knows about it only marginally. He already knows what monsters await ahead and warns sharply and without unnecessary words. With Kiska's strength at this moment, he can very easily be killed. Despite such a terrible warning, Kiska simply thanks for the advice. With a focused gaze, he turns and goes further along the long stone line. Corridor, he stops before the majestic doors at the end of the gallery, with crosses all over the surface. Standing before them, he says with grim submission that the prospect of being killed is nothing. He is no longer surprised by this. The doll's sword emits a dry laugh, belittling his bravado as a foolish joke. The kitty forces herself to smile nervously. A single drop of sweat trembles on her temple, agrees that the sword. His correctness. The deliberate appearance of calm is shattered by a heavy dull blow of a stone slab that seals the entrance behind. He glances sideways, and a dark premonition rolls through him as he realizes that he is. Now he is trapped. Just as he barely manages to regain consciousness, the tiled floor explodes with light. Around him, several intricate magical circles flare up, all accompanied by a low, energetic hum. The light cuts the eyes more and more sharply, and the voice of the puppet sword slices through the air. The end is already near. Enemies rush forward. From the conscription stakes emerges a squad of shining, armored figures. The sword proclaims, by defeating these opponents he will gain a great amount. Skill points, weapons recognize the silent advance of the phalanx. They are golden. Latny living armor. He glances out of the corner of his eye over his shoulder at the horde. They are somewhere around 20. Nervous sweat appears on his face along with a gloomy, profitable smile. He is counting. Potential reward. The sword asks what he thinks and immediately checks. Is victory even possible? Curling up in concentration, Kiska admits he is not sure of his own win. Then, gathering himself, he says decisively that he has a plan. He grips a strange sword with flashes of eyes on the guard so tightly that his hand stiffens and his resolve strengthens. There is nothing left but to stubbornly go through this trial sentence. He has already survived too many deadly situations and now understands that no more death of fear. In response to his verdict, the black sword begins to tremble with dark energized surface flashes with flickering. A wide, almost beastly smile spreads across his face as he acknowledges this path. Weapons awakening. He settles into a low combat stance as if rooting himself into the ground and prepares to engage in battle. Next to him, the golden knights stand motionless, their blades already drawn, sharp and ready to strike. Metallic ring. Raising the pulsating black sword high above his head, he scans the armored figures surrounding him with the gaze not of a predatory threat but of prey. Smirking confidently, he declares, "Time to start the hunt for these weaklings." Trapped in a stone corridor, Alk draws his dark, intelligent sword and stands against the ranks of shining golden living armors advancing on himblades already ready. Ahead are up to 20 opponents, and he remembers what he heard. These monsters are even stronger than the werewolves he fought before. No warning, and the armor breaks forward. One bursts into a low stance, barely deflecting a heavy chopping strike from above, flying from the main automatic rifle. Alk smoothly turns, raises his blade to parry the next strike. His almost greedy, confident smile spreads across his face and he takes the attack head-on. The frenzied onslaught pushes him into defense. He immediately understands, this time it is much worse than during his last clash. Unlike werewolves, these opponents are all armed. Despite the danger, a wide, complex grimace flashes across his face in a smile. He activates the skill and shouts mockery to draw all their attention to himself. "Come here, weaklings." The smirk works instantly. Several armors tear from their places and converge on him, their swords wildly swing in a chaotic joint assault. In the whirl of steel, the spirit of his sword raises a cry of approval. "Not bad, master." Alk skillfully maneuvers and forces one armor to strike its own ally instead of him. He stealthily glances at the weapon, checking how everything looks. He explains, believe it or not, but he is confident in group fights and considers this fighting style incredibly effective. But he still notices the main drawback of his strategy. It is not suitable for leveling up skill points because any monster that dies from friendly fire does not give any reward. He is already preparing for another attempt. He activates his taunt skill and roars a challenge at the armored figures. He knows this tactic thins their ranks well, but still braces himself for the inevitable confrontation. The smile works perfectly. It draws the entire surrounding group of golden living armors to him. In a moment, he finds himself in a complete ring sword's freeze, ready to strike from all sides. He doesn't even have time to blink. Blades are driven into his back. Sharp, cold strikes hit simultaneously with a terrible realization. This is bad, he is already dead. Dead, several swords pierce his chest, and in the last thought remains self-concentration. It might have seemed that he got too carried away. But this is not the end yet. He appears, sitting whole in a familiar stone hall. A grim smile flashes on his lips as he looks around. The feeling of returning here is almost nostalgic. He exhales slightly, gathering his thoughts. He again and again runs through an endless loop in his head. Hundreds of deaths end, each begins anew. At first he was tortured by werewolves, and now the baton has been taken over by golden living armors and they have become his executioners. Despite the oppressive reality, his spirit does not break. He resists with his feet, and in his gaze is pure determination. No matter how many times he dies, it does not matter. He is ready to go again. Attention shifts again to the bodiless sword spirit. He is speaking with it. The spirit looks surprised and asks how he knows about the hidden passage. Al confirms that he knows, and then the spirit notes. The knowledge is too deep, maybe not entirely natural. And then he bursts into battle again, sword raised high. Again he stands against the unyielding golden knights, and his face is like a mask where fear has gathered into a single point. He throws himself into battle, already knowing that he will be knocked out again and again, but it does not matter. No matter how many times he would simply start over. He falls to his knees and presses his elbows into the cold stone floor, breaking into a weary sigh. He did not expect this path to be so exhausting, filled with defeats. Rising to his feet, he catches a glimpse of an exquisite black sword nearby, then looks away and, scratching his head, sinks into thought. Memories of simpler times come to him of quiet days he spent living with you. Memory fades, and he finds himself again in the familiar dark abyss of his inner world, where sparks swirl around. He calls out with a stubbornness that does not give up, begging the black sword to give him its power. Strength. In response, a dark, human-like figure appears before him with one large eye. It greeted him formally, calling him master. Alkstummers was confused, both by the very sight and by how he was addressed. The spirit asked if he was all right, but he only hesitated, not knowing what to answer. He finally voices his observation. The spirit looks much more human than he expected. The creature seems to ponder this and admits that he did not always look like this before. The comment touches Alka, and he is enlightened. He remembers and finally understands that every time during the meeting, the spirit of the black sword became increasingly human-like. The spirit confirms his thought and says that his appearance began to change. A reliable theory is born in his mind. He asks if becoming human is the spirit's ultimate goal, and if, having achieved this, he will be able to break the sword out of the cycle of resurrection, salvation, and reset, which repeats every time. The spirit noticeably shudders at his accurate deduction. The spirit again addresses him as master and demands to explain how he knows that his dream is to become human. A sharp smile spreads across Alka's face as he boasts. Supposedly, he is one of those who can understand others' ambitions just by looking at them. The spirit is completely impressed, saying that he is an incredible person. Although he looks unsure how to accept the compliment, Alka agrees and they both confirm that they eagerly look forward to working together until together, his inner conversation comes together, and he returns back to the dungeon corridor, firmly holding the black sword which is already fixed in his grip. Standing ready, he sees the floor before him flashes and begins to shift. A new series of round traps opens, which activate his path. He stands before the glow of armors. His black sword is held ready at his side. A quiet, understanding smile slides across his lips as he talks to the weapon and acknowledges all the trials they have gone through together. Together, his quiet reflections are suddenly interrupted. Several more armored figures appear in the corridor ahead. Firmly gripping the weapon, he declares to his black sword, "No matter how formidable their enemies are, in the end, victory will be his." Facing the formation of golden living armors, Kiska leans on the intelligent black sword with firm, yet still muted confidence. He gives the blade a fleeting apologetic bow and whispers that this time the end of the clash will be on his side. The sword's consciousness notes, its master is truly and seriously determined for the first time. His face hardens into a predatory smile as he calls the armored figures forward. He challenges the fools, let them come to battle, and releases his first skill, taunt. It works instantly. 3 armors rush at him simultaneously, their blades fly downward. Invulnerable, Kiska begins to count. 1. He does not turn around, only transfers the movement, step by step, clearly shifting to the right. Blow after blow, the armor works synchronously, yet still misses. They completely bypass him, and their impulse only pulls him forward. He continues to keep count. 2-1, now 3. His maneuver forces the armored vehicles to collide head-on with each other. Kiskakuli declares the inevitable result: friendly fire, when the sword of one machine gun senselessly clangs against an ally's shield. When the armor pieces momentarily get tangled, they start hitting each other in confusion. Kiska explains her plan. She twists her torso, raises the black sword high above her head, and prepares a downward strike. The blade pierces the helmet of one of the armor suits. A notification flashes in the head: monster killed, skill points gained. He dryly accepts the summary, just an okay. With one enemy already fallen, Kiska snarls. The black sword wonders, how does its master seem to know all their moves? Kiska nods, that's right, though he himself even gets distracted by the talkative sword. He foresees the next strike with impeccable clarity. The golden living armor encircling him will aim at his back. He is ready to paralowers his center of gravity as he turns. Having executed the plan flawlessly, he sharply turns and delivers a powerful body blow, cutting the second armor plate in half. 2. He whispers mentally, pleased that everything is going exactly as planned. He meets the next golden living armor with a predatory, confident smile, holding the dark blade at the ready. He loudly declares to the automatic rifle, or perhaps to himself, that he will manage. The submachine gun lies broken nearby. He confirms with relief, this was already the 4th one he destroyed. When the 4th armored enemy falls, a familiar message flashes in his head. He killed the monster and received skill points. He almost instantly checks his status and sees the skill points gained from these monsters are 10 times the usual amount. In a grim understanding, he realizes this place is not just different, but a level above the others. Power flows in, and the response immediately flashes with notifications. Both fencing and the mastery of parasitic puppet saber technique have leveled up. He counts in his head. 416 skill points from only 4 enemies. He decides to use them immediately. He addresses the essence lurking inside his weapon and commands the black sword. Time to start the show. The spirit in the blade enthusiastically agrees as soon as a new message appears: confirmation of acquiring the derivative technique. Pulsing greatsword. In response, the weapon changes. A massive, heavy greatsword grows, pulsing with dark energy. It screams its name, sweetly flinches from the familiar feeling of weight and burns that it brings back bad memories. His thoughts are interrupted by a new wave of golden living armors. They approach and close in around him, completely surrounding him on all sides. He plunges the tip of the great sword into the floor and freezes, focusing as he assesses the true capabilities of this new form. The automata move as one. A wall of golden plates and sharpened steel shines ready to strike and lay him down on the spot. A shadow falls over his eyes and his mouth stretches into a wide predatory smile. He utters the name of the attack, puppet sword style, the swift dragon thrust technique. He immediately understands. The sword's autonomous function has activated. Just like before when it previously parasitized him, the weapon pulls him along agony and fights on his side as if it has its own will. The spirit finds a way through the armored figures, and Setment himself praises it, declaring, "You are doing wonderfully." Hiska, gripping the hilt tightly, responds in kind, telling the sword that it is also doing wonderfully. His confidence grows after every defeated opponent, and with a determined smile he feels, any moment now he will begin to see the path to complete victory ahead. This new, forced confidence grew from a painful memory. The last time he was here, he died because of a stupid mistake. Turning his gaze to the present, he assesses the weakened resistance. Only a few golden living armors are still standing, and he decides to break through all the way to the very end. And just as victory seems to be very close, a heavy metallic clink rings out, an echo rolling through the chamber. The unexpected sound instantly stops him. Self-satisfaction slips off his face, and his gaze turns into embarrassed confusion. Not only he shudders, their armor reacts too. They jerk, suddenly metal bodies vibrating from the noise. The noise subsides. They completely cease the attack in part, forming a clear passage through the center of the room. At the far end, horse hooves barely appear and Kiska is left completely stunned. At the end of the path, a fully armored warhorse emerges into view. A rider sits on it. Kiska aloud wonders if this is the boss of this hall, prompting the sword spirit to awkwardly ask if it hasn't fallen into mint. Remember this? The rider is a gigantic knight shining in steel armor. The sword spirit recognizes a new enemy, a knight rider, an SS-class monster. Kiska freezes in disbelief and demands to know why the sword hadn't told him something so critical earlier. Before them stood a formidable SS-rank monster, the Knight Rider, flanked by an entire army of soldiers in golden armor. Kiska, slightly sweating, quietly asks if they can even defeat him. Blacksword coldly replies. Only he decides his new master, the previous owner, was killed by this very enemy. He broke into a confident smile, crossed his arms, and declared that he would master the art of puppetry much better than his last master. The blade burst into joyful laughter. It liked that Kiska finally called himself its master, and that their cooperation was more than just a show. He declared no matter how many battles he had to go through with these arts, he would not lose to such an ordinary enemy. In response, the golden armored mercenaries launched an attack. He admitted the allies became an obstacle. Gritting his teeth with stubborn determination, he met the first soldier's strike. The clang of steel shattered the silence. He decided to take out everyone with one decisive move, unfolding sword techniques in the style of puppet action, while another armored soldier approached him. He interrupted the attack with a roar and announced the technique's name, Wind Sickle, after which he executed a devastating spin. The black sword turned into a whirlwind of blades, and in a moment it cut through the entire squad of golden armor. The weapon could only convey shock and amazement at the power of its master. Around Kiska, the sliced parts of armor fell with a crash onto the stone floor, and he remained the only figure standing. Her praise fell on him warmly, noting how smoothly he performed the technique despite it supposedly being his first time. Kiska corrected, no, actually it was his second time, then with a barely noticeable smile added that maybe he was a genius. His brief moment of self-satisfaction was cut short by heavy metallic footsteps approaching, and immediately, at the peak of tension, he shifted his gaze to the figure. He turned around and a confident smile flashed on his face again. When all the accomplices were already neutralized, only one enemy remained, Knight Rider himself. He stands like the earth itself, unshakable, clad in armor, a rider on a horse, and introduces himself as Knight Rider. The warhorse lets out a muffled hoarse cry from its throat, and the figure of its master presses down and covers him completely. Without any unnecessary words, the armored knight rushed forward, the spear shaft aimed exactly at the target. Kiska froze, placing her blade under the powerful thrust in the dull, deafening roar of steel. The blow pushes him back with force. He slides across the ground. He understands. The spear has colossal range, and the block painfully strikes the body. He asks Black Sword if it can bring him within the knight's stance, and the spirit of the sword confirms. It will try. As soon as he says this, a sharp pain pierces his arm. His request meets not open gates, but another relentless strike. Knight Rider chops from top to bottom, forcing him at the last moment to raise the sword for a desperate defense, while their blades clash loudly again. The relentless pressure pushes him back step by step. He feels fear rising from within. The spear tonight is too skillful. At this pace, he will not be able to land a single hit and will surely lose. His gloomy thoughts are torn apart by rage. The merciless assault comes wave after wave. Knight Rider showers him with a dazzling downpour of piercing strikes, and Kiska with the puppet sword desperately parries each series every moment. He darts aside and barely avoids the powerful thrust. The blade only tears the air closely. His breathing falters, and sweat appears on his face from exhaustion. Gasping, he comes to a desperate conclusion. He says puppet sword as if to say nothing can be done, he will have to use it. The spirit of the sword seems to hesitate in his decision. The doll's saber responds and expresses concern. It warns that using this technique may result in his death. Kiska just closes her eyes quietly, with painful determination accepting the risk. He makes a decision and raises the huge blade high above his head. A grim smile spreads across his face. He reminds his opponent of what he said earlier and proclaims, he is used to dying. The blade hits the ground dully. The final thrust is ready. He jumps high into the air, his face twisted with tension. He understands. He cannot break Knight Rider while he holds spears. Then he decides to unleash all his weight and strength on them so as to crush both the weapon and the one who holds it. To achieve this, he releases a secret technique, the puppet sword style Great Wheel Slash. He becomes the center of his own spinning vortex of dark energy, and the puppet's saber tentacles stretch out, forming a destructive ring of blades. Such a spinning attack breaks off and strikes with incredible force. It purely cuts the Knight Rider's or pierces Nate's armor, the very armored body of his warhorse. Two halves of a colossal enemy settle on the ground. Kiska stands over the ruins, breathing heavily, and a trembling, weak yet triumphant chuckle escapes from his lips. When the clatter of metal subsides, a message flashes in the air confirming he defeated the monster and earned skill points. Only now does the reality of the situation dawn on him. "I won," he barely whispered. The spirit living in his sword reveals its voice with laughter. It joyfully exclaims that it did this and points out, with those points they scored, it is finally possible to reach level 3. He looked at his status and shuddered. He had accumulated as many as 1,320 skill points. The sword was right. To raise the puppet sword to the 3rd level, he only needed 700 points. Level with a smile, he decides to level this up immediately. While distributing points, the puppet sword emits a piercing scream and begins to expand wildly. The notification confirms. Skill Parasitic Sword, Master of Puppet Sword, reached level. The transformation completes and an astonishing new form emerges outside. The sword becomes a large, swollen black creature with a mouth gaping to the edges, full of teeth and twisted tentacles. After this, another message appears. About acquiring a new derivative skill, Ruthless Predator caught off guard staring at the monster, completely bewildered by these changes. Puppet sword, he is shaking from the words, he cannot comprehend how all this looks now. What is this? Platform, he froze in shock when the monster, his former sword, declared that this new form was exactly what it had been looking for. He questioned its usefulness. It was no longer a sword, so what could it even do? The creature answered simply and directly, He could have dinner. As soon as this statement sounded, the creature rushed at him like a whirlwind, its massive jaws, full of teeth, snapped shut sharply and gripped him tightly. His leg, when it cracked and dropped, it thanked its master, explaining, having eaten him, it could finally become human. A terrible realization struck him, and his face twisted into a mask of utter despair. He grabbed his head and stammered in agony, bitterly lamenting that the puppet sword was just like all the others that had protected him. Betrayal, a bitter thought took root in him. He had been deceived again. He could not have guessed that the true purpose of the puppet sword was to eat him. He sat alone in a quiet room, the weight of this betrayal pressing down on him as he pondered what to do. His gaze fell on a completely different weapon. He decided he could no longer use the puppet sword for his plans. His eyes then slid to the inert golden living armor nearby. He began to wonder whether to rely on his own swordsmanship and try to steal it. He stood before the golden sentinels. His puppet blade was ready. He calculated the options and quickly concluded that the sword's autonomous functions alone would not be enough to break through the room. While he was considering this, a strange, nostalgic smell suddenly settled in his nostrils. He wondered if it was a sign that he was suited for this weapon, but the thought was immediately interrupted by the threatening, disembodied figure of the sword spirit. He clenched his teeth in powerless irritation. His gaze narrowed, sweat appeared on his temples. Suddenly everything dawned on him. With a low growl he understood. You. He was seduced, and the full weight of this revelation fell on him at once. His face instantly contorted in wide-eyed shock. He turned away and lowered his head for a moment's silent relief. Suddenly everything inside him changed. A sly, confident smile stretched across his face as he turned back and touched his chin with a finger. Now he saw the situation clearly. If so, then he had his own plan. He encountered the spirit of the puppet sword. It suddenly appeared before him, ragged, black, humanoid in form, wrapped in fiery sparks hanging in the air. With renewed determination, Kiska declared that he had his own plans on how. In addition, unlike the previous vision, the one-eyed spirits blinked and greeted him with such an unexpected, cheerful friendliness. Nice to meet you, Ma. Master, the partnership was finally confirmed and Kiska exploded into action. He became a spinning whirlwind of destruction. The blade flared as he tore through the golden living armor, destroying it relentlessly. The battle ended instantly. Kiska stood, breathing heavily among the ruins of the armored opponent, and his sword already had a physical form. The spirit appeared nearby and, gasping with admiration, praised him how amazing he was and how impressed it was that he had won everything. The spirit realm trembled with excitement. It could be felt by touch. It immediately urged him to spend the skill points they earned after the victory to upgrade the skill to level 3. While Kiska listened quietly and dispassionately, he definitely refuses to fulfill the sword's demand. No, we will not do that. The puppet sword freezes at his refusal. It demands that he hurry, chokes on words and stammers, and asks why he refuses the chance to make it even more powerful by raising the level to 3. He slowly looks down at the weapon mockingly, and his voice cuts through all accusations. He declares that he has already uncovered its true intent, the blade. To devour him, In response to the accusation, the sword quiets. It is motionless, alone, looking straight ahead as if caught. Kiska clicks his tongue in blatant irritation. The silence is cut by sound. The sword complains that Kiska supposedly knows everything. The situation has turned into a hassle. He no longer even tries to hide his intentions, and this irritates Kiska even more. Kiska continues to lay out his logic. He understands that if the path diverges here with the puppet sword, he will have to look for another weapon and rely only on his own fencing skills. While he speaks, the sword seems to listen attentively. Then it focuses all its attention on him and directly calls out, "Hey, master." The sword responds with surprise. The tone of the weapon changes sharply. The ominous gleam seems to ask whether Kiska really believes he managed to outsmart him, or not. Tentacles from the sword begin to scratch the skin as soon as he declares his power. It reminds him, autonomous functions cannot be used essentially. This traps him. Kiska curses the weapon under his breath. Seeing the master drowning in despair, the sword feigns surprise, drawing everything out of his reaction. Then it says, since they ended up in this situation together, it will allow him to choose. Kiska trembles, the sword tightens around her. Trapped for sword, he froze in horror when the puppet sword declared a bloody ultimatum. Either be beheaded right now or be eaten mercilessly. Predator later, he struggled against the grip, shouting its name. And with growing horror he realized, both options are equally terrifying. Unbearable for him, he went wild searching for any alternative. Suddenly a thought flashed, what if they make a deal? The blade paused for a moment before agreeing. He began his argument. If the sword's goal is to become human, then beheading right now means acting against itself. The sword agreed but immediately clarified. It is much more important that he himself chooses to be eaten by the predator. Instead, the guess struck him like an electric shock. He screamed and demanded to be told, is he the one who was supposed to be eaten? However, the sword clarified, it did not necessarily have to be him. The master must be eaten. And not just anyone, a strong person. That deed brings him closer to his own goal of becoming human. Becoming human, then it asked a direct question, can he get such a person for it right now? Standing, Kiska gripped the hilt tightly, sweat pouring from his forehead as he nodded affirmatively. The answer, yes, he could. His face froze in stern determination. In his thoughts, two figures appeared, the knight Ajija Sabaki and the mysterious Judith. Kiska stands over the dead body of the golden knight and drives his huge black saber into the stone floor. In a stone voice, he commands the blade, quickly, and lead him to the one who must be sacrificed. The single ornate eye of the intelligent sword flashes when it responds, as if putting a period. The next meal it will eat in the house of its master. Hearing this, Kiska feels a drop of sweat roll down his temple. He looks away, worried but unyielding, and makes it clear that he has accepted the grim layout. Somewhere, not somewhere, Judith, a woman with two ponytails, and her cat-eared companion exchange glances. Smiles, self-satisfied, cunning, and as if everything has already been decided. While Kiska makes his way through the dungeon, his thoughts race. He concludes, if you think logically, Ajiha must be sacrificed, and this thought immediately paints her image, eyes wide open in shock. His thoughts break into an avalanche of painful memories. About Ajiha he has nothing good, only the hell of endless killings by her hands. He also recalls Judith's rage. She screamed madly for him not to interfere. Despite his history with her, a cold strategy emerges. He understands, if the target is Jiha, there is a chance. He calculates so precisely that a few seconds after her barrier cracks and before she regains consciousness, he will be able to slit her throat and kill her. But his determination was shaken by another powerful vision. Ajiha stands before the grand castle, greeted by a crowd. She is the heroine who saved this world. He moves on, clenching his fists at the seams. He admits, no matter how she maimed him with unimaginable torments, perhaps she is one of those this world needs, and precisely because of this he is stuck in a terrible conflict. He walked through stone corridors, and in his head lived one single thought. To be honest, he could not. He could not sacrifice Judith. His feelings were undeniable, he still loved her. Even when their relationship ended, a deep sense of gratitude lived within him. He could not bring himself to sacrifice her. Yet he had to admit the truth. Judith is a terrible vampire who sometimes even attacked ordinary people. This contradiction squeezed his chest and forced him to make a difficult conclusion. Having chosen his path, he stood in a huge empty hall. The floor was covered with intricate magical seals. Firmly gripping the large dark sword, he froze with a resolute posture. You took a decisive step forward. The question echoed in your mind, a hero who saved the world or a vampire feared by people. He had to choose one. One sweat ran down his face as he stared into the long corridor, a gulp of air stuck in his throat. The burden of his decision weighed on him. He finally reached the destination. Right before him, suspended in the thickness of light and bound by heavy chains, was Jihad. He silenced his fear and firmly said, she would have to die. His face became a mask of pain and unwavering determination, teeth clenched so tightly they ground. Jihad was still unconscious, her head thrown back, completely defenseless. Vulnerable? As soon as he approached, the intelligent sword spoke and announced that a powerful barrier had been established. It would not allow the sword to consume her. The kitty acknowledged the barrier and without hesitation said he would break it without any difficulty. Suddenly Jihad's voice cut through the silence. Her eyes were still closed. She hissed at him with a command, "Do it immediately." The kitty looked up, stunned by her unexpected order. He digested his grim reality and realized, since he gained the ability to save and reset everything, life had lost all value for him. At this thought, his brain seemed covered in cold sweat. His forehead barely moved. This numbness extended even to his own survival. He no longer felt anything, as if death was passing him by. Seeing his empty expression, Jihad Tsubaki, still chained, asked a critical question. So what did he feel about the death of others? Her words hit the mark. He trembled, his breath stuck in his throat. He could not. Thoughts, the full weight of his task crashed down on him. His eyes widened in horror. Just now he truly faced this question within himself for the first time. Could he really kill Ji? When he staggered, the black sword appeared beside him and spoke sharply, impatiently. It demanded to know what he was doing and ordered him to hurry immediately. The kitty could only stammer, choking on his own turmoil. He tried to steal an excuse with cold logic. Killing Jihad now was a necessity. After all, in the future there might still be a chance that she would kill him again. But even despite this rationalization, the body rebelled. A wave of nausea overwhelmed him as soon as he realized there is a task to be done, and there is a task that the soul unbearably rejected. The internal conflict erupted into a brutal physical struggle. He bent over in half and vomited, unable to hold back how the body recoiled from the very act he seemed to have to perform. He was overwhelmed by a flood of self-abasement. Tears streamed down his face like rivers. Gasping, he pushed out the words, branding himself, "I am this word." The worst, his despair triggered a vivid memory or perhaps a vision. He saw Ajihad, Judith, and a woman with cat ears surrounding him, each looking at him with tenderness. They all spoke his name, swore love, and promised to protect and care for. For him, memory paralyzes him. Determination broken. This thought echoes in his head. He cannot kill the one who confessed love for. He is overwhelmed by a collapse, pure emotional torment. He raises the doll's sword to his own neck, and tears pour down his face like hail, begging the weapon to end his suffering and cut off his. His head drops, his voice breaks as he admits defeat and whispers that he simply cannot do it. The doll's sword remains motionless and silent, watching the complete collapse of its master. Kiska seems ready to admit, there is no other way. There is no other way. Suddenly the sword speaks and declares that it refuses to eat the child. The unexpected statement stuns Kiska. He falls silent, his eyes wide with disbelief. He tries to comprehend what was said. The words do not form in his mind. He asks if this means the sword will not kill him. He demands an answer. What exactly does it want from him? Now the weapon begins to explain. As soon as it sees its master, Kiska, he becomes confused. It quickly cuts itself off, waves its hand, and dismisses this. It in any case finishes the thought and says it has seen something quite human in his way of thinking. Like the unexpected display of understanding from the monster completely leaves him speechless, he can only whisper its name. Doll, marionette. This is a sword. A moment passes and a wave of relief washes over him. A small, tired smile appears on his face and he quietly, truly offers his F. Thank you. Relief quickly turns into awkwardness. He scratches the back of his head and orders the sword to stop. His intention sounds creepy. From the prison, Ajiha watches the strange exchange. He looks at the intelligent weapon with a gentle smile and makes a promise. He will also look for a way to make the sword human. The sword's voice rings solemnly, a sincere plea for its master to see. Success, the sword freezes in pure amazement at its master's words, and Kiska leads them to a part of the dungeon they have never seen before. Inside the dungeon, he stops in a spacious, well-furnished room. There is a sofa and a fireplace and admits, even he did not know about its existence. From this he concludes that they should rest for a day and adds, from here, from this safe place, they will be able to determine further actions. Moving forward, his thoughts blur and he honestly feels conflicted. How exactly this place stirs different feelings in him. A wistful memory of how he took Ajiha's life and at the same time bright memories of how he spent time. He explains aloud, since Judith never used this particular room, it is the best place for them. He leans back to rest, sits on the sofa and shifts his gaze to the weapon lying on the table, then addresses the doll's sword. The axe responds directly. He asks sincerely and seriously if there really is no other way to become human except by eating people. The sword's answer is a quiet humming, implying that there is no other way. He continues trying to understand its previous logic. Confirms, once the sword thought it could become human if it parasitized someone and then simply hunted monsters. The sword confirms that this really was. It is faith. When the weapon acknowledges it, its tone becomes muted, gloomy. Deep down it knew from the very beginning it will not become human until it eats him. It continued the explanation and it became clear, most of its previous owners failed and died. To devour people, the sword explained, it first needs to become a predator. And for that to happen, it needs an owner who will help it reach. Hearing this grim demand, Kiska could only stammer in confusion and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. It froze on his temple. Before he could fully process the information, the sword began to tell about its ancient strategies. It decided that relying on someone was too risky, so it started parasitizing its owners to take control over. But even that method proved futile. It admitted, despite all efforts, all it managed to do was to inflate its own body. It never found how to become a true predator. The tone of the sword then changed, as if it itself was surprised at the situation they were now in. Kiska listened, nothing was visible on his face. Was surprised, the sword confessed that it was shocked. It had finally found a person who could not only dominate it but also effectively use her power. She said it without hesitation. In all her time, there was no one who handled it better than her current master. This praise brought a smile to Kiska's face. He finally understood. He said aloud that this special compatibility was probably the reason why the puppet sword had. It saved his life. When the air cleared, the sword changed the course of the conversation and asked its owner a direct question. Why did he come to the Hadorov dungeon? He froze, looked up and quietly pondered the reason. For his journey, he gives a weak, exhausted smile and decides to trust the weapon. He agrees. Since it is so, he can tell the story. Puppet sword everything. Comfortably settled on a soft sofa, he prepares to recount his story. The intelligent sword lies on tables before him. After listening, the sword notes that its master has clearly endured a lot of hard work. The burden remains with him. The cat tightly clenches its face as it confirms this. There is not a single person in Qatar who will take his side. They still hate him. Hearing about this universal hostility, the sword even now offers a simple and cruel solution. It asks why he does not allow her to devour them all. One in the village, the shocking proposal hung in the air. In the quiet room, his eyes sharply widen and cut through the silence so much so that it takes one's breath away. Sweat appears on his forehead as he contemplates the butterfly. A terrible thought, and at that moment an epiphany dawns on him. He finally understands his own burning desire for revenge and the puppet sword's dream of devouring. Not so different after all. The sword processes this new information and concludes that their goals coincide. Then it asks if this means he should not eat the villagers. He leaned almost close to the weapon. A broad, vengeful smile spread across his face. He asked the puppet sword if it could devour them all. The sword, with equal zeal, assured him yes, it could. That would be a real trifle. Determination grew stronger as he gripped the sword's hilt. Their course of action was already set, and he proclaimed his fierce intent. That they are capable of it. The plan was to start the very next day. He ordered the sword not to leave a single villager alive, thoughtfully considering that there would be none left at all. Perhaps even that would not be enough. With the path already determined, he plunged into the dungeon, leaping over stone floors on the fly, holding the ready puppet sword. He swore not to stop and to move forward until they finally broke free. He growled and lunged forward, swinging his blade in a devastating arc that cut through the griffin's head. His face was frozen in complete, unbreakable concentration against the background. The chaos of battle scattered around, but on his face, from the display of power, a confident smile flashed. He boasted that at this stage even an S-rank boss could not handle them, and the sword enthusiast eagerly picked up on this and addressed him. As a master, he rushed forward, his gaze stubbornly aimed at the target ahead. Having come this far, only one thing remained: to take aim at the large prison, or inn. About Nate Exidor. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, a female voice sounded from behind, as if she herself had been wondering why the parasite sword was not lying in its usual place. He shuddered and turned sharply, but when he looked back, he saw a shocking sight. Before him stood Judith in a revealing maid's outfit with a wide, terrifying smile. Completely bewildered, he only gasped her name, not understanding what the hell was happening. In the underground corridor of the dungeon, Judith catches up with Kiska. With a wide, eerie smile, she raises her hands above her head too demonstratively. Her smile grows wider as she looks at him and notices he is holding a rather dangerous sword. Dark, crackling energy begins to coagulate in her hands. Energy hardens and transforms into a pair of massive, curved black blades. She snatches them up and, with a cold expression on her face, declares that she will kill anyone who carries the parasite sword. His eyes widen sharply with horror, and sweat streams down his face. The realization that he is in a dead end overwhelms him completely. The parasitic sword speaks to its master and confirms. It senses an incredible danger swirling from the woman. Gritting his teeth, Kiska replies that he knows this well. She stands before him, the blade froze in readiness, and bitterly complains as if they were so close to escaping the dungeon, and then suddenly this clash arose. Her face twists into a threatening grimace as she asks if he is really ready to fight her here and now. Kiska shudders under the weight of this question. In a stunning impulse, he falls to his knees with a muffled "here" and shouts for her to wait. The sudden, desperate plea throws Judith off balance. His sinister pose collapses into confusion. Then he places the parasite sword on the stone floor. The weapon freezes in surprise, begins to inquire what its master is doing, and insists that they will easily overcome her. Staring intently at the parasite and the weapon, Kiska says in a quiet, focused voice, "Leave this damn ear." He, without standing up, remained kneeling and looked up at the woman before him. He asked if she was the same ancient vampire, Judith. She acknowledged his politeness with a broad, seductively understanding smile. Then he explained his intention to escape from the dungeon and begged Judith to let him go. Judith's smile abruptly faded as she categorically refused. She said that the sorty parasite he brought was too dangerous, and if not destroyed now, it would cause trouble later. He objected, insisting that she had nothing to worry about. He became nervous. His face froze in determination. He declared that he had already successfully absorbed the parasite sword and was now able to control it completely. The vampire woman, with brazen confidence, momentarily slid off her face. She was replaced by shock with wide-open eyes. She stammered that she could never have imagined someone could control that weapon. And from the floor, he simply confirmed. Yes. So then he revealed his source. Some time ago, someone explained this method to him, and based on knowledge she herself had once passed on to him. Looking at him, Judith admitted he did not look like a liar. Closing her eyes and thinking, she finally gave in. All right, she announced. This time I will let you go. Kiska's face lit up with relief and joy, and he sincerely, from the bottom of his heart, thanked her. Seriously, rising to his feet, he exhaled with relief. The fight was avoided. The eye on his sword blinked in silent agreement. Turning to leave, he muttered under his breath, "What an arrogant woman she is." And the sword agreed, as if to say, "She has a nasty character too." His words, however, did not go unheard. He froze. His face froze into a mask of fear just then when Judith stopped, turned around, and looked back. A threatening spark flared in her eyes. He shouted back at the angry woman and called her an idiot when she claimed that his sword behaved rudely. And the parasitic sword seemed to react defensively to her fear. Realizing his terrible mistake, he immediately turned and ran down the corridor, shouting desperate apologies over his shoulder. Judith remained behind. Her anger briefly changed to an expression of stunned disbelief. Pushing off to a certain distance, he collapsed against a stone wall and breathed heavily. A wave of relief washed over him, and he burst out laughing, stunned that they had managed to escape after all. He catches his breath and addresses the sword, mumbling, "Good thing we escaped, because no one can say what would have happened if they had fought." And the sword replies that it liked the whole story after all. Great F. The weapon stubbornly presses the point and asks if its owner is angry. It confidently states, if they work together, they would easily handle the vampire. He thinks about this for a few seconds, a faint smile trembling on his lips. He agrees the sword might be right, but then he cuts off, never finishing the thought. After that, he clarifies the real reason. Judith is the one he absolutely does not want to fight. As he says the words, her image lingers in his mind for a long time, calm, composed. His thoughts falter. The blade, not understanding, presses further and demands a more precise answer. Hisoka sweats, confused, as he tries to squeeze out the right words and explain his refusal. Finally, he gives a mysterious answer. A barely noticeable blush burns his cheeks. He says it's not something he can easily say, hinting, in another timeline, he and Judith had a very good relationship. The dagger processes this data and comes to a blunt conclusion. The real reason is simple: Kiska does not have a girlish life. As if he abruptly turns away, blushing, and stubbornly insists that this is absolutely not the case. The sword clinks and laughs, declaring that its master blushes exactly like that. The kitty mumbles a stern refusal, but his embarrassed look reveals everything is quite different. Having encountered endless torture by mockery, he orders the sword to stop. Then he turns away completely, gathers his thoughts, and again focuses on the road. Ahead, when everything is already decided, he announces a new goal. Now they need to move forward and defeat the final boss of the dungeon. The sword asks if they are going, and he decisively confirms. Expression: while they continue on the path, the sword expresses its admiration and exclaims, "This is its first time in such a place." Ahead stretches a brightly lit corridor, and its end hides a dazzling white glow. The light dimly lay on the corridor, and it led them straight to a small stone room with walls of hewn stone. In the middle, on an elegant pedestal, rested a single treasure chest. Stones, he approaches the pedestal cautiously. The sword, eternally curious, asks what might be inside the treasure chest. He smiles, already knowing what is inside. He explains, inside the chest lies the crystal of wisdom, a thing that grants its owner a random. Realizing the chance, he decides to try. The blade seems to support him, and with a click he unlocks the chest and lifts the lid. As soon as the chest opens, bright light bursts out from inside, and before him flashes a shining crystalline depth. Suddenly, an infallible understanding is born in his consciousness. He has obtained the crystal of wisdom, so the effect activates automatically. The light fades and the chests become empty. A new message appears in consciousness. He has acquired the appraisal skill. He looks at the empty chests, and confusion freezes on his face while the newly gained skill spins inside. He decides to test the newly acquired appraisal skill on the parasite sword. He recalls having seen it earlier in the list of abilities. He notices its D rank and wonders if that means it will be of any use at all. All in vain, his attempt is immediately redirected. The message informs that the skill cannot be used due to insufficient level, and he, grimacing, weakly freezes and frustration. Feeling this, he pulls the status screen to check resources. When he looked at his 1332 available skill points, he suddenly seemed to jam and everything became clear. On him, a confident smile spreads across his face. He realizes, having so many points, it's easy to raise the puppet sword to level 3 and decides to max out both appraisal and taunt. As soon as he can, he locks in all points and quickly helps with the message. It immediately confirms that the upgrade was successful. Both appraisal and taunt rose from level 1 to level 2. Level 3, when the skill is sufficiently upgraded, he switches back to the sword and places his hand on its large eye to try to appraise. Once again, Mastery activates and displays the basic weapon info. This is Black Blade, one of the forms of parasite of puppet sword, so it has a sharp cut. Cutting edge? He immediately reacts with a sarcastic "oh dear," understanding that this information is completely useless. The sword, noticing his muttering, asks what he was doing. Kiska grumbles that at this pace the skill upgrade was completely useless. The tone of the sword sharply changes. It accuses him of appraising its good form without permission and hints that this is outright perversion. Embarrassed, Kiska tries to explain that he was just testing the new skill, but it does no good, it only revealed information about him. He already knew everything. Kiska orders the sword to stop joking, but it just snorts and brushes off his complaints. Then it makes a completely nonsensical statement, calling him a pretty girl, and Kiska utters his. He freezes, wide-eyed, and a drop of sweat gleams on his cheek, while the sword lover assures, as soon as Kiska becomes a pretty girl, he will show his true form. Try to shift your thoughts from this crazy claim. Kiska forces a smile and says he will see. Turning his back to the weapon, he declares that he has upgraded his skills and is now ready to move on. But the sword does not relent. It is curious what Kiska will be like when he becomes human. The conversation fades as he focuses on the path ahead. A long corridor tiled stretches all the way to a huge, finely carved set of double doors. He walks along the entire corridor, nervous sweat appearing on his temple. He catches his breath, stiffens his face, and clenches his fist, preparing. All right, let's go, he declares, and the sword instantly responds. Agreed. Now he stands before enormous doors. Their scale is overwhelming, and he looks completely tiny. Completely. When he hesitates, the sword asks if he is nervous. With a tense expression, Kiska admits that he is a bit. In response, the sword breaks the silence with a strange, loud greeting shout. It calls its master and warmly encourages him. Kiska flinches completely unexpectedly from the sudden outburst. The sword mumbles that it cannot. Nothing can be done. He turns sharply, and on his face is a mask of shock and incomprehension, demanding to know what that was. The sword calmly explains that it was simply. His tension breaks because of the absurdity of the situation, and he bursts out laughing, covering his mouth, trying to quiet it down. The sword immediately accuses him of laughing and making. Laughing at it, approaching, he scratches the back of his head and gives a reassuring smile. He tells the sword that everything is fine and insists he was not. It all boiled down to the fact that his sword, a strange creature known as a puppet sword, was offering quiet work. Words of thanks. The weapon lingered on his light smile, making him explain that it was sudden and uncharacteristic. He shifted his gaze to the enormous doors and sincerely admitted he would not have gotten this far without it. Without his companion, with whose connection they reaffirmed once again. He pushed the heavy, ornate doors. They creaked open. Under the pressure of tension, the doors revealed a spacious, gigantic hall void. Dim torches stretched along the high walls, but their light could not pierce the suffocating darkness at the far end. He stood alone on the threshold, a small figure in a massive shadow. Suddenly, the thunderous large doors burst open and slammed shut behind him. The voice of the sword echoed through the hall, ordering him to keep his gratitude. Position for later. Warming up the warning, he drew the blade and dropped into a low stance, his eyes sliding through the darkness ahead. He understood the real challenge was just beginning. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple, but there was no fear in his gaze. A sharp, decisive smile stretched across his face, and he aloud assured himself that he was ready for the fight that was about to start. His readiness was immediately tested. A monster emerged from the shadow. A colossal armored scolopendroid crawled forward, and its incredible size stunned and overshadowed the lone boys. The creature froze before him. Two massive, glowing white eyes stared intently at him. In their empty, motionless surfaces, his own small, stubborn face was reflected with no retreat. The figure was reflected. The giant monster loomed over Kiska. Armored segments filled the entire huge hall. It was a gigantic scolopendra of SSS rank, a monster of the highest threat level. Unafraid, the young man stood his ground and tightly gripped his sword, preparing for the inevitable. Collision was unavoidable. He stared into the sparkling eyes of the monster, and his own narrowed with determination until a single thought froze in his mind. This was the final battle of this dungeon. When the scolopendra lunged forward with a deafening screech, Kiska prepared for the strike. In the huge tiled hall, Kiska stands alone, sword at the ready. Before him rises a colossal insect-like monster with a shiny black armor, the last boss of the dungeon. The young warrior's face hardens with determination. He shouts the name of his skill, extends his hand toward the beast, and grips his strange, intelligent two-handed katana. The assessment reveals a frightening truth. His opponent is a giant centipede, an SSS rank monster. Its poison is so potent it can dissolve even solid metal. The weight of the moment settles on him. This is truly the final battle. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the incredible difficulty of the fight ahead. Without any warning, the creature's maw opens, and it sends a stream of corrosive liquid. There it is he manages to think and throws himself to the ground, barely dodging the deadly spray. He watches as the poison hisses on the stone floor and immediately understands. One hit and instant knockout. Focusing, he turns to his pulsating sword and puts the plan into action. While the centipede releases another poisonous stream, he relies on the blade. Now he activates the sword's autonomous functions to dodge the poison. The sword guides his movements, and he slips past deadly splashes. Instantly seizing the tempo, he sharply counterattacks dodge and strike. He rushes forward and swings the giant sword with all his might using both hands. The heavy sickle bites directly into the armored head of the creature. The blade strikes the exoskeleton dull and sharp but does not penetrate. The incredible resilience of the beast is stunning. Damn it, he is very strong. The kitty tenses, holding back the force of the blow. The striking force sends a shockwave up his arms, and the sword, roaring, sharpens against the creature's unbreakable armor and with a crash flies back, almost chipping on the blade during the clash. Before he could recover, the centipede sharply lashes out with a powerful leg and pins him down like an insect. It throws him into the air, and he crashes to the floor with a cry of pain. He was thrown aside from the force of the blow. A giant centipede finishes off with its tail with incredible power. The creature itself seemed to be momentarily surprised by such a sudden clash. Its large head turned towards him. He fell to the ground with a dull thud and groaned in pain, clutching his hand. Nearby, the intelligent sword expressed concern and asked the master if he was okay. To the right, rising up, he confirmed that somehow everything was fine, although his face twisted in pain. Kleinok, sensing that things were bad, asked what their next step should be. His face hardened with determination, declared there was no other choice. He grabbed a weapon and decided to use sword technique in puppet style. He said they would turn everything upside down while he prepared to launch a new offensive. He lunged forward in a spinning jump and unleashed Great Wheel Slash. Desperately whispering a prayer, may this strike break through the monster's impenetrable defense. The spinning blade plunged down and, with a dull, deafening clatter, crashed into the armored head of the centipede, the arrow's tip ringing with metal. Titan was stunned, his eyes widened in complete disbelief. Such an outcome was impossible, could only stammer, unable to gather his thoughts. No, his final attack did not work. The giant centipede male remained completely unharmed, not a single scratch spoiled his glossy shell. The kitty froze on her knees on the floor and just looked up at the undamaged carcass. The east loomed over him. The creature was a monument to invulnerability. And finally, the terrible realization dawned on them: their attacks would not take the giant center. Centipede, he clenched his teeth in irritation. His sword, the eternal strategist, spoke. It suggested repositioning and searching for a place where a truly effective strike could be made. Kiska could only agree their current plan was dictated by necessity. Futile, he dashed away from the giant beast and thoughts raced through his mind. Where was its weak spot? When the legs of the centipede loomed over him, he frantically searched for exactly where to strike. His gaze twitched to the joints on the creature's legs, but he quickly realized they were armored just like the rest of its body. A test strike only confirmed his fears. The blade bounced off without causing any damage. If the legs were no good, he had to look for another target. His gaze slid upward to the monster's head. Here probably lay the weak spot: those eyes. He lunged forward and threw the sword ahead preemptively, but the blade rang off sharply, not even scratching the surface. After the failed attack, he was left vulnerable. Before he could even blink, one of the centipede's sharp, whip-like appendages shot forward. They sliced through the air right at him. The blows came with such force that they threw him backward into flight. He crashed onto the stone floor and hit so hard that his whole body shook. Lying there, he finally admitted it wouldn't work this time. He forced himself up into a sitting position, accepting the futility of the fight. It was still too early to challenge the giant Scolopendra. He decided to silently accept death and use the knowledge gained for his next. Written almost with a calm, very gentle expression frozen on his face. He knew, even if he died, time would simply roll back and give him another chance. With this acceptance, he watched without fear as the giant monster's head descended to deliver the final, devastating blow, but the end never came. Instead, he suddenly jerked to his feet, the sword held ready for defense. A voice not his own echoed loudly in his head, and yet it came from the very blade. "Master, why do you surrender?" he asked. Kiska's eyes widened sharply he shuddered from shock. He fixed his gaze on the exquisite sword and a blush of complete disbelief spread across his face. He recognized the source, the puppet sword. He stammered, completely confused. Wildered, he grasps for the intelligent weapon, and his voice breaks with despair as he shouts directly at her, as if reminding the sword of its solemn oath. She promised to transform him into human. The blade calmly confirms that every word of his is true. He listens, still in shock from the revelation. Sweat appears on his forehead, and the weight of the entire situation increasingly settles on him. He understands his survival, the fact that he stands here at this moment, depends on the puppet's sword. The thought throws him into the inner world. There he sees the true dark form of the sword. He explains his situation. Everything can be discarded by dying, but the puppet sword with which he will meet again will not be that. The one who just revealed her. The spirit confirms his fears and says, the promise can only be fulfilled in this timeline. If he dies, their pact will be broken for the sake of. Forever, suddenly surfacing back into the physical world, the sword screams to its master. Newly acquired determination settles on Kiska's face as he apologizes for making him worry, and for a moment a smile touches his features. He looks away for just a moment, and shifts all his attention to the colossal centipede looming before him, declaring, it's time to go under the heat. Serious, his eyes narrow with concentration. Thoughts race, searching for vulnerability. He is sure the giant centipede has weak spots. Somewhere, he tears forward and drives the puppet's sword into one of the creature's massive legs. The blade rings sharply against the hard shell, a sharp smack, but cannot pierce, getting stuck halfway. Penetrate, the ineffective strike leaves him vulnerable. The millipede retaliates instantly with incredible force. It lashes him away. He is thrown headlong across the stone floor, and in shock he raises his gaze to the unyielding behemoth. He pushes himself up from the ground. The cold logic of the sword settles in his mind. Above him looms the huge millipede, and he quietly murmurs his understanding. Clenching the weapon, he passes it to the puppet sword, which seems to have found the weak spot of the giant creature, and it simply hums with curiosity in response. A reckless smile spreads across his face as he voices a dangerous warning. Their plan could end with their deaths. He asks if the sword is ready to take this risk. Without hesitation, the sword enthusiast eagerly agrees, praising his master's insight and urging him to strike the marked target. Then the weapon wisely justifies the danger and summarizes, if they die rushing forward, it is an inevitable outcome. Despite her bold words, a drop of sweat appears on the surface. She reveals a hint of understanding, reinforced by loyalty to his weapon, makes him turn again to face the colossal monster. And a feeling of unity is born in his chest. He thanks his partner and prepares for what comes next. Flash, then he shouts a challenge, deliberately drawing the creature's attention to himself. He throws to the giant beetle, let it attack him, and his massive head twitches, acknowledge. Abyss head-on. When the monster prepares to attack, he lowers his center of gravity, gripping the sword firmly with both hands. He channels his strength, announces the name of his strike like a puppet style with a sword. His eyes open wide from intense concentration, and with a powerful roar he loudly releases the full name of his move. Swift Dragon Th. Trust, the shout hangs in the air and he bursts forward in one continuous, smooth motion. He thrusts the puppet's sword into a decisive, powerful lunge just at that moment. The monster's head, it swallows him whole, the giant centipede's jaws close around him, and he lets out a muffled roar as he is plunged into bodily darkness. Darkness in his throat. In the suffocating passage, his eyes are wide open. There is both fear and fierce determination. Sweat rolls down the street dirt. He sinks through the creature's throat along a ribbed tunnel, slippery with digestive juices, and the foul environment grinds its teeth. He keeps the puppet sword ready for continuous movement until critical moment. The puppet sword responds to him. The voice echoes in his head. It says, if you strike as deep as Kiska is about to, even the monster's thick armor will give way. With a determined smile, Kiska confirms he is ready, and the sword replies with a sign of their agreement. Committed to the plan, with a final desperate roar, he thrust the sword inward with all his might into the soft flesh of the vital point of the Kijak, and it tore the body with a brutal fountain of blood splashes. Ikor, he pulls out the blade. Internal damage catastrophic. The creature's head explodes with splashes of blood cutting through the darkness. Explosion. When the giant body of the 40-wing falls, Kiska stands next to the huge, gaping wound he just created. Instant danger nearby. Finally, the end. He gasps heavily for air, his face a mask of exhaustion and disbelief. Adrenaline recedes, leaving only the bare reality that he just survived. A strange, shining message flashes in the air. It announces that the monster is defeated and that he has earned skill points. The words hang in the air and he can barely comprehend what they mean. Staring blankly into the void, he muttered to himself, trying to understand if he really was the one who achieved such an possible feat. He crouched over the ground, sweat pouring down his face like rain as he caught his breath. Quietly, he admitted it was an incredible struggle he had survived. In return, the puppet sword suddenly burst with joy. It greeted its master on the victory and declared that they had finally defeated the boss. So it was time to celebrate. Quiet fatigue vanishes, replaced by a fierce, cleansing roar. He throws his head back, clenches his fists, and shouts the truth about his torment. I never stopped fighting. He growls, and now finally he has conquered the Kadyrov dungeon. On the cold stone floor of the dungeon, the young man with silvery hair recalls a grim past. He was treacherously accused of murder, a crime he did not commit. For this, he was cast into the deepest levels of this merciless labyrinthine prison. His consciousness convulsively throws him back to countless life-or-death battles he has endured since then. He fought relentlessly against bugbears, headless horses wrapped in flames, gigantic suits of living armor in a desperate, fighting-to-the-end struggle for survival. The struggle erupts in a triumphant, ragged scream, and after all the blood and exhaustion, he finally achieves the impossible. he fully conquers the Kadyrov dungeon. His statement meets an unexpected response. A message appears in the air. A reward is promised to whoever defeats the Great Centipede. Before his astonished eyes, the flash condenses into a colorful form, a huge sword. The sword swiftly draws light from reality, and darkness reveals all the armory down to the smallest details. The official report confirms his identity. He received a flaming sword. He reaches out to the new blade and on his soot-stained, dirty face a genuine surprise flashes. Only now does he realize such a reward system works even in this abandoned place. While he examines his reward, his other weapon, the intelligent puppet sword, seems silently to reproach him for infidelity. Smiling awkwardly, he calms the living blade and admits he was just a little tempted. Then he draws blazing sword. Its blade flares with a fiery aura. He admires its power and thinks about how useful it will be. Nearby, the puppet sword snorts as if offended, but he dismisses these feelings. Nothing can be done here anymore. He returns to his former companion, thanks him and explains the reason. He admits that the new sword is just a convenient precaution. If the puppet sword got to Predator level 3, he fears it might become uncontrollable. Having decided this, he declares, time to move on. His gaze catches the shining magical circle on the floor, the exit from long captivity. With a confident smile, he leaves the blazing sword as a reserve just in case, and finally breaks free from the dungeon. He stood before the shining teleportation circle, holding his breath, doubting if this was truly his way out. Blazing sword was held firmly in his hand, and faith was confirmed beyond doubt. After the path was finally confirmed, he took a steady breath and turned back to the swirling vortex of light, and determination froze in his gaze. When teleportation magic enveloped him, he once again replayed his own trial in his mind. The days spent trapped in the Kadyrov dungeon stretched out as a long and painful torment. And just as a taste of ending was felt on his tongue, he immediately realized it was time to say goodbye to these sufferings. A blinding flash of light devoured him and snatched him right from the depths of the dungeon. The unbearable sensation subsided, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, still not yet accustomed to the world beyond the stone walls. He suddenly found himself on a high stone terrace near the exit from the dungeon, from where there was a view of a peaceful town hidden among the hills. For a moment he froze in place and greedily absorbed civilization with his gaze after so many years. Then his eyes suddenly widened from complete disbelief to what he saw. It was the same city from which he was expelled. He freezes on the stone terrace, convulsively clutching a huge dark sword, and does not take his eyes off the sky, endless, covered with clouds. He had not seen such a sky, it seems, for an eternity. Looking around, he sees he is standing at the top of huge stairs embedded in the slope of a hill towering over a dense forest. At the entrance, a single guard stands watch. Bottom, his sudden arrival at the top of the stairs startles two guards. One shouts in alarm about what is happening here. The other screams that a Ritter Knee has appeared from the dungeon and that someone has already cleared the dungeon. But Kiska just looks down, a gloomy face, no readable emotion. Starting to descend, the puppet sword speaks to him and asks how its master feels after finally returning to the surface. Kiska answers quietly. His gaze is still fixed on the stairs ahead. He recalls the sky he saw for so long. He continues the thought. The voice is pressing, full of feelings, and he admits the sky was too beautiful. Beautiful? The sword challenges this feeling, asks if the sky of Kadyrov village, the very place where he suffered for so long, can really be beautiful. Standing before the city gates, Kiska stubbornly says, after all, the sky is still beautiful. He passes through the city gate and feels a wave of calm, as if now he can finally forgive everything. But as soon as he appears, former tormentors among the crowd immediately notice him. They recognize him with shock and distrust, asking how he even managed to clear everything. Dungeon, his consciousness jerks back to the trial. He again feels that continuous anxiety. No matter how he tried to use Ajija as a sacrifice, guilt overwhelmed him. And then he choked and vomited on SB. After this, it comes to mind how he stood among the dark figures of monsters he had already killed. On his lips, a barely noticeable, anxious smile, and the thought of whether he is the same type of person who cannot force himself to kill A. His face hardens right now. The doll sword, noticing this, asks a sharp question, so does this mean you no longer want to take revenge? Moore answers the sword's question with a cold, predatory smile. His eyes narrow with malice as he confirms his intention and says that the thought of forgiveness does not occur to him. His dark determination does not waver at all. He advises the doll's saber, and it bursts into a series of delighted, echoing laughs, proclaiming that this is the attitude she hoped to receive. Since their murderous intentions coincide, a wave of power flashes before him like a message. It says that the parasite sword has risen to level 3 and developing has gained a new skill. Cruel. Predator, he pronounces the name of the new ability it is allowed, and a tangible aura of threat spreads from him. The peasants nearby, seeing something unthinkable, instantly scream in alarm, not understanding what it is. It happens when the peasants are confused and frightened. He gives his weapon a simple, cruel command. Go, he orders the doll. This is the sword. Then a chilling clarification, his face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. He commands the sword to devour every villager, leave no one except. The doll flies up, laughing, flies forward and lunges ahead. Its massive maw, full of teeth, crashes down on a frightened peasant and the scream is cut off sharply as if it was sliced. While the sword begins the slaughter, Kiska turns and flees headlong from the scene. The noise grabs two of his former tormentors. They freeze, bewildered, looking at the monster. One leans on the other. Run immediately. Immediately, their escape stops. Kiska appears ahead, flying at stunning speed. He deals with them with a series of sharp, paralyzing blows and both fall to the ground with a thud. Standing over their bodies, Kiska meets them with a cold smile, saying it was long ago. They look down at him from below. Their faces twitch from shock to utter horror as soon as they recognize the former victim. One of them stammers and blurts out his name, demanding to know why he. Turned around, he loomed over his defeated executioners, a wide, terrifying smile stretched across his face. In a cynically calm tone, he threw a demand, "Hey, tell me, where is Darga?" The hooligan with spiky hair locked his gaze in response, not believing his eyes while sweat poured down his forehead like rain. "Are you joking?" Stammering, he wavered between fear and stubbornness. "Damn it, why should I even tell you anything?" His words were cut off when a small flame from Kiska's sword flickered dangerously close to. He was hit on the cheek. In response to his challenge, Kiska also admired the weapon that had just appeared. The flaming sword was truly beautiful. He thought that with it, he could burn anyone, just wave it in the right direction. To prove his point, he pressed the hot blade to the face of the offender, and at that moment a hoarse scream broke out. In agony, Kiska leaned even closer, and a mask of sadistic pleasure froze on his face while the other hooligan begged him to stop. But Kiska whispered quietly and threateningly, "I will burn your faces until you did." And then, momentarily suppressing his own pleasure, he shifted his gaze to the monster. Such was the form of his doll sword that appeared nearby. "I have some business to take care of," he informed the creature, "so you can run wild as you please." The main blade trembled as if acknowledging its master. Meanwhile, Darga suddenly woke up through the panic-stricken streets. A mask of irritation froze on his face from this chaos. His gaze ran around repeatedly until it locked onto Kiska at a distance. "Found you," he growled, drawing his own blade and rushing forward without hesitation. The two opponents finally stood face to face. Darga's charge stopped. His expression froze between surprise and complete disbelief, while Kiska just waited, a confident, all-knowing smile on. His lips parted, and as if nothing had happened, he broke the silence. Kiska threw an indifferent greeting, "Long time no see, Dardo." The former offender could only freeze, stammering from shock twice as strong. "You hear?" Darga quickly shook off surprise, but his face immediately darkened with irritation. "Damn it, I don't have time to waste on you." He sharply waved his hand toward the chaos around. "We are busy dealing with the monsters that appeared in the village." His release was met with a wider and more predatory grin from Kiska. She asked a terrifying question and revealed the horrible truth about what was happening. "So what if I created those monsters?" Kiska's confession came out, and the silence was broken by a deafening quiet. Darga's face twitched, from incredulity to rage, as he demanded to know what Kiska was saying something. Before Darga could react, Kiska lunged forward. A face distorted by pain briefly became a mask, and he drove the short sword deep into the larger side mansa. The blade plunged into the body, blood splattered from the wound. Darga's sword slipped from his numb fingers and clanged against the rocky ground. A raw agony burst from his throat in a scream. He staggered and took a step back, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. From pure pain, he fell to his knees. Kiska looked down at him, a voice without any emotion, and clarified that Darga apparently misunderstood the situation. He could have killed him at any time. Clenching the bloody wound, Darga could only grind his teeth and spit out a curse through clenched. From the pain that raged so fiercely, he trembled. In fury, he barked at his men nearby and ordered them to kill the silver-haired boy. Kiska watched as they approached. A smirk flickered on his lips. He thought that once he would have simply been stabbed without any fight, but now he mocked these weaklings and challenged them. Let them try to kill him. He forced them to attack. They rushed together, and he moved at a speed that seemed impossible. His blade faded in a haze. He intercepted a strike from above and shattered the attack. The attacker soared. His movements a true whirlwind of precise, deadly calculated strikes, effortlessly parrying, dodging, and responding to every attack until he knocked down his opponent. Opponents one after another. Standing over the fallen enemy, Kiska made a statement. He is the one who survived this dungeon. Therefore, he could handle those like them, and, eyes closed, he watches as Darga, once a mighty Ganabala, collapses to the ground, trembling, a speechless wretch. His face a mask of pure horror, sweat pours down his forehead like rain, and he, wide-eyed, freezes, staring at the sky, frozen in shocked incomprehension. Leaning closer, his voice remained calm, but because of that it chilled. He asks Darga if he even imagines what his thoughts were filled with during his absence. While he cleanses the dungeon, his eye wide open and motionless flashes with a terrifying light, and he finally reveals what has haunted him all his life: revenge. He recounts how many times he imagined Darga's death, burned alive, skinned, eyes gouged out, beaten to death, or beheaded. He admits he cherishes thoughts of the perfect one that will lead to inevitable death. Inflict upon him. As soon as such blatant anger awakens in his voice, Darga loses the last spark of resistance. The huge man falls face down on the stone floor, begins to stammer apologies and beg for forgiveness, admitting that it was all his fault. He raises his gaze, and on his face is a pitiful fear like in a painting. Kiska's expression shifts into a soft, disarming smile as he speaks to Darga. Don't worry, but that reassurance is a lie. Squatting down to meet Darga's gaze, Kiska's smile twists into a predatory, ferocious grimace. He promises he will not grant him an easy death no like to his people. Instead, he will kill him in the most terrible way imaginable. The time for revenge has finally come. The panic of the quiet village streets is unbearable. A monster descends upon the people, black, gelatinous, with a gaping maw. The frightened inhabitants, among them 2 young adventurers, scream and flee as the shadowy tentacles of the beast slash the air, searching for prey. The creature's strike finds its target. It pounds with its full weight on one of the travelers, a young boy with spiky hair, and he lets out a final piercing scream as the giant mass of the monster completely crushes him. Having consumed the victim, the creature freezes motionless on the cobblestones. Somewhere deep inside remains only one thought: simple, chilling satisfaction. Delicious. The chaos outside reaches all the way to the Adventurers Guild in the village of Katara. Someone invisible screams frantically for everyone inside to hurry and deal with the monster. Inside, the village elder dismissively waves off the request. Standing with arms crossed over his chest, he cuts off. He has already sent for reinforcements and calls his own forces useless fools. Nearby, an advisor quietly mutters that with their current strength, battle is impossible, so they must ask for help from the neighboring guild. His attack is interrupted by a sharp rumble. Darga is thrown back across the room. He rises from the floor, and on his face is pure shock as a lone figure stands in the shadows of the guild doorway. The culprit is Kiska. He freezes in the passage, and in his right hand the sword barely trembles with light. Before him on the floor lies lifeless Darga, and the rest of the guild members, stunned, are frozen in silent silence, staring at the sudden turn of events. He raises his gaze. A wide, anxious smile spreads across his face. A drop of sweat runs down his temple as he directly addresses the authority in the hall, the figure of the village leader. Hey, I've been looking for you. The elder glares fiercely in response. His face hardens with anger and confusion. Who are you? From the floor, Darga barely stretches out a hand and weakly points at Kiska, naming him the attacker to the elder. His anxious smile does not change for a moment, and he loudly and again repeats those false accusations made against him, as if Kiska returned from the dungeon alive only to join with the monsters and attack the village. Then he directly addresses the man who froze in shock, calling him by name, Village Chief Regret. And he stammers, full of distrust, unable to comprehend how Kiska stands before him. His voice cuts through the silence in the guild hall as he reminds the elder of his past deeds. He recounts how Regret accused him of killing Namia and then personally threw him into the dungeon. He leans forward and his face hardens as he proclaims the truth. No, it was not him, not the one who attacked and killed Namia. The chief flinches, his eyes widen in shock and fear because the accusation is spoken right to his face. A grim smile returns to his lips as he points with his hand to the figure lying powerless on the floor. He asserts, the real culprit is the chief's son, Darga, and asks if the chief knew about it from the very beginning. Regret is stunned by his own silence and can only ask what Kiska has become. Cornered and on the edge, the chief points with a trembling finger and roars, ordering the adventurers in the room. Grab him. At his command, armed adventurers draw their weapons and close the circle around Kiska. The commander stands aside and thinks the situation is critical, but allows them to kill the boy if necessary. From within the crowd, Darga, already recovered, lets out a mocking laugh. He admits, Kiska may have become stronger, but he hints that is far from enough. He finishes his taunt by saying that Kiska has no chance of winning against so many travelers. Kiska, however, stands firm, silent, and unbreakable. Gloomy, calm, confident faces equally impress the travelers, Darga, and the village elder. They are certain before them is a single boy and therefore doomed. He stood in the circle, and a barely noticeable smile, almost mocking, flickered on his lips as he calculated his chances. He thinks he definitely cannot defeat them all. His smile widens with confidence. He decides to test his guess and bursts into action, a continuous blurred movement that the armored travelers simply cannot track. They didn't even have time to look back. One of them was immediately knocked down. The sudden brutality stunned the spectators. Another adventurer in full-scale armor swung his sword, but Kiska met the blow with a strange, radiant blade, his own. Nearby, the village elder Regret and Darga froze, and their faces remained on the verge of disbelief. With one smooth motion, his sword cut through the traveler's neck with its blade. The man's head fell from his shoulders, and Kiska, with a cold, indifferent gaze, muttered that her opponent was too weak. It was over. Such a fight meant nothing to him. He recalled his real battles deep in the dungeon, where he had to face a pack of terrifying monsters. Fueled by these memories, he glided through the rest of the adventures like a ghost. His blade flashed with a blurred glow of deadly precision as he destroyed them one by one. He thrust his sword into the chest of the last traveler still standing. The man fell immediately, not even managing to resist. Compared to the dungeon, he thought, everything here was far too easy. Just a moment and the fight was over. Kiska stood amid the carnage, the glowing sword held at the ready, while Rigrut and Darg trembled with utter fear, watching what had happened. Seeing his forces completely destroyed, the village elder tried to flee and begged Kiska to wait. But the young man simply aimed his blade at him and coldly warned, if he ran away then. Kiska, his deadly strike and threat pinned them in place. Coldly smiling, he informed both father and son, if they even thought about running, he would cut off their heads right here and there. He lowered his gaze to the captive father and son, an icy smile spread across his face. Diaga and the village elder were finally nearby, and he offered them to play a little special game. Two men stared back, sweating and wide-eyed with terror. The village elder whimpered and muttered confusedly about what game, and Darg could only utter a puzzled utter. Kiska's smile remained, but his eyes darkened as he clarified the rules. From now on, one of them would be tortured, as if under his hands a cruel torture device with spikes flared around, and he generously offered them both to decide who would get this choice. He ordered the father and son to talk. That's at the end. His face hardened with impatience, and he shouted at them not to waste time. The very fact that they were even allowed to talk about it was already an act of generosity. A hopeless situation, both Durga and the village head can only freeze in terrible horror and watch. Faces turn pale, sweat appears on the temples. Sweat drips, and the silence is broken by the village elder. He turns to his son and declares that Durga will be the one to endure the torture. He explains everything happened because Durga killed Namia, and as the elder he has urgent matters. Dargis shudders with disbelief, and immediately anger rises within him. He roars in his father's face, asks if he is joking, and reminds him that it was he, the village elder, who first framed Kisk for that crime. Clutching his father's collar, Dargis shouts that he committed the murder for his sake, so he must accept the torture instead of him. Against the backdrop, Kisk begins to lie. He laughs, but the laughter fades. Instead, his eyes fill with pure disgust. He throws out that it is pathetic. He thought that as father and son they should selflessly sacrifice themselves to save another. He looked down at the two men who were panicking, and a disappointed gleam flashed in his eyes. Announcing that their time was up, he mentally admitted there was still a little hope for them, but explaining this is clearly unnecessary. With anticipation and their faces contorted with pure horror, sweat streams down their foreheads like rain when they finally realize that their hesitation cost them everything. His own face as if extinguished, but immediately twists into a cruel, self-satisfied smile as he announces the verdict. Both of them will be. He was tortured until this verdict was delivered. His head immediately bows to the ground and falls into a deep bow. He loudly apologizes for all the troubles his son suffers. Kisk does not stop his desperate plea. He asks for mercy and offers to give his own son for any punishment that Kisk deems necessary. This blatant betrayal tears from Kisk's eyes a look full of wide-open, almost joyful realization which face, he lowers his gaze to the person crawling in the grass, and a dark smile blooms on his lips. In his thoughts he tells himself, there is no more disgusting sight in the world than a father who sells his own son to save himself. His own skin. While the father lies prostrate, Darja flares up with rage and hisses, calling the old man a piece of trash. Kisk, watching the scene, says that father and son are perfect and announces that he has made his. During the decision hearing, the village head lifted his gaze and spread into a flattering, hopeful smile, while Dargis froze in horror, not believing his own eyes. It was audible how Kiska declared that he would satisfy the village chief's request. Dargis, clutching his hand from shock, suddenly also threw himself to the ground. In despair, he apologizes pleadingly and begs Kiska to torture him instead of his father. But with a cold smile, eyes closed, Kiska tells him that it is too late. Both father and son are already pressed to the floor, faces twisted in horror and defeat as they wait. Their fate. He looked down at the two men lying prone, and a wide, eerie smile spread across his face. He said he was touched by their deep attachment and would give them both. Both had a chance. Following the order to raise their heads, he threw two short swords between them onto the stone floor. The blades rang loudly, and the silence became sharply tense. Silence? His smile did not waver as he pronounced the harsh ultimatum. They were ordered to fight each other to the death. The faces of Dargis and his father twisted in shock and terror. Then he offered a twisted incentive for their obedience. The winner, as promised, would receive something special: freedom from torment. Without a moment's hesitation, the village elder lunged forward, swung the sword as soon as at Dargis. The blade deeply pierced Dargis's shoulder, eliciting a painful groan from the sturdier man, his own father. The father wounded him, watching the betrayal unfold before his eyes. Kiska threw his head back and pure, boundless delight flashed across his face. He found a spectacular spectacle. Amazing. He savored the moment, this rare scene where father and son are willing to kill each other just to save only their own lives. When the village chief held the sword to the son's throat, Kiska's pleasure tickled his skin. He was glad, he pondered, but they were both so trash. When the chief was already about to finish this, Darga's hand shot up and snatched the blade by the sharp edge. He stopped the deadly strike, and his father gasped in amazement at the very moment when a sudden resistance. He stood over his fallen father's body, breathing heavily. Beside him, Kiska began clapping, congratulating Darga on his victory. Then Kiska calmly declared that he would no longer torture him. With relief, a wave washed over Darkhak's face as he faltered in words. Does this mean he was forgiven? Kiska twitched. He confirmed it, after which he announced a reward for Darga for the victory. A serious duel right now. Strange, fiery energy no-covered. Kiska's blade, Darga's relief instantly evaporated and pure panic overwhelmed him. He froze in shock, babbling that there could be no question of another victory. Against Kiska. When Kiska began naming the reasons for this duel, the expression on his face hardened. He recounted how Darga, for as long as he could remember, had turned his life into a complete nightmare simply because Kiska was an Alcusian with silver hair and had ruined the fields for constant beatings. Darga could only begin, apologize, his voice pierced with despair as he expressed the last most devastating accusation. Darga made everything worse by taking away the person he loved most. He had killed Nami. Confronted with this truth, Darga desperately tried to justify himself, saying he simply lost control in the heat of the moment. He insisted that he sincerely regretted it. Why it happened, his apology was met with Kiska's calm, almost serene smile, who admitted that he was actually very glad when Darga a moment ago killed his own father. From these words which Darga uttered. The reason Kiska explained this and his face twisted with rage was simple. Darga's father no longer interfered. Now he could kill Darga with his own hands. With that oath spoken in anger, he lunged forward, driving the heated blade deep into the chest. His eyes narrowed with cold, unwavering determination and dark blood splattered on his face. His blade, as soon as he pulled it out, the dark energy clinging to the steel twitched in response, cutting off the top knot from his head. The bodies of the village leader and his son lay motionless on the ground. On the stone floor, he froze in the sudden silence. His soul was alive and the room was now strewn with the dead. The fiery sword cooled, the glow faded just like that which. The deed was done and his thoughts drifted to the one he had lost. In a haze, Namia's sweet smile surfaced. He whispered her name. He had avenged her. His ancient, exquisite revenge was finally the end, but the voice of the puppet's blade cut through his numbness, urging him to move. Kiska nodded and turned to run toward the exit. Just at the moment when a deep, guttural rumble began to shake the building, he dashed onto the cobblestones, the rumble growing louder and louder. He stopped abruptly, and complete confusion spread across his face as he fixed his gaze on what stood before him. On the street dominated a colossal, perfectly smooth, black egg-shaped object. The puppet's blade spoke again, its voice emanated directly from the impossible object. Kiska gasped in disbelief, wondering if this was some kind of joke. In the middle of the empty street of the village, Alk stood motionless, his body convulsed with shock, and his mouth hung open as if he could not even move. His gaze, stunned to trembling, was fixed firmly on the gigantic dark oval object that had just appeared right before him. Completely bewildered, he asked aloud if this could be the puppet sword. He continued to stare intently at the impossible thing, his voice trembling as he demanded an answer about what it was. A dull, sharp crack answered him. His eyes widened sharply with alarm. A thin crack suddenly appeared on the smooth, dark surface of the object. The single crack rapidly spread like a spiderweb, branching across the entire structure. Understanding gripped him. He gasped and uttered the word, egg. The egg shattered and boldly exploded, bursting into dark fragments, scattering everything around. Alk instinctively raised his hand, shielding himself from the shockwave. He seemed to be doused with a thick, viscous liquid. It splashes across the entire street. Alk grimaces in pain and recognizes what is sticking to him: egg white. When the steam dissipates, a figure appears where the egg just lay. It is a young woman. Alk's eyes widen in shock and recognition as he utters her name, Puppet Sword. He immediately draws his own blade and, assuming a cautious combat stance, fixes his gaze on her. The woman quietly kneels on the cobblestones. Puddles of transparent liquid surround her on all sides. Long blonde hair falls over her figure, and her gaze is empty. The remains of the strange, clutch, thick white liquid slowly settle and spread over the uneven stones of the street. Standing before him, she made Alex's face tremble with astonishment and disbelief. He stammered, barely lifting his gaze from what was said, and asked if she had really become human. He exhaled with relief and, smiling, quietly murmured thanks. But as soon as the woman looked at her own hands, his smile faded. Embarrassment flashed in his eyes. The reason for his anxiety became eerily clear. The right side of her face was a terrible caricature of humanity, a solid mass of spoiled dark flesh, and through it, frightening eyes of a monster with many pupils, piercing with a gaze of horror. The vision struck Alec as if with a physical blow. His own eyes sharply widened in pure, undiluted chuff. He staggered backward, and his voice broke as he repeatedly shouted his denial. Nearby, the woman clutched her head, and her silent scream of despair echoed along with his. Her torment spilled out in a loud, desperate scream. She shrieked that this was not at all what she wanted. All she desired was to become human. Al could only freeze, whispering her name, Puppet Sword. Tears rolled down her face. On one side, a human in pain, on the other a monster who also cried. She asked why become human if she now looked like this. Her voice broke into a shattered plea, kill me. Her request hung in the air as she sobbed. Alk suddenly snapped out of his stupor and fiercely refused, shouting at her not to say such nonsense. He insisted that he could not even think of such a thing, there was no possibility. So his face softened and determination flowed into a gentle smile. He looked her straight in the eyes and stubbornly, without any doubt, repeated, he doesn't care how she looks, she was his partner. His words seemed to pierce the hopelessness. She raised her gaze, tears still glistened on her distorted cheek, and asked a question that silenced him. If it was true, could he love her even like this? After that, he freezes with a fixed gaze, momentarily stunned by her desperate, tearful question. Her face, a tragic combination of human beauty and monstrous corruption, awaits his answer. A blush spreads in waves across his cheeks as soon as he finds his voice. Shock recedes, giving way to a sincere smile. At first, he stammers, simply saying that he can, then proclaims confidently, I can love f. Love you. His words wash over her like a wave, and her eyes close from overwhelming relief. Fresh tears of pure joy run down both cheeks, and a radiant smile breaks through her very soul. Grief, she raises her gaze to him, and her voice trembles with deep gratitude. Through happy tears, she thanks her master. Her gaze changes, but then anxiety flashes again as she begins to add a warning. At that moment, a dark, eerie presence looms from above, and Alk's joyful face disappears, replaced by a sharp, sudden L. Alarm, an amorphous dark creature, the true self of the sword, settles on them. From the ground comes the voice of the puppet sword, cold, distant, as if it addresses its master and says that he is terrible. The accusation hits him like a physical blow. His eyes widen sharply, pure, shocking stupor. He cannot comprehend what is happening. Shock, before he can react, the dark mass tears forward, its tentacles squeeze the human form with the puppet sword. A hand reaches through the swirling darkness outward, but when the gloom engulfs it, he can only freeze and whisper her name, helplessly hoping. Horror, the transformation ends with an explosion of a brutal roar. The rolling darkness clumps into a monster, a grotesque, monstrous figure. It emits a deafening, distorted roar that sounds like its own name. The power of the scream tears the space and throws it back. After the bloody flash, the scene sharply switches to silence outside a majestic building. The dome of its roof is clearly outlined against the daytime sky. In the quiet cemetery, from where the space opens to distant mountain ridges, Alk kneels before a row of tombstones. The sword rests by his side. He bows his head in solemn reverence. He raises his gaze, and a barely noticeable, aching smile appears on his face only when he addresses one grave in particular. He utters the name, Namia, and tells her that he has finally avenged her. His gaze is fixed on the stone as he quietly, without unnecessary words, gives his report. Remembering, in their village she was the only one who ever truly protected him, the only one who was always on his side. He, overwhelmed with emotions, confesses that she was his eternal, and with this eternity he now finally paid tribute. Everything, to carry out this revenge, he explains. He risked his life trying to escape from the Kadyrov dungeon, admitting that in the process he died many times. Then he reveals, in the dungeon, in the very prison, he met a friend. Her name is Puppet. The mention snatches Puppet sword as an image of how the sword has its own monstrous true form. He tells Namia that his new friend had a strange dream, wanted to become human, all because of this companion. He states confidently that he finally managed to break free. The dungeon, he puts everything together and concludes. It was thanks to her help that he was able to fulfill the promise and take revenge. Namia, with a final bittersweet smile, he voices the last news. And then the puppet sword finally. He continues speaking to Namia's grave, his voice muffled by thoughts he never dared to speak aloud as he looks out to the horizon. His story, however, sharply changes as soon as he admits to the cold stone that something went wrong. He looks down at the flower he placed by her tombstone and mourns that both she and the puppet sword. The burden of his loneliness presses on his chest, and he utters, there is no one else nearby anymore. Overwhelmed by this deep, lonely pain, his endurance breaks, tears of torment roll down his face. His gaze slides across the empty sky, and a desperate question ignites in his mind. How can he even continue to live with? In this place, in the abyss of his despair, a memory surfaces, a voice from the past that offers a lifeline. The voice belongs to a woman with a soft, soothing smile. Her words echo with a promise to give him single skill. Memory tugs at him, his eyes snap open sharply, he gasps suddenly. A sudden revelation, as if the very thought called him. In the air before him, a semi-transparent, glowing panel flashes and appears. He freezes and looks at it, then clutches his chest. Completely stunned, he stood still and stared at the semi-transparent panel hanging before him. Kiska 15 SB, and below listed all his skills. Save and reset, provoke, swordsmanship, and appraisal. Everything was at level 3, but just as he reviewed the list, a terrible realization struck his mind. The puppet's source. The skill disappeared, but despair did not have time to settle. It quickly melted away, leaving only a trembling flash of hope. He still had one decisive chance. Save. And casting thoughts aside, he felt a firm resolve again. He endured everything not to ultimately drown in this hopeless reality. Standing among the graves, he gripped the hilt tighter. Throwing the sword aside, he made a decision. He shifted his back to the tombstones and moved on each step confident even. And he thought through everything to the smallest detail. His path led straight to the edge of the cliff. He swore, to seize the future he truly wants, he will redo this as many times as necessary. A mad smile spread across his face. He redistributed his weight, his boots scraped against the stone ledge. He spoke into the wind a promise to the lost power. Wait for me. The puppet sword in a gaze squeezed into a narrow slit full of unbreakable confidence as he continued his proclamation. In the next timeline, a wild, almost desperate laughter burst from him, his head tilted back towards the sky. And, I will do it, his voice echoed as he plunged into the abyss, and the laughter trailed behind against the backdrop of the abyss. The space of heavenly height. Falling, he decided to return through death and the world melted around. But only one burning conviction did not fade. It echoed at the end of one timeline and transitioned into the next, a promise to someone, a vow that he will make them human at any cost. In the repeated vision of defeat, Kiska lies on hands and knees defenseless before the monster. He closes his eyes, on his lips a barely noticeable stubborn smile. This is attempt number 560, everything begins again. His determination hardens into one clear goal. He stands straight, clenches his fist and gives a solemn oath. He will wait for the puppet sword and make it become human. He no longer cares about revenge. He has accepted, even if he kills Darga, Nami will not return. With a new goal, he stands opposite two large, elegant magical circles shimmering on the floor of the stone room. Suddenly turning around, he walks further down the long corridor of the dungeon, flooded with torchlight, and decides to save the only friend he managed to find here. The corridor leads him to a large, luxurious stone sarcophagus, and he immediately recognizes a connection to the dream puppet sword in it. He suddenly felt something was wrong. In anxiety, he looked back at the empty hall and called for the puppet sword, but there was no trace of it. His gaze slid into the deep darkness of the corridor. He did not yet suspect what might be hiding there when a shadowy three-fingered appendage flew out at incredible speed and tightly wrapped around his leg. He jerked and let out a scream. Shock and pain overwhelmed him suddenly without warning. He was caught in a trap. Thick, dark tentacles held him firmly and would not let go. Ahead rose a monstrosity, a gigantic fleshy sphere covered with countless eyes that did not blink. In its wide maw, dagger-shaped teeth stretched in a row, each displaying a sharpened edge. His eyes widened sharply. Disbelief struck like an electric shock. The name escaped from his inflamed lips in a strangled whisper, puppet sword. The prostitute retreated and in her place flared desperate confusion. Why, he begged, his voice trembling, why did you turn into this monster? His thoughts wildly flashed through their shared history back to the countless battles where they fought side by side. He remembered how he told the sword's spirit. It was becoming more and more human. But despite this progress, Fang Ma's grip before him still began to close, threatening to crush him. A strong tentacle snatched the powerless body and lifted it easily. While in the chamber Akisha's torments of words echoed, he demanded an answer why this had to happen to his comrade, the puppet sword. The power of revelation, like a weight, pressed down on him. He fell to his knees, then collapsed forward onto the cold stone floor, completely defeated, and whispered the sword's name one last time. His eyes snapped open sharply as understanding struck with full force. If the puppet sword had become a monster, then from that moment it was no longer a sword. A wave of utter despair overwhelmed him. With chilling certainty, he realized there was nowhere and no way to escape the dungeon anymore. He rolled back in his memory the thought about the true nature of the sword. And the puppet sword had always existed outside the usual cycle save and reset, beyond the causality of death and rebirth, so it did not fall under their regularity. From this understanding, it was as if his strength was drained. Slowly, unsteadily, he still managed to stand up. He stood amid the decay of the dungeon, and the gloomy realization slowly settled on his shoulders. To even have a chance to return to the surface, first he had to unravel the mystery of the save and reset system. A thought flashed in his mind. Maybe, like in the puppet sword, somewhere there was someone else outside the usual cycle of death and rebirth. With a new goal, his thoughts fixed on one single person. There was only one to whom he could go for answers. He moved along the long corridor lit by torches, and each step echoed dully in the suffocating silence. The target appeared on the horizon and he tensed inside, preparing. He admitted to himself plainly, this plan was not comforting, but there was simply no other choice. Before him, suspended in a pillar of light, was a woman, a jihad sabaki. She hung helplessly in the air, shackled by heavy chains that wrapped around her armored body. He fixed his gaze on her face, while thoughts wildly raced in his head. This was Jihad, the very man who once gave him the ability to save and reset. He knew perfectly well the danger this entailed. A very real chance that she would simply kill him again, but the thought of dying again no longer threw him off course. He decided, no matter how many times she knocked him down, he would return anyway. There was no way back. His goal was one, to stubbornly go until the moment he learned the truth about save and reset from Aja herself. Reaching out his hand forward, he touched the containment field and it instantly shattered. A sudden blast pushed Ajiha and with a crash she rolled across the stone floor. Kiska froze, stunned as she moved, then slowly began to wake and speak in a quiet voice. He watches as the woman he fired, Ajiha Tsubaki, slowly comes to her senses. Her eyes, full of confusion, stare at him, and after a moment of silence, she asks in a quiet, uncertain voice who he is. His hope shatters into pieces. He casts a doubtful glance at her and asks if she really remembers nothing. Remember him? She lowers her gaze. On her face is a painful, apologetic expression, and she says, if they have already met, she is sorry, but she simply cannot recall him. He brushes off her apologies quickly and sharply. He tries to stay composed when he says it doesn't matter if she doesn't remember. Remember, he falls silent for a moment before speaking again, admitting, it is a strange request to ask someone who she is. Her question abruptly cuts him off, and suddenly the true depth of memory loss becomes visible. With genuine surprise, she asks if he knows who she is. He recoils backward, his eyes wide open in shock. He realizes that she doesn't even remember herself. His gaze crawls upward and slides along the carved stone ceiling of their prison and checks the place. Kataravda. Dungeon, he confirms her silent question without any tricks. They are in the Katarov dungeon. And the truth leaves no more doubt, Ajiha has amnesty. His thoughts race through a new complicating detail. She can still speak, so it is not a complete loss of memory. Taking the chance, he calls her by name and asks if she knows anything about the finger doll. Sword, he presses on, asking about the puppet sword, but Ajeka can only look back, a painful, confused expression on her face. She quietly utters his name as if trying to grasp a forgotten memory, but ultimately concludes that she probably does not know him. He understands it. She tries to apologize for not being able to help, but he immediately raises his hand, calming her. It's okay if she can't. He begins to explain, for reasons he himself does not fully understand, the puppet sword is a living sword. And the main thing, he said with confidence, that she is his friend who was turned into some kind of moth. Monster, his goal here, he continues, is to find a way to fulfill her dream of becoming human. Ajiha listens and her eyes widen in amazement, such deep devotion. Her surprise melts into a bright, determined smile. Sensing how important the puppet sword is to Kiska, she clenches her fists and enthusiastically declares that she will help him with this. With his goal, her sincere invitation confuses him completely, unexpectedly. His trembling voice barely utters words of thanks. It flashed in his mind. Such a kind and supportive Ajiha is nothing like the one from the past, the one he did not want to remember. To remember, he decides to postpone these troubling memories for later and focus on the person before him. His brief pause makes Ajiha ask if everything is all right or if something is wrong with him. He immediately shifts their attention to the nearest danger and explains, ahead is a monster. He needs a weapon to fight, but there is none. The realization overwhelms Ajiha, probably won't be able to help in a fight. Suddenly an idea strikes his head. Kiska, he sharply turns her around and asks if she has heard anything about the item box. This word seems to resonate with her, and at that moment, a faint spark of recognition flashes. Suddenly recognition surfaces and Kiska's face lights up with joy. Let me try, she says eagerly. She extends her glove and above her palm appears a small sphere of pure light. She exclaims triumphantly, this is. It worked. She squeezes the light sphere in her palms. The light pulses as she searches for a weapon. Kiska watches intently, and in his gaze there is one question, whether there is a sword there. And full of hope, after a moment she shouts that she found it, and from that glow emerges a longsword. She seems unable to believe that she was able to retrieve such an item at all. Kiska's eyes flash with delight. With this weapon they will finally be able to fight. Give a fight back, she hands him the sword, first the hilt, honestly admitting that she most likely will not be able to wield it properly herself, and insists he must be the one who. He takes it, accepts the weapon, and his grip tightens on the hilt. A determined smile spreads across his face as he says it is time to test the sword and to pray. Further forward. As soon as the blade goes into action, Kiska swiftly accelerates down the corridor and bursts into battle against a group of monsters, headless horse-like creatures. She dodges their attacks and with incredible force cuts them down, causing Ajiha to freeze in amazement by. Returning after the fight, they finally seize a moment of rest. Kiska thoughtfully reflects on the power of the sword. It gave him sword fighting skills and even allowed him to level up. Ajiha returns holding gathered meat in her hands and suggests that it is time for them to have dinner. Relief fades as he looks ahead on the path. He knows golden living armors await them, and a grim expression falls on his face. Before his eyes flashes a cloak monster puppet sword, and he realizes, to defeat these mighty enemies, he will need its power at any cost, no matter what. The cost? The memory emerges so vividly that it tightens his chest. A disgusting, multi-headed creature into which the puppet sword transforms, and the knowledge of how to return it back before it becomes a monster. He struggles with his own thoughts, and a drop of sweat rolls down his forehead. Finally, he concludes, in this dungeon there is only one person who can know about the puppet sword, turning back to his companion. He catches her attention and informs Ajiha that they will now go to meet someone, but her face remains focused, hinting at the weight of what lies ahead. Summarizing the situation, he turned back to Ajiha. A strange smile appeared on his face as he explained that the person they are about to meet might be difficult to communicate with. He emphasized that they must act extremely. Respectfully, she took his warnings seriously. Her expression confirmed that she understood everything and would be cautious. When their agreement was sealed, Kiska declared that the time had come. Let's move on. They reached a threshold where patterned magical seals lay on the floor. Standing side by side, Kiska confessed to her that from this moment their success depends entirely on the stakes. He continued, releasing a shred of hope. Perhaps this time with Jihad nearby, everything might not end as catastrophically as it did before. They walked down a long stone corridor to a lit room where a solitary figure sat. He clung to this opportunity and told himself that he had to believe in it. The figure lifted her gaze from her cup of tea and a slight surprise flashed in it. A young woman with hair gathered into two high ponytails, she whispered, and her gaze froze on them. You are. Unfortunately, they stood face to face. Ajika froze, her eyes widened in disbelief as soon as she recognized the woman before them. Heroine, Kiska, she whispered, but Kiska, as if completely confused by her reaction, quietly asked it as if she did not understand. In the stone room, silence merges. Judith calmly sits at a small table holding a cup of tea. Opposite, Kiskin kneels, her palms gently rest on the shoulders of the stunned Akidad Sabaki, who trembles curled up before her. Their faces, carved by anxiety and despair, turn to Judith to seek answers. She runs their story through her mind, and a sternness appears on her face. Now she understands, the sword has become much more than just a weapon, it has turned into a terrible monster. Confident, self-assured smile spreads across her face. She makes a decision, this time when she needs to intervene personally, because this is the last chance that appears exactly when they need help so much. Her statement leaves Kiska and Ajihu with gaping eyes without a single word, in complete shock. Recovering, Kiska intermittently leans forward, and his voice trembles with desperate hope. He asks Judith Sama if she knows how to return the doll's sword to its normal state. Calmly explains, as a vampire who has lived for over 1,000 years, she has encountered this more than once. She calls it puppet equipments, or as it is most commonly known, parasitic series. But she continues, depicting the colossal and multicolored power of these parasitic weapons. Since ancient times, many have tried to tame them, some indeed succeeded, strengthening this power within themselves and becoming legendary warriors. Others were devoured by the very power they sought, and their lives were destroyed by it. Her gaze sharpens, cannot say for sure what specific puppet sword it is until she examines it in person. But she smiles seductively and admits, she does have a theory on how to restore it. With relief, the wave releases Kiska. He knew, Judith Sama truly impresses. Placing his hand on his heart, he fervently begs, let her lend them her power to restore the puppet sword. He begs, pressing his palm to his heart, and Ajika bows low and inclines her head nearby. Together they beg Judith for help. Judith sits before them and confesses. She has long been pondering how to deal with puppet gear, but emphasizes this is not the main problem. There is another anxiety. Her gaze slides from the weapon to the woman beside him. She asks if the girl next to him is really Jiha. Ajiha? Judith's eyes narrow as soon as she recognizes in Ajiha the very hero, a being capable of changing the world by herself alone. But when Judith begins to interrogate why they brought exactly such a person to her, Ajiha trembles. Understanding finally dawns and she realizes yes, she really is a heroine. Eventually, stunned by this news, he rises from his knees, turns to face Ajiha, and demands to say who she really is. Yes, suddenly a thought flashes in his mind. He recalls the jihad where they said that Lady Judith is hunted, and now understands. Her initial distrust of them was quite natural. With this new understanding, he stands up and introduces himself with a disarming smile. He says his name is Kiska and that he is just a farmer. Farmer? Judith's eyes widen sharply in surprise. She asks aloud if the hero really brought an ordinary farmer to her. He calmly confirms, yes, that's true. He looks her straight in the eyes and repeats again, he is just a man, neither more nor less. Then he adds a condition to his honesty. Although he told the truth, he still cannot claim to fully trust her. Judith listens, a barely noticeable, interested smile on her lips. In her thoughts, she dismisses his proposal. A faint smile touches her lips as she decides, dealing with the puppet sword right now is not such a bad idea. Filled with relief, Kiska and Ajiha express gratitude. Kiska is impressed. She never thought such a result was even possible. He cannot shake the thought. The three of them were once opponents or simply strangers, and yet someday they will come together as one team. But as soon as her prophecy happens, his moment shatters. Ajiha suddenly stops her body, tenses up, and warns that something is already approaching. Kiska and Judith turn to her, not understanding why she changed so abruptly. Demeanor, from the shadow above, a figure descends upon them. It is a woman identical to Jihad, but her face is twisted into a wide, sinister smile. She lunges forward, dagger in hand. Kiska and Judith can only freeze and watch, unable to utter a word in complete shock. Shock, the look of the double wide-eyed, full of mad joy as she rapidly closes the distance. Kiska and the real Ajiha scream out of alarm, while Judith's face hardens in cold, terrible reality. In an instant, the attacker strikes. Her blade is aimed straight at you. Judith? Kiska screams the name Judith as the devastating result of the ambush becomes clear. Judith deflected the blow, but at a terrible cost. Both her hands are cut off at the elbows, flying away through. The real Ajiha stares paralyzed with disbelief, stammering out a question of why there is another version of herself, her double. Meanwhile, she clicks her tongue in annoyance, and her blade still dry. Dripping, the deceiver throws a defiant, cruel look at the original Ajiha and demands to know who she is. With a malicious strike, the attacker cuts through space, presenting herself as Dark Ajiha and declaring that the other is a fake. The real Ajiha sharply exclaims that she is the true one, while Kiska, overwhelmed by helpless horror, screams. She is called the evil double of Ajiha, fixed her gaze on her own likeness, glaring with a predatory smile, and declared that they are one and the same. She orders the real Ajiha to kill. With her feeling resistance, her face twists into a manic rage. She swears to erase the original and take her place, lunging forward to attack while Kiska watches pair of. Her lunge is abruptly stopped by Judith, a carved, defiant smile on her face. She intercepts the strike with a huge dark blade that seems to have emerged right from her. The force of the blow reveals Judith's sharp fangs. The real Ajiha shudders in shock and, recognizing her protector, freezes mid-word. Va. Vampire, holding the duplicate at a distance, Judith swings two giant blades. Mockingly tells the enemy, as long as she can roam wherever she wants in her hideout, such rudeness will cost her dearly. Kiska can only scream her name and sigh. She presses the advantage, unleashing a furious hail of slashes that forces the real Aegeus, caught in crossfire, desperately. Parry, while he watches the chaos, Kiska suddenly comes to an incredible conclusion. He says that the woman who attacked them and Ajiha, whom he knows, are too much alike. Different people, his mind snaps back through all the painful moments and seemingly cruel acts he experienced with Ajiha. With a flash of horror, he realizes, could all this be the work of the darkness that covered? While he processes this, the real Ajiha, now free from the double, directs her aggression at Judith. She lunges forward and shouts for the vampire to die. Judith kneels as if unaffected and replies that it was all her. Seeing this, he moves without hesitation, stating that he understands the situation. Kiska stands between the two women, blocking Ajiha's sword with his own, and Judith watches with a surprised face. He stands firm between the two women, weapon ready. Unwavering, without hesitation, he declares his intention to stop the dark. Ajiha, his words hit Ajiha like a physical blow. Her face convulses into a shocked, distrustful confusion that slowly intensifies. Broken anger boils within her. Her shock quickly hardens into rage. She snatches a knife, orders him to step aside, and threatens to cut him if he doesn't stop. Let her words not break him. He meets her threat not with fear, but with a cold, confident smile, teasing and asking if she really understands what will happen if she goes down this path. Does she want to kill him? His eerie calm only fuels her anger. She screams his name, her face contorted as she demands that he stop. He blocks her way. Despite her outburst, he completely turns away from her. Calmly, he moves toward Judith and the dark doppelganger, aloud reflecting that he never intended to be. He becomes an obstacle. Carefully stepping in front of them, shielding them, a faint smile flickers on his face as he explains to Ajiha his true goal. He just wants to protect the people he considers obstacles. Close to him, this statement instantly shatters Jiha's composure. It accusatorily points out, the voice trembles with despair, insists that she is the true hero who saved the world and that the woman next to him is imposter. Her words from the hero do not reach him. He looks straight without any expression and says that her status as a heroine means nothing to him. He explains there is only one thing that. For certain, his gaze becomes stone cold as soon as he directly points at her. He pronounces the last, final verdict. She is the one who does not. Here along, he stood nearby while the woman he chose, his dark-haired double, began to fall apart. She lamented. Even after she saved the world, all her feelings were still directed only at Ajiha. Her face twisted in agony as she screamed that no one, no person ever truly loved her. Her despair burst out in a piercing, relentless moan that echoed. Passed through the hall. The harsh sound of her grief stunned Kiska, Judith, and the real Ajiha, all froze in shocked silence. Through tears, the double confessed, if she had known it would end like this, she would never have saved the world. With a look of utter despair, she begged for this whole world to just disappear. When she sank to the tiled floor, one single, eerie word escaped her lips. Reset. Instantly, a stream of black energy shot from the outstretched hand, sharp, jagged like blades. The power grew into a dark star in her palm, then burst outward, causing Kiska and the others to recoil in fear as the darkness began to consume everything. All around them, the darkness released from the double's hand rapidly filled every empty space. It was a wave of oblivion. It covered the entire world and swallowed all light, leaving only the horror-distorted faces of those who saw it. It was a birth, and so the world ended. Not in a grand battle nor in a cataclysm. It happened because of what looked like a random, whimsical impulse of one girl. But the truth was deeper and simpler: jealousy, anger, or hatred. The last lingering thought echoed into the void. A world without love is a world that is not needed. The Adventurers Guild in Katara Village towers under a clear blue sky, a solidly built building with a wooden frame and a tiled roof covered with red tiles. It stands like a beacon for those seeking wealth and fame. Inside, Kiska sits alone at a wooden table. a mug in his hand, food in front of him. He catches himself recalling his current place, the Combat Guild Bar in Katara village, where he is simply drinking. He confirms to himself an impossible truth. This is not just Katara village, this is the very same village as it was 100 years ago. With a heavy heart, he raises the mug to his lips, and the shadows of other visitors move behind him like ghosts, while he tries to piece together how he ended up out of his time. His consciousness is thrown back in a whirlwind to that pivotal moment, the day of Dark Ajiha, tears on her face and a scream. She broke free and shouted the word reset. After that scream, the whole world was swallowed by darkness, rolling in wave after wave. He remembers the deafening sensation of helpless drifting. In a black, faceless void, the only thing outlining the space were bright white bars stretching into infinity. Coming to his senses, he realized he found himself in a world without sky or earth. It was in this strange dimension that he encountered something completely alien. Before him hung a cluster of silent crystal geometric figures, pyramids and polyhedra with sharp white glow, slowly drifting through the abyss of the grid. He froze, but suddenly from all these things a loud echo sounded and he twitched. "Hello," it said, "you look like you've seen a ghost." His eyes widened in pure shock. He hung in the void and muttered to himself that too much had happened, leaving his thoughts in complete disorder. While he tries to understand where he is and what is happening to him, a bodiless voice bursts out from the crystalline figures, laughing and saying that thanks to him she had a truly wonderful time. He trembles, stunned, he throws his voice forward. Who is speaking and where is this place? A calm voice responds and commands to think about it as if he is just someone observing the world. He asks to be called the observer and reveals the truth. This place is the end of a ruined world. His eyes widen sharply as the meaning reaches his brain. He finally understands. The world was truly destroyed because Dark Ajiha rewrote causality itself. Confused, he asks why he is still conscious if the world has already disappeared. The observer replies that it is because he exists outside the flow of causality, so he still retains some imaginary logic. He thinks, even if he does not fully understand causality, it is probably his ability to save and discard that sustains consciousness. And then the observer addresses him by name, Kiska, and is about to ask a question. The creature's query cuts through the void. "Don't you want to be saved?" Ajahad Sabaki. Rocky, she holds the key to the survival of the world. If he can save her, maybe there is still a chance for the world's revival. He contemplates this new task, and his thoughts form a single thread: the rescue of Ajiha, his own strange fate, and its connection to Dark Ajiha. And he quietly realizes it all really began the moment he met her. He found it hard to digest this news. His head was spinning with unanswered questions. What do the tears of Dark Ajiha mean? Who is Ajiha really? And all of this remained a complete mystery. He had to admit he really did not understand any of this. But if she really was the key to saving his world, then only one path lay ahead. To him, his fist clenched with new determination. He is the one who must save her. The observer seemed to remain satisfied with this statement. A muffled voice chuckled, praising his spirit before moving on to preparations for a act. Blinding light burst from geometric shapes, and the creature's last words echoed in the void. Now the fate of the world was in his hand. He was thrown through time and space, and transferred to this world exactly 100 years before his future destruction. Since then he lived in his past era. Now he was an adventurer, sitting alone at a tavern table and finishing chewing his food. He froze as if lost in thought. Several weeks had passed since his arrival, and every moment he prowled in search of any signs of G. But all efforts were in vain. He did not find a single clue. When another failure replayed in his mind, a woman in very heavy armor approached his table. According to the guild receptionist's announcement, the armored adventurer twitched nervously. She was calling the platinum rank, the one who had already cleared the Katarov dungeon. Kisk's eyes barely narrowed. He understood everything immediately. She was looking for him. He stands at the guild counter and listens as the receptionist, sniffling, explains to the armored adventurer what he is eating nearby. Frightened, she instantly realizes this is the very man she just spoke about and chokes on her words, not believing her own ears. His platinum rank. Somewhere in memory, a faint recollection stirs. Someone once mentioned this when he first registered to cover living expenses. Before he can come to his senses, the armored traveler is already standing right in front of him. Looking intently, she confirms his identity and demands to know why he did not act immediately. He gives a nervous smile, sweat drips as he fidgets looking for an excuse, and begins to explain that he was just a little too hasty. His weak excuse catches a skeptical, flushed look. The adventurer repeats the words again, briefly glancing down at his half-eaten, as if they really seemed to him a ridiculous nonsense. She exhales with a snort and for a moment yields, accepting his explanation. She declares the situation extraordinary, says there is no time to waste. Without saying another word, she grabs him by the collar of his tunic. He shouts a protest, asks to wait, but her grip on him only tightens. Yielding, her strength is undeniable. She begins to drag him right across the guild hall floor. His feet scrape on the wooden planks. He struggles in her grip. His face twists with tension and distrust. He can only marvel at how incredibly strong she is for a woman. Night, she snatches him from the guild and drags him through the city streets, heading towards a huge stone aqueduct that marks one of the main arteries. Affairs, he was still being dragged, but he finally finds footing as soon as she suddenly stops. Here we are, she announces. He looks around confused and asks where. They move on, he is led to huge fortified gates. The armed knight who accompanied him, Canaria, announces to her team, this is the entrance to Katarov dungeon and she has brought a person who. It ended there, another knight this time with her hair tied in a high ponytail. Thank you, Canaria, for the help. She examines the young man and squinting with a smile notes, so this is. The guy? The knight with the ponytail turns to him and says it's nice to have someone nearby who knows the dungeon well before asking his name. And he feels slight disappointment and thinks she doesn't seem as strong as he. Imagined, he introduces himself simply Kiska. The knight repeats his name thoughtfully, then says they want to ask F. In his favor, this announcement shocks Canaria. She immediately begins to doubt the decision. Canaria asks if they really intend to trust a person they barely know. The knight with the ponytail calmly tells her. Quieter, she expands on the thought and explains to her skeptical companion. If they want to work with Kiska, they first have to earn his trust. Their trust, she speaks her part and turns to Kiska, apologizing for how her party behaved rudely earlier. Then she asks if he can keep everything they are about to discuss completely. Complete secrecy. He raises his gaze, a drop of sweat runs down his temple, but he agrees immediately without hesitation. Of course, he promises. Good, once consent is obtained, the knight with the ponytail reveals their goal. They are luring one person, and now she is hiding inside Katarov dungeon. That is why, she explains, they need someone like him, someone who knows Katarov dungeon perfectly. Mention of the place makes Kiska flinch. He widens his eyes and immediately asks who it is. Just as she fails to answer, his face becomes confident. He confirms that he knows the dungeon plan better than anyone. He fixed his gaze on the company of adventurers, and the woman with the ponytail spoke first. It immediately became clear who they were hunting. She was the one insisting that. Demon King, he was struck by these words as if physically. His eyes sharply widened in complete disbelief, and his thoughts spun into chaos, unable to comprehend the impossible. Declaration. Sweat ran down his temple as he repeatedly returned in thought to that party. He couldn't form a single sentence, only a suppressed sound, fragmented from some. Of confusion, the woman simply smiled, not a step, not a second from his shock. Gathering her voice, he stammered, asking who exactly. These people were. The story known throughout the land surfaced in his mind. A tale about a legendary team of heroes who once defeated that Demon King. The female voice cut through his thoughts and announced an incredible truth. She is a hero legion, and his companions are that very legendary party. After that, she asked if this satisfied his curiosity. Kiska freezes, eyes wide open, body trembling with sweat. He stared at the group of armored warriors standing before him, and a wave of recognition mixed with disbelief. He chokes on words, instantly realizing who these people are. The unspoken question finds an answer in the party leader, a woman with long light hair. She confirms his suspicion. This is the legendary team of heroes, and adds that their forces are now engaged in a fierce battle against the Demon Lord's army in the Western Regional Zone. She continues, and as she clenches her gloved fist, her face hardens. While they have the advantage, the enemy must be completely wiped off the face of the earth. If the Demon Lord escapes to the dungeon, she warns, no one will say when his army will rise again. Having realized the full gravity of the situation, she immediately shifts all attention to Kiska and addresses him directly by name. She asks simply and to the point, they need his strength. He is paralyzed by silence. The hero, Elijah, asks for help, and in his mind, it sounds almost like madness, but Elijah confidently and with a warm, understanding smile just looks on. Before voicing her plea, Kiska finds her own voice and asks, may she first ask one question? Legion immediately agrees, let her ask about anything. He looks at her intently, his mission stands above all else, and asks if she knows a girl named Jiha Sabaki. Then he reveals the reason. He says that it was for the sake of jihad that he became a traveler. Elijah listens carefully, quietly utters this name to herself and contemplates until the words settle in her consciousness. She turns to her companions, a burly warrior in horned armor, a figure in a hood, and another armored woman. She asks if any of them have heard this name. The second woman replies, no, they have never heard it. No, she turns back to Kiska, and gentleness appears on her face, an apology spoken aloud. She voices the unpleasant news. It seems no one in her squad knows who this man he is searching for is. She weighs his dilemma and offers Kiska a new arrangement. He watches her face thoughtful and quietly mutters as if he has finally understood everything seriously. She stands her ground, then clarifies the proposal with a confident smile, promising, if he agrees to lend them his strength, they will help him find the one he seeks after the defeat of the Demon Lord. Her promise lays a burden on him. He realizes, the hero's squad, one of the most influential forces in the world, offers him help in the search for jihad. The magnitude of this opportunity momentarily throws him off balance. He makes a decision, agrees to her terms if his strength suffices. Elijah's face blooms with a wide, friendly smile. She is delighted by his agreement. She officially invites him aboard again. The deal is sealed. They shake hands, and each handshake marks a turning point. Fate, which started a century ago, has moved again. Now officially a party member, Kiska stands in new gear and still cannot digest the impossible turn of events. Loyalty whispers the obvious. Everyone needs to make a round of introductions and ask him to go first. He hesitates but agrees. He begins and says his name is Kiska, his class is swordsman and adventurer. Then he adds that he has another skill, taunt. Legion involuntarily brightens, sounds like a nice skill to have. Half then explains the course of her thoughts. She heard that he was promoted to platinum rank and they are betting on him. And thanks to his taunt, she is sure he will make a good evasion tank. A tank that dodges attacks and draws the enemy's attention. Kitty confirms that he understood everything, and the Legion announces, "Now it's your turn." She will introduce herself next. She stands proudly, places her hand on her heart and introduces herself as the current hero Elijah Rastarna. She says her rank is master, and her place in the hierarchy is 7th. This name echoes in Kiska. Even in the world he came from 100 years in the future, Elijah was widely known. His mind again recreates the story behind this legendary name. Illusion is the first prince of the kingdom of Fostarna, which includes the village of Kataroy. The prophecy says, in the battle for Arion he will defeat the Lord of Demons and become a legendary hero. When Kiska was digesting the stunning fact that his new leader was the 7th strongest person in the world, the legend turned to the next party participant. She asked the armored woman, Canaria, to introduce herself, admitting that the situation was far from pleasant and nerves were already stretched to the limit. Racking, she responded with a curt, purely formal statement, Canaria Glyces, a holy knight of diamond rank. Her introduction was so brief that Kiska managed to catch the speed, and this caused laughter from the legend, who teased, Canaria is terrible at communication. After her brief introduction, a burly warrior with a horned helmet stepped forward and laughed heartily. He introduced himself as Gorgon and declared that it was an honor and a joy to work with Kiska. He admitted that they were indeed a strange company, but assured Kiska that each of them had a reliable rear. Backbone, his loud greeting fell silent, and everyone's gaze shifted to the quiet figure in the hood. The legend called his name Knock, but received only a silent, heavy look in response. The face of this man was completely hidden under the shadow. He did not say anything at all. Kiska thought that although Gorgon hinted at eccentrics, this interlocutor looked too mysterious. Confident that this applied to everyone, he prepared to move on, and at that very moment, his gaze fell on a little child girl with elven ears. She had been standing quietly in the middle of the crowd all along, and he simply did not notice her. Noticing her, he bent down, met a friendly smile, and gently stroked her head as if she were a lost child. "Hey, little girl," he asked kindly, "where is your mother?" The girl's face immediately twisted with fiery, fierce indignation. "Nation?" His innocent question instantly caught the wild wave of laughter from the legend. She bent over, poked with her finger, and shouted that Kiska had just treated Niall like a little child. Bursting into laughter completely, she explained to Kiska that it was hard to believe, but this girl was actually much older than anyone. She was here among them. He froze in shock as he just realized. Before him was an elven mage named Niall. A wave of understanding washed over him. There were rumors that elves live for centuries, so her youthful appearance had an explanation. The kitten twitched embarrassedly and muttered, "Sorry," but Niall's cheeks were still puffed up with annoyance. She handed him the staff and declared she would not forgive him if he treated her like a child again. When the introductions finally ended, Elijah announced, it was time to move on. Proceed. After the introductions, the hero squad rushes forward with a single Krither goal, Katarov D. Dungeon. Crossing the roofs, Kiska jumps to the foreground and takes a different path than the rest. Legion calls him, asks where he is heading, and reminds him, the main entrance is in the opposite direction. He leads them not to the main gate, but to a cozy room inside the building. Apologizing for the wait, Kiska shows the glowing pedestal and explains, this is the second entrance, a teleportation circle that leads deeper into the dungeon. His words confuse the others. Illusion keeps repeating teleportation circle, but there is hesitation in his voice, and Canaria exclaims that she has heard about this place before. Her memory proves her right. She recalls exactly which circle was used to chase criminals. While she speaks, a dark shadow covers Kiska's face. His expression becomes uncertain. Invisible, he confirms her guess surprisingly directly. It was here that he entered the dungeon and managed to survive. The discovery stuns Canaria. She does not look away and asks breathlessly, is it really so? But before she can squeeze even more questions out of him, the Legion calmly places a hand on her shoulder, cutting off her questioning with a steady G. Then the heroine shifts her gaze to Kiska and asks if the monsters beyond this boundary are strong. With a confident smile, Kiska replies, his former self would have died hundreds of times against them, but for their current company, everything will be different. With this conclusion, the entire party gathers on the shining teleportation circle. Illusion states that the monsters ahead must be perfect for. During the warm-up, the circle was about to activate any moment. The kitty glanced at the hero next to her and stopped at legendary kindness. She didn't even try to question him about the painful. The painful past was left behind. He stood beside new comrades and determination grew stronger with every moment. This was his second challenge to this dungeon, and this time he would see it through to the end to defeat the demon. Demon King, the thought of teleportation spun and subsided. He found himself kneeling on the cold stone floor. The transfer seemed to have succeeded. But as soon as he raised his gaze, anxiety flickered across his face. Something was wrong. He abruptly stood up and looked around. Before him stretched a long corridor lit by torches made of rough unprocessed stone, and it was completely alone. He quickly scanned the empty corridor and the fear was confirmed. Where had he ended up? Suddenly it hit him sharply. The rest of the party had disappeared. No one was in sight. It seemed they had all been scattered during the teleport. Teleportation. He quickly assessed the situation. This was not the same location where he had been sent on the first trip, and while he decided that the main thing was to gather others with a new goal in mind, he moved down the corridor. Memory reminded him. During the first time here, he had been too weak to explore this floor in any way. Detail, the corridor stretched further, confirming that the level was indeed quite large. He stepped forward and a barely audible sound reached his ears. A grim smile appeared on his lips. He already knew from the shadow ahead it was about to rush out. On the path emerged a huge silhouette blocking the way. A huge beast in fur, a rough face, fangs, a distinct mohawk, and muscular arms ending in S. The creature burst out with a deafening roar that filled the stone passage with an echo. The kitty remained completely calm. A single dry thought surfaced in his mind about why mohawks are still so popular. Deep inside the dungeon, Alkiska faces a huge bugbear with a mohawk. A faint smile barely moves on his lips. He recognizes the beast. Much time has passed, but he remembers. He has fought this creature over 500 times. The body recalls old patterns, the course of the fight. He already knows the first move in advance, to dodge the first strike by bending forward. He executes the maneuver flawlessly. When the fist of the giant bugbear whistles through the air exactly where his head had just been, Alk is already in position, sword drawn and glowing with power, ready to deliver one single, decisive, deadly blow. When the creature is crushed, he glances back over the dead body. A drop of sweat has already frozen on his forehead. It was a close call. Muscle memory almost pushed him to fight barehanded again, just like before when he was forced to. Shaking off these thoughts, he chooses to act quickly, to deal with the rest of the relentless problems. He bursts running into the stone corridor to catch up with Legion and the others as soon as possible. But his advance suddenly dies out right before a deep pit covered with countless sharp spikes. A wave of fear overwhelms him. He remembers his former self, which thoughtlessly threw itself into such deadly traps. Now it is a terrifying memory. Fear is a sharp reminder of his former life. Even having the ability to save and reset everything, he understands. The trauma from many deaths still smolders, and familiar dangers burst into view like a frantic flash. Carefully, he crawls to the very edge of the pit. He moves deeper into the dungeon. Entering a small chamber, he freezes. In the center of the room on a pedestal stands a decorated chest with treasures. He recognizes it instantly. Exactly 100 years ago, his second skill acquisition began from here. Nervous sweat appears as he wonders if he can gain this skill again in this new timeline. He pushes the lid aside. A panel made of material flashes before him, a long list of skills, from rank S down to C, sorted by levels. He exhales with relief. It turns out he can actually use it, but know a critical choice, which skill to choose. While he reviews the options, a decisive memory surfaces. The last time he was here, he came unarmed. He had to survive by cunningly pushing the monsters to fight each other, but now it is different. Understanding appears on his face. He realizes what new opportunities are opening before him. He spins in his head his new assets, a flaming sword and newly acquired skills. In the list of abilities from the treasure chest, his finger decisively pokes the word acceleration. The choice is not random. It is driven by the memory of creatures that most often killed him in this dungeon during his past life. Pressing the decision at the very first check against the group of bugbears, he snarls and declares that it's time for the test slash, as soon as he calls the new skill. The result comes instantly and shocks. Around him are dismembered remains of monsters, and he himself freezes in stunned silence, aloud pondering whether they were always this weak. He lowers his gaze to his enchanted blade and suddenly clearly understands. The flaming sword and skill have made everything much more powerful, not even comparable to how he fought with bare hands. And just as this thought reaches him, a heavy stone passage nearby rumbles open. A confident smile flashes across his face. Now he is absolutely sure the monsters in this dungeon no longer pose a threat to him. His confidence grows stronger, and his thoughts return again to the broader mission. He reminds himself, his goal is not just to clear the dungeon but to defeat the demonic king. Usually he would already be rushing to the team, but he admits, first he has to do one more thing. He walks further down the stone corridor and enters a hall where 3 large, intricate magical circles shimmer on the floor. Staring intently at the glyphs, he clenches his face in determination. He knows there is one thing he absolutely must check before moving on. He steps onto one of the radiant circlets without any hesitation, and it flares up, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy. He stands within the activated magic circle, and in his mind smolders a desperate hope. If he gets there, then maybe, just maybe, he will find what he is looking for. Absorption by possibility steals his determination, and a drop of sweat reveals hidden anxiety. In a flash of light, he is transported into a huge dark chamber sprinkled with stars shining like stars. Before him is a massive glowing cylindrical seal humming, releasing a hidden P-power from within. He looks at the empty vessel and the memory of Ajiha rushes through his mind. Tsubaki, bound and in chains, flashes before his eyes. The truth strikes and illuminates him. In this era, she has not yet been sealed. Adjacent that him. With new understanding, he turns away from the seal and surveys the unfamiliar architecture, his thoughts racing as if he has only one question. Where could she be? He moves further along the long stone corridor, when suddenly a sharp noise cuts through the silence. He stops, freezes, and listens intently, recognizing the distinct sounds. Fight. Carefully he peeks from behind the corner, and his eyes instantly widen in shock. Right ahead, someone is leading a clash. He recognizes Bubber. Dan, warrior canary. She fights with stunning power, soaring into the air, her blade a continuous blurred gleam, and she effortlessly parries the werewolf's attack. He is stunned by her incredible might. Shock is replaced by tactical analysis. He understands the area here is completely covered with numerous werewolf dens. One animal is not yet the main threat, but the real danger of this room is to spot two farns at once. Inside, he realizes the terrible consequences. The forest wolves will inevitably form a ring and surround any intruder. As soon as this thought flashes through his mind, Canaria activates the acceleration skill and dodges the wolf's charge, which tries to at. Flanker, he springs into action and cuts down the werewolf exactly at the moment it jumps at Canaria. Landing next to the frightened traveler, he shows a determined smile and announces, he came to help. Canaria looks around, surprised by his appearance. After his intervention, they stand back to back, surrounded by the rest of the beasts. With his strange dark saber ready, he declares that together they will wipe them all out. Acting on his words, two launch a smooth, coordinated attack. They maneuver between the monsters, and blades flash as they tear werewolf humans apart with cold, ruthless efficiency. The fight ends quickly. The floor in the chamber is strewn with the bodies of defeated werewolves. Alk turns to Canaria and with some relief says that somehow they managed to take them all. He just lowers his eyes. Ken Arya does not thank him. On the contrary, she looks at him sternly and immediately cuts him off. Don't go where you don't belong. And asks why he interfered if he is supposed to be just a child. Guide, her sharp reproach instantly stuns him. A drop of sweat rolls down and appears on his temple as he looks back, completely confused by her. She continues, and in her voice pride and annoyance. She said directly, she is an adventurer of diamond rank and declares that she could handle the monsters herself, even without his support. This confusion falls apart and a grim understanding comes. He lowers his gaze, realizing Canaria sees neither an equal nor an ally in him. She sees something else in T. Completely, the reason for her suspicions immediately becomes clear. When he recalls the nature of his arrival, his face darkens. His teleportation circle was used precisely to expel a criminal. Criminals? He turns his gaze with tired submission and admits that it is quite natural for her not to trust. After all, he looks like a criminal. Then he clarifies who he really is. Rural farmer. She notices her suspicion, and he responds with a tired, painful smile, admitting that he has already gotten used to facing inconsistencies. Discrimination. His quiet mission meets an unexpected response. Canaria utters his name, Kiska, so he raises his gaze and immediately, sup. Prize, she does not turn to him, still turned with her back, and says directly his death will become a problem. Problem for her. When this announcement hits his ear, he freezes for a moment. The words fall apart, and his eyes open wide from that distrust. Canaria turns to him and looking straight into his eyes unfolds her reasoning. As an adventurous party, they have a duty to protect ordinary citizens. Her face becomes even tenser and her voice a bit faltering as she adds, beyond their general duty, she personally pushed him into this story. She declares, now he is her responsibility and he must get out of the dungeon. Alive? Stunned by her harsh proclamation of responsibility, he calls her name. There is so much emotion in his voice that he can no longer hold back and begins to speak. To speak, he lowers his gaze, and a shadow of regret passes over his features as he admits that his past was full of bitterness and misfortunes. Yet despite everything, he continues on, grimacing in a painful smile. He gave everything he had but still did not save only one person. Person he loved. Before he can elaborate on the painful memory, Canaria raises a hand, gently cutting him off. She tells him that he does not need his. Say more. She walks ahead through the stone corridor, and on her face is a gentle, all-knowing smile. She muses aloud. Everyone has a past that cannot be forgotten or memories they want to get rid of. Must remember. Her words reach Alka. He watches as she walks away. A barely real smile touches his lips, and he calls her by name and apologizes for his earlier behavior. After a short pause from him, Canaria simply quietly exhales in response, while she thinks that he is better than she first thought. While they walked down the long tiled corridor, Kiska turned to his companion and asked Canaria if she had any idea where the Legion and the rest had gone. Canaria pondered. Most likely, His Highness would have gone off alone in pursuit of the Demon King. She thought if they just go to where the Demon King is most likely located, they will probably catch up with him quickly. While she was speaking, a look of sudden enlightenment suddenly appeared on Kiska's face. Then his gaze fell on a huge torn hole punched in the side of the corridor wall. A spark of excitement flared in his chest, exclaimed that he recognized this place, so Canaria remained looking at him in complete bewilderment. He stated that this was Lady Judith's second shelter, one she almost never used. A memory of her sinister, smiling face flashed through his mind like a whirlwind. Then he spoke damply and sadly. He remembered how it feels nostalgically that he used to come here regularly. He also added that the building was erected a century ago, and this seemed to completely confuse Canaria. She smiled into the dark opening and asked where the passage led. Kiska, beginning to sweat, explained that it was a passage for vampires. Her gaze instantly hardened at the word vampires, a vein twitched on her temple. She glared fiercely, and Kiska realized with horror. He had already made a terrible mistake. Inside, everything twitched with panic because he realized. The strong sense of justice of Canaria would make her demand the extermination of vampires for the sake of humans. Instantly, he tried to backtrack, frantically insisting that it was not about vampires, and choked on his words while they searched for another explanation. He blurted out that it was a break room. Canaria looked at him, didn't believe it, just muttered that she had never heard of such a thing, yet she was still drenched in sweat. Kiska insisted it was true, although he knew he was only telling half the story. He pressed on the lie and, squinting, added, there is a kitchen and beds in the room and that he himself had used them more than once. Canaria weighed his words. Nothing looked exhausted and the time was crucial, so the hint was clear. To continue without delay. He suppressed the conflicting truth about Lady Judith within himself. Perhaps a vampire and at the same time her most complicatedly dreamed benefactor. When Canaria urged them not to stop, a wave of relief washed over Heimksep that ahead awaited the moment when he would have to explain his lie. When they moved along the long corridor bathed in torchlight, he carefully examined the stone masonry and felt a chilling familiarity. The passage had not changed, not even since a century had passed. Heavy caisson stone ceiling slabs passed overhead, cracked from age, yet still held firm. Breaking the silence, he turned to Canaria and his thoughts again tugged toward the main goal. He asked what she thought. Why did the Demon King even flee into the Catarav dungeon? Nearby, she told her theory. During the battle in Arian, the Demon King suffered terrible injuries from His Highness's attack. She believes he retreated into the dungeon to heal his wounds, but also suspects another much more sinister purpose. Her suspicion lay on a harsh strategy. She thinks the Demon King planned to devour the mighty bosses hiding in the Kadarov dungeon. She concluded this monster of consumption has one goal: to absorb their power and multiply his own. The thought made Kisku tremble. Having received this information, he quickly devised a plan. He suggested simply going to the boss room, where they could confront the Legion and the rest. Canario agreed, but warned perhaps not only the Legion awaited them there, but the Demon King himself. Instead, despite her warnings, he clenched his jaws with determination and declared they must be ready for any outcome. Canaria looked at him, silently agreeing. Their path ended at huge reinforced doors. Suddenly, a loud clatter thundered from the other side. It immediately became clear they were not alone. Alone, he heard distinct sounds of battle behind the massive, reinforced doors. Realizing it was the golem's chamber, he shouted that they were fighting the boss inside and that it needed to be opened immediately. Immediately, he and Canaria immediately leaned on the heavy doors, pulling with all their might, trying to break them down. While he pushed, thoughts raced. Could the Legion and her party already be fighting there? Or had they arrived too late and encountered a demon king? Their combined strength was useless. Amid the banging and frustration, he reached the conclusion the chamber must be sealed until the fight ends. Canaria confirmed his suspicion the doors would not budge at all. Then, as suddenly as it began, the noise of battle subsided. A sharp silence hung in the air. Canaria, as always practical, nudged him, let him try to open the doors again, now that the skirmish seemed over. This time the heavy door opens inward, it creaks low, and the magic seal breaks. Inside, a complete ruin, the chamber is filled with broken remains of a gigantic stone golem. Motionless, sitting on a large pile of debris, the sword lies across her knees. The Legion stands. Torn apart, he is stunned by shock and relief, and Canaria shouts her name in both. In unison, she raises her gaze and meets them with a usual smile, as if nothing happened. Canaria rushes to her, asks if she is hurt, and the legend just laughs, boasting that she has not a scratch. She, leaning back, illusion releases tension along with relief. The Demon King failed to swallow the golem. Kisk can only freeze, bewildered by her power. It is still strange to him how she herself subdued the very monster that Edja fought. Her moment of rest is short. Illusion again shifts attention to the mission and asks Kisk if the boss's main room is further ahead, and most importantly, if she is still on. It is untouched, he confirms with absolute certainty, until the expression on their faces becomes firm. As far as he knows, there are still 2 bosses left to fight. His thoughts race as he paves the way forward. He recalls, next is the Griffin's chamber and after that the Giant's chamber. Centipede, his knowledge impresses Elysian, and she says he was right at least about one thing, to trust her own instincts about him. She remembers how Judith said the centipede entered this dungeon only about 50 years ago, so Elysian begins to guess. In this era, there might be a different boss in that place. Chamber, she rallies the group with a new wave of energy and declares that they intend to defeat the last bosses before the Demon King can devour them. Turning back to Kisk, she confirms, they rely on his hints and he immediately agrees. Their confidence shatters the moment they step through the next door. All three travelers Canaria, Kiska, and Elysian freeze staring ahead, their faces frozen in a mask of shock. Silence before them, a huge empty hall. The floor is covered with dark puddles of liquid and scattered feathers flying from everywhere. Kiska voices the harsh reality, Griffin and Elysian quickly understands the truth. She admits that she underestimated the Demon King. She did not expect that in such a huge dungeon he would so easily find the bosses. The point is not that the griffin disappeared, she concludes, but that it had already been there. Devoured, she instantly shifts her gaze to Kiska and demands to say where the next boss is. With a focused face, he explains that the next hall is the last one, right at the very end of the dungeon. His statement rolls through the comrades like a wave of shock. Both Elysian and Canaria freeze. Their wide-open eyes show disbelief until it finally dawns on them they are already on the threshold of the final confrontation. Her shock recedes, giving way to fierce determination. Legion orders Kiska to lead them to the final boss's room. Clenching his fist, he nods to the team and is ready to proceed. He rushes down the stone corridor, shouting to the hero ahead and urging not to waste time. But already on the move, he begins to doubt, is it worth going further? He inquires about their other companions, Kalgano, Nio, and Nakand, insists that they gather with him. With him first, she turned around and waved off his concerns with a confident smile. She said that the time was crucial and the main thing, they did not need to. To regroup, her words made him freeze in shock. He asked if she was serious, not believing that she would go and leave even Canaria. Legion's face sharpened when she confirmed only she would fight the Demon King. Then she proclaimed her hero status and declared that only she had the right to face the Demon King. Canaria added a practical argument. The powerful blows of the legions could accidentally hit all of them during. The fight ended. When all questions were resolved, the three who remained, Kiska, Elysian, and Canaria, dove deeper into the dungeon, and their footsteps echoed dully in the corridors. Empty hall, they passed by a pedestal where an exquisite chest lay open and empty. Kiska noted with concern that the crystal of wisdom was already exhausted. Passing by the empty chest, they focused their gaze on the huge, formidable doors at the very end of the corridor, which were tightly sealed by fire. Final chamber. While they stood before the entrance, Kiska nervously announced their arrival. Nearby, Canaria was glowing with sweat from anxiety, and Legion remained unshakable. And strictly, three travelers looked up at the colossal doors carved in detail with crescent symbols. Kiska exhaled, and suddenly everything became clear. This was the last boss chamber, his face twisted with anxiety. He knew, beyond that threshold, either the final boss he had seen in a past life or the Demon King. He stands beside his comrades, ready for the final confrontation. The illusion quietly confirms, all right, and Kiska, full of determination, urges them forward. Let's go, the decision has already been made. The heavy doors to the chamber creak, burst open, and the throne emerges outside. Room beyond. As soon as they step over the threshold, they are overwhelmed by a shocking sight. There in place sits the Demon King, a creature of colossal size and power, casually chewing the remains of what looked like the dungeon's final boss. The traveler freezes, stunned, dazed by the unknown. An unexpected scene, his eyes widen sharply in shock. Kiska stammers, convulsively trying to comprehend the gruesome sight, and with growing horror he realizes the Demon King is devouring the very creature they came for to defeat. Unlike his companion's shock, Elysian maintains a confident, almost mocking smile. She looks directly at the colossal figure and asks what the final boss tasted like. The Demon King pauses his meal, glances over, and replies with complete indifference. The taste was just mediocre. In the huge throne hall, the heroine Elysian confronts the Demon King Zorga, who sits on the throne. With a confident smile, she clenches light in her palms, prepares a glowing sword, and declares her intention to end their clash. Nearby, Kiska and Canaria stand ready. The Demon King rises to his full, colossal height, looming over the travelers. He clenches his clawed hand, says that his recent meal was not very tasty, but it already tears through his body with incredible strength. He shifts his gaze to Kiska, and a low laugh stirs dully in his chest as he acknowledges the boy's appearance. Kiska looks back, frozen with horror before the immense grandeur of the Demon King, and silently asks himself, will even Legion have enough strength to defeat such a monster? The Demon King continues, saying that Kiska's appearance spares him unnecessary trouble. He won't have to go out and hunt. After these words, he begins to raise his huge dark-bladed weapon. Grinning ominously, he lunges forward sharply and shows gratitude for the convenience. As the giant figure rushes ahead, the legend manages to shout a warning to Kiska, and Canaria urgently orders him not to lose vigilance. Elysian, in response to the accusation, tears into battle a powerful technique from his holy sword style, cruciform slash. The demon lord counters the attack with his own profane slash and boldly squinting, emphasizes that she has been fighting at full strength from the very beginning. Two sword arts clash in a hurricane assault, one of holy light, the other of dark energy. The strike occurs with incredible force, exploding in a dazzling flash of power. From a safe distance, Kiska freezes in shock. Two giant attacks completely neutralized each other, leaving both fighters in critical condition. Armed, the fighters clash again. The Demon King growls, calling the Legion a petty plague, and she counters his fury with a resolute smile, replying that this is just a warm-up, she is only beginning. Blades clash again in another burst of sparks. While they exchange blows, one of the mighty slashes of the Demon King misses and tears directly toward Kiska. Ken Arya notices the danger and shouts to him to be careful. He sharply jumps aside, and right where he was just moments ago, the strike explodes with force. Canaria shouts his name, asking if he is okay. After catching his breath, Kiska confirms he managed to dodge. When two fighters clash again, she warns Kiska, if even one of their attacks hits them, death will be instant. The only way out, she insists, is to focus entirely on avoiding the crossfire. He immediately agrees. While the battle rages, Canaria gives a crucial clue. Her opponent is the Demon King. Zorga, a mutated species of humans that devours giants, she explains. In a recent clash in Arian, he received a fatal blow from His Highness and fled into this dungeon. Elydian, deflecting a heavy blow, catches Grimm's stern assessment. She says that although His Highness ranks 7th in the Master class, the Demon King Zorga rises even higher 5th. Fifth, a false assumption picked up by this information reaches Kiska. He understands, since Zorg has already devoured the prison bosses, his power has grown. Canaria confirms his fear, saying that the Demon King is most likely now stronger than. This conclusion is proven on the battlefield. Only the force of Zorga's assault pushes the Legion back. Her face is a mask of tension as she holds the position with all her might. Kiska and Canario freeze in horror. Sensing his overwhelming advantage, the Demon King chuckles predatory. He gives the human credit for pushing him this far but declares, this is the end. He raises his colossal weapon and roars the word annihilation. When the last blow falls, Kiska screams Elijah's name and rushes forward to help. Canaria instantly grabs his arm and stops him. She orders him to wait. Her gaze is fixed on. Fight, her faith is rewarded. Legion slides low under the heavy sweep end. The attack simply passes by her, not fully touching. She declares that the outcome of the fight is decided not only by strength, thus once again instilling hope in the observer. While the heroine prepares a counterattack, Canaria explains where her strength comes from. Her Highness possesses not only superhuman power and fencing skills, but also enhanced physical abilities, the same that she added to her arsenal. It is this combination, she says, that is the highest technique of Holy Sword stuff. She reveals her kill-up style, the technique Celestial Grey Slash, a blinding arc of holy energy aimed directly at the Demon King. The force of the blow as it just rushed past him was so fierce that it tore the helmet off him and knocked the sword out of his grip. But the Demon King himself remained, and returns with a cruel smile, mocking her defeat. Kiska and Canario watch in horror, and Sama Illusion is stunned. She cannot believe her deadly attack missed. Barely had she managed to regain her balance when the Demon King instantly closed the distance. His fist struck her side with devastating force. The blow pushes her across the entire cell. She crashes into the distant wall, settles, and gasping for air, breaks into pee. In pain, broken to the knees, bleeding blood flows in a stream from her lips, and she realizes in horror, this is a completely different creature than the one she encountered on Earth. Arya, seeing that she was wounded, Kiska dashed forward headlong decisively to help. Canaria shouted his title, but the Legion shouted loudest, ordering them both to stand still. Back, she clarifies her desperate warning cry and explains, anyone who comes too close will be caught in the crossfire of her attack and will surely die. Hisoka freeze-stunned. At this point, she also freezes from shock as she reveals. Revelation. While the heroine restrains her allies, the Demon King draws his weapon and, as if without haste, announces. At first, he really intended to slowly torture her to death. The plans have changed now. Kiska must guess what he means. He reveals his new plan with a terrifying statement, pouring incredible dark power into the blade, declaring that he will use an unconventional swordsmanship style to burn her to ashes and the witnesses around freeze in sh. Shock, the Demon King lowered his blade and shattered the silence with the full power of the Phantom Holy Annihilation. Canaria saw from the side, that's it. One mistake and the Legion will be destroyed. Having no other choice, the heroine gathered her courage. When the blow was about to fall on the fallen hero, one moment and the entire devastating impulse surged forward right in front of him. Through the chaos, a single word cut through, save. The unexpected command stopped Alka and Canarius. He froze in disbelief and had no idea if he really heard the word save. But before he could comprehend it, the devastating attack of the Demon King completely disappeared, leaving only a crater of smoldering ruins where a whole cohort had stood on T. Hearing how his last machine suddenly disappeared, Zorga burst out laughing. He looked around the area, snorted at the silly hero, and curiously teased whether it was simply turned to Ashisan. That was it. Disappeared, his mockery was cut off as dozens of ghostly copies of the legend appeared around him, striking from all sides at once. Alk gasped in shock, and Canaria noted that the hero somehow multiplying, he quickly realized. His first impression was wrong. No, in his thoughts he opened his eyes wide in amazement as if she was multiplying. Her movements were too fast for the eye to catch, causing a blur afterward. Effect, Canaria confirmed the suspicion. Although it seemed as if the legend had split into several copies, in reality it used its unique safe ability. She used it to rewind time, replaying the same moments over and over to create the illusion of simultaneous multi-channel action. Assault, the revelations hit Alko as if in the chest. He remembered Elijin's ability to save and the reset power used by Dark Ajiha. He himself had both save and reset but felt a chill in his stomach. He could not fully reproduce such a thing. A feat, his thoughts returned again to the battlefield. There the true essence of the conflict was revealed. With such incredible strength, the hero Elijin stood against the Demon King Zorda, initiating the fourth episode of the clash between the hero and the Demon King Zorda. King War, her final time woven strike hit the target. With a triumphant smile, she declared that his reign was over and the body of the Demon King began to crumble under the pressure of incredible power. Assault, the colossal form was destroyed, dark armor and flesh burned to nothing until only a pile of remains was left on the stone. When the dust settled, Canaria cried out with relief, addressing her, "Your Excellency." Alk, also sighing with relief, simply called her name. The Legion turned to them. On her face froze a tired but satisfied smile on. She quietly giggled and asked if she had made them worry. Just then, the massive doors behind them creaked mournfully and began to open, swinging further, with increasingly loud screeches. Another part of her squad, Gorgon and Yao, rushed past her to the newly opened passage. The dwarf warrior thundered loudly, asking where the Demon King was, and the little elf called the Legion into the corridor. Excitedly watching the victorious group prepare to head home, Altsmane rushed forward. As soon as he saw with his own eyes how the Legion defeated the Demon King using save, and thus raised her status to hero level, an even sharper question stirred in his mind. Who was Ajia? He wondered if they really saved the world, as this mystery only deepened. Invisible, Judith watched from the shadows. Under the huge clear blue sky lies a quiet town. A stone bell tower stretches its spire up to the heights. This is the day of triumphant return. In a flash of dazzling light, the group of travelers appears on a high balcony. From there, the same city is visible. The long journey has finally ended. The heroine Allegiant takes a deep, pleasant breath, and a broad smile immediately spreads across her face as she solemnly declares that the air on the surface is simply the best. She is supported, but each for their own reason. The dwarf Gorgon roars loudly with laughter, urging the Legion to look for food and reminding them that they haven't had a proper meal for several days. The young elf also agrees. She clutches her stomach and admits that it is growling very loudly. While the company shares a light-hearted moment, an elderly man in a Bather uniform suddenly bursts in. His voice breaks with excitement as he shouts that His Highness has returned. He runs up to the group, his face a mask of immense relief. This is Frat, the butler of Elijin. He thanks the heavens that she is safe. Elijin squints, greets him lightly, and confirms she has returned. She apologizes for making him worry, and Frat, wiping tears from his eyes, explains. As soon as he heard that she entered the dungeon with only a small group for a top-secret mission, he felt sick from anxiety alone. Illusion smiles reassuringly and reports that they managed to safely overcome the Demon Kings. The impression caught Toskno off guard. His eyes widened sharply as soon as Frat expressed admiration. Illusion immediately takes the praise upon himself, puts a hand on Kiska's shoulder and declares that it's all thanks to him. Kiska is completely lost and begins to stammer, saying he didn't do anything special. He tries to downplay his role, but Legion does not back down. He explains to the butler that without Kiska they wouldn't even know how to get through the dungeon. She adds that Demon King devoured all the other monsters, and if this were ignored, Kiska could have become a threat that no one could contain anymore. Shyly deflects praise and insists that he did not do that much, but Legion stubbornly stands his ground. She declares, no doubt Kiska was the true MVP of the battle, and the rest of the party expresses sincere gratitude for his help. She continues, admitting that although she herself defeated the Demon King during the teleportation when the squad scattered, she panicked. Kiska shudders at such a frank confession. His surprise fades away and he apologizes with a smile, admitting this. Honestly, he also did not know about that particular nuance. The legend confesses and she was in ignorance. Meanwhile, Gorgon and Nock talk about the dungeon mechanics. Gorgon suggests that the hidden teleportation circle was created so that party members for the exile would not enter together, and adds he has seen many other parties pass through the main gates without any problems. The dialogue cuts off at the moment when the butler Frat suggests they move on. He reminds the heroes that people are already waiting and that it is time to return to the village. Adopting the same tone, the entire party exits the dungeon entrance to meet the large, impatiently waiting crowd of villagers those gathered to greet them. The crowd erupts with excited chatter as soon as they see the hero. They recognize the legend and the rumor quickly spreads among them that she herself, without any outside help, infiltrated the famous Kadyrov dungeon. Taking a step forward, Elijah raises his hand, a light flashes before her, and a large decorated chest appears. She calls the peasants to pay attention and introduces herself. Elijah, the first prince of the kingdom of Rastarna. Then she announces that she has killed the Demon King. When the chest opens, it reveals a grim testimony of her victory. The severed head of Demon King Zorda, his face frozen in a final, monstrous, furious snarl. Publicly displayed evidence forces Elysian to raise a fist in triumph. She proclaims that peace is finally guaranteed in their world and calls everyone to celebrate together. The crowd end in its midst smiles, Kiska erupts in approval. In the festive bustle, Kiska looks around with a barely noticeable, relieved smile. A drop of sweat glistens on his temple. He quietly lets everyone know that he is glad everything turned out just like that. Others share his relief. The illusion laughs loudly and tells Nio that as soon as she arrived at this time, everything seemed to her as if she had been drawn into something incredible. He walks through the village, and the former wariness gives way in places to a genuine smile. He decides that these events are not so bad after all and shifts his gaze to Canario, who is walking beside him. He notices it at the very moment she catches his gaze and cautiously utters the next step. In the royal capital Lana, a huge victory parade will be held in honor of the defeat of the Demon King, and they will set off there tomorrow. She softens her facial expression a bit and gives him advice about the evening celebrations. Don't get too drunk tonight, and remember in the morning you need to be well rested and ready to go. Morning, suddenly he realizes the hidden meaning of her words and his eyes widen in shock as he points to himself. Gasping from confusion, he asks if her instructions mean that he is also part of the parade. Parade, she looks at him firmly without any hesitation. Immediately confirms, yes, he is on the list without a shadow of doubt, simply and directly. He is a participant in the hero's party. Ultimately, her words and the way she spoke them resonate deeply within him. A warm smile spreads across his face as soon as he realizes. She addressed him with a respectful, though small, yet significant change. This evening, under the starry sky, the company gathers in a large local tavern to celebrate the victory and spend the last night in the village. Inside festive madness, Gorgon laughs at full volume and green-faced Nio is knocked down by the drink. Kiska, Elysian, Canaria, Nak, and even Ajiha, Sabaki Sharamil all are bathing in joy from having won this at the cost of incredible efforts. He remembered Legion's promise, expressed with a confident smile. As soon as all post-battle duties were completed, she would begin the search for Ajiha just as she had promised. He swore an oath-hand it awakened a new hope in him. He knew, Illusion, Prince of the Kingdom Rastarna, with such a large-scale branching, the search would definitely become more effective. When night covered the city, he felt optimism quietly settling within him. The next morning, the whole party gathered near two decorated carriages. The journey to the camp was already breathing down their necks. The Legion took on the organization. It was decided that Canaria, Frat, and Nock together with Kiska would sit in the first carriage, hoping for a calm trip. This meant that Kiska found himself in a group with others. The noisy gnome Gorgon immediately slapped him on the back and declared that he was now his older brother. This annoyed the elf greatly, but he stubbornly remained silent. Nio managed to realize how exactly her clumsy appearance would look and felt the distance growing between them. Throwing these thoughts out of her head, she called out to everyone ahead. Alarna, inside their carriage, the air thickened with tense silence. Gorgon, as always an extrovert, broke the pause again and turned to Kiska. Great bro. Bro, he leaned closer, smiled, and asked about Kiska's past achievements. He had heard that he cleared the Kadyrov dungeon, so he inquired how many people were in his party. Kiska hesitated for a moment, then quietly said that he cleared it all alone. The confession shocked Gorgondom. He froze with wide-open eyes and exclaimed that such an adventure was completely crazy. He confirmed that Gorgon had already figured everything out, explaining, he was expelled because of a hidden teleportation circle. The gnome himself, who was an adventurer of diamond rank, admitted even the thought of clearing dungeons alone gave him goosebumps up to the spine. He further explained, with the hidden circle meant he could not leave until the dungeon was cleared, so there was no choice, they had to push further to the end. At that moment, Nio interrupted with a confident smile and declared that if she were nearby, even a teleportation circle for return would not be needed. She explained that she had a return spell, a revelation that completely caught Kiska by surprise. She brazenly added that she could pull him out without any problems, even with the limitation of the hidden circle. Then Kiska clarified his rescue. After he defeated the Demon King, who devoured the original final boss, a new teleportation circle appeared and he was able to return to him. Gorgon laughed loudly, turned to Nio and, as always with a tease, began accusing her of wanting just a little credit for the dungeon. And now everything is clear. Kiska quietly laughed and calmed the frightened cat, saying he understood. Then Gorgon complained that he himself wasted time in the dungeon after being chased by a headless prostitute. Gorgon continued, noting, despite the delay, he still reached the final room with the boss and was also late for the battle of the legions with the Demon King. Kiska quietly confirmed. He went on to tell how his party formed. He said that he and Niall met at the beginning and traveled together for some time until they ran into a hooded adventurer. Nock, he concluded that they simply took Nock as an example, and even before they realized it, they found themselves in the chambers of the final boss. Hearing this, Kiska noted, actually he didn't even have a conversation with Nock. He glances sideways at the figures in Hood's Nock, who seems to be watching him closely. In the shadow of their hoods, Nock thinks Kiska is strange and wonders if he has some special ability. Suddenly the carriage jerks wildly, and it stops sharply, knocking everyone off their feet. Kiska shouts in surprise and Gorgon yells to check outside. Without wasting a second, Kiska opens the carriage doors and jumps out sharply, landing on the dirt road, and one by one his companions climb out. His eyes widen in disbelief at what he sees ahead. On the clearing stand two figures facing each other. He cannot comprehend what is here. Seeing the figures come sharply into focus. It is the Demon King Zorga, huge and formidable, with a sword resting on his shoulder. Opposite him is the hero Elidian, his blades drawn and ready for battle. Hisoka stares intently and his thoughts jumble in confusion. He asks aloud, why the Demon King? The Demon King's face twists into a malevolent grin. He confirms his identity, mockingly humiliating them with words that he is the very Demon King they already thought that. Defeated, drop by drop, sweat traces a path on Elijah's temple. Her confident mask shatters into pieces. Now pure horror as she looks back at Kiska and her voice trembles, she warns him not to. Day back, her warning is cut off by a terrible sight. Through the center of her armor plate, a huge gaping wound is torn. She calls Kiska's name, her strength clear. Obviously, everything is failing. In horror, he screams her name, and at that moment, a blade of pure darkness slices through the air with impossible speed. The blade finds its target not by reason. In Kiska, it cuts through his chest and bursts out in a fountain of blood. His face freezes in a silent scream of agony. In shock, his eyes widen in disbelief. Tears gather in his eyes and a strangled breath escapes his lips. The world around seems to fade, pierced by burning pain. In the chest, he forced himself to lower his gaze, but the thought could not grasp what he saw. The blade of pure darkness, pulsating with malicious energy, was mockingly embedded in him. He could only guess what this terrible thing. His strength melted away and a single mad thought consumed him completely. Who is this? Who is the one who killed him? This question echoed in the dimming light of his consciousness, but no answers came. The last moments shattered into fragments, an evil dark sickle, a silent tree that bent, and his own hand falling to the ground like a dead weight. He did not manage to see the killer's face, and everything around darkened. Kneeling in the torchlit stone corridor, Kiska stared into the new reality. He had just arrived in this world 100 years before that time. This moment became his first death. And with grim certainty he realized, this is where it all began. He remembered the solemn words of Elysian spoken to him. She explained, his own death means nothing no matter how many times it happens, but if she were to die, centuries into the future would irrevocably tilt toward the worse. Seeing this hard truth, he steeled himself even more. If everything is truly so, then he will stand before her and shield her from this evil. He, along with his companions, will descend into the dungeon and rewrite fate itself. His resolve was immediately torn apart by a flood of traumatic memories. The Legion, the torn hole in her chest, the triumphant resurrection of the Demon King, and his own body pierced by a sword. Yet the most critical detail still eluded him. He could not reach the one who killed him. He stood up and walked along the long corridor, feeling the heavy burden of everything that had happened on his shoulders. Too much all at once. As he walked, he replayed the final clash in his mind. He was sure, at the place of Illusion's death, the only ones he saw were her and the Demon King. But there was one detail he had no doubt about. And yet he had to think further. In the Legion's stagecoach ahead of them, there were supposed to be Canaria, Nock, and Frat. But in the memories of the final battle, they were nowhere to be seen. The intention was terrifyingly clear. Everyone who was riding in that front carriage had already been killed by someone even before the final battle had begun. He mentally reconstructed the sequence of events. An unknown attacker first dealt with the party members in the lead carriage. The same villain then brought the Demon King back to life and then circled around to set an ambush from behind on his own carriage. And with that tactical clarity, the last cruel memory struck him. The attacker sneaked up from behind and killed him. He was still trying to piece together the puzzle of the circumstances of his own death. His mind raced through the facts. Illusion was a master rank, and Canaria was diamond rank. It seemed impossible for anyone to handle both at once in a moment. Moreover, he recalled, Gorgon and Niall remained behind him. If the killer had simply cut down the entire squad, these two would have been the first victims, not the last. His thoughts were torn apart by the disgusting gigantic figures of the wolfhound and another massive creature resembling a bugbear, blocking the way in the stone corridor. Clenching his teeth, he realized he could not waste time while the Devil King was at large. He decided to move only forward to fight now and simultaneously calculate the past. Memories overwhelmed him like a wave. how the party fights together, a list of his own skills gained through hard work, and a vision of a deep pit with spikes at the bottom. All of this seemed distant and yet critically important. As he walked, his focus narrowed, pushing aside immediate threats to aim at the most important memory of all the moment he was killed. The memory struck with the force of physical pain. A dark, torn blade tore out of his chest, splattering black gloom. He remembered the last moments his gaze fixed dead on the weapon that took his life. Before death, he caught the blade's gleam and saw veins, just like on the puppet sword he had already seen. Sword, a new thought formed like a crystal. The shape was slightly different from his own, but it could be one of the weapons from the Parasite series Judith had mentioned. Then he understood, the killer was a bearer of the Parasite weapons series. A truly dangerous confrontation awaited them, and he needed to devise a plan. He descends into the dungeon, and the sounds of a clash echo from the corridor ahead. He recognizes the unmistakable signs of a fight with werewolves and recalls how it was last time Canaria fought here in this place. To clear the dungeon as before, he decides, the first step is to meet with next to her, but as soon as he enters the chamber, his plan immediately falls apart. It is not Canaria fighting the werewolves. The heavily armed dwarf, Gorgon, swings a huge axe and strikes with inhuman strength. Kisk freezes in place, stunned by the unexpected sight. His brain is torn by confusion. He clearly remembers, Canaria was here before this. He wonders aloud why Gorgon got involved in her fight. The only thing that comes to mind is his act of rolling back death and somehow ultimately changing the course of events. He watches as Gorgon relentlessly continues the attack and easily cuts down the werewolf dental. The dwarf warrior stops the slaughter as soon as he notices Kisk's arrival. A confident smile spreads across his face and he greets him, calling Kisk Big Bro. Kisk, he steps forward, his posture formidable. Kisk freezes and involuntarily notes in his mind how impressive it is that one person managed to take down an entire werewolf dental in one blow. Alone, suddenly Gordon's gaze twists into a fierce, mad snarl. He swings the axe and strikes directly at Kisk's head, shouting as his name. Kiska manages to dive just in time. The axe blade cuts the air where his head was and strikes the werewolf sneaking up from behind. Gorgon smiles arrogantly, implying Kiska still has a little time left. The young man looks around in shock, realizing how close he just was to danger. The dwarf calmly states that the situation was dangerous. Keeping this in mind, Kisk can only freeze in complete stupor and ask what he is talking about. It still felt almost like death. In the end, he also caught a bold threat from the gnome warrior Gorgon. He wondered how someone who supposedly cleared the dungeon managed not to dodge a simple strike from a slow fighter Somion like him. His eyes widened sharply in surprise when Gorgon chuckled and declared that running into him was perfectly done. Kisk could only agree, the warrior's truth about the teeth. Then the armored gnome obeyed him. He laid the axe on his shoulder and asked where they should go to find him. He confidently took on the role of the host, explaining that his job was to pave the way. Recalling the plan, he declared that they would calmly move to the right and pushed Gorgon toward. While they were walking, he apologized and admitted that he had no idea how the party would split. Gorgon asked if he knew anything about it, and Kiska confirmed he knows nothing about it. After this, he revealed the terrible truth. He had already personally cleared this very dungeon before. His words caused a loud exclamation of complete disbelief from Gordon the warrior. Came across a statement that seemed insane, and Kiska simply agreed. Inside, he recalled the harsh truth about how he had reworked it through countless deadly loops and quickly decided it was better not to remember. Speaking aloud, Gorgon was struck by this revelation and noted that with such strength, Kiska could become a full-fledged party member, not just a leader. Kiska laughed and brushed off the compliment as they continued down the stone corridor. He confidently pointed forward and announced, the boss's room where the golem was is already ahead. He expressed suspicion that the Legion might be. His deep knowledge made Gorgon only smile faintly, and he commented on how young the lad seemed to be. It seems he already knows. Kiska stops him half a step when Gorgon turns to him. On his face is a smile, and she asks if he already knows the future. This question completely confuses Kiska. Off guard before he can comprehend the question, Gorgon suddenly growls one word. Go. Kiska shudders from shock and confusion, exclaiming, Worf utters the name and immediately breaks into stuttering. He tries to understand how Gorgon could have known such a thing at all. A nervous chuckle escapes involuntarily as he desperately tries to grasp the former. His laughter chokes off in his throat as a memory of the moment of death surfaces. He remembers the person who stood behind him then. It was Gagon. A terrible thought crystallizes in his head. The one who killed him in a previous life now standing before him turns out to be a dwarf warrior. The terrible suspicion breaks off as they approach the massive reinforced doors. Kiska notices, the echo sounds as if a fight is already going on inside. Gorgon clarifies if this is definitely the right place. Gordon gives the exact location. He pushes the heavy doors but not an inch. Gordon snorts in frustration and explains that the doors are sealed and will only open after the fight begins. The gnome turns to Kiska with a flattering, fully understanding smile and again says that he is so knowledgeable. This phrase only further aggravates Kiska's anxiety. Now he can no longer be sure of this. Of anything, he internally struggles with the new information. If Gorgon was his killer, he must not lose vigilance. His thoughts are interrupted by the realization sounds of fighting come from behind the doors. It stopped. As soon as he notices the silence, the heavy doors swing open. Inside stands a legend with an expression of surprise. And next to her Judith holding a massive, intricately crafted lined sword. Gorgon bursts into loud laughter as they cross the threshold and see others. But Kiska freezes in shock. Wide-open eyes mistakenly recognize the woman from the Legion as Canaria. Her mistake hangs in the air while Judith, the real woman present here, looks at the scene with a stone face. She instantly understands. The future has shifted again and mentally notes that Canaria appeared in this timeline. Unaware of the time difficulties, Elysian gives a bright smile, greets Kiska and Gorgon, and says that she finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. They have arrived safely. In response to her greeting, Gorgon loudly boasts, supposedly ordinary monsters cannot stand against his power. Kiska, still processing the situation, simply turns to the little ones by name. As soon as he looks at her, an icy premonition tightens his chest. In his mind still lingers the smiling face of Legion and her words like a verdict. She says he will die tomorrow. The gaze throws him off track, thoughts race, and he cannot comprehend what he is even capable of doing to save her. But right now Legion only asks him to lead their group forward. In dark thoughts, Kiska can only extract from himself a way. Weak agreement. Despite inner torment, the group passes the rest of the dungeon without incident. Their path is continuous heated clashes. Visions of Demon King Zorga and other powerful enemies flare up. As they pressing forward, they advance through it. The memory of Legion's desperate fight with Zorga in the previous timeline becomes a constant, cruel reminder of the stakes. Eventually, their travels lead to a town where they find a place to spend the night. The cloudy sky spreads in the morning, and with it comes the day of their departure to City of Lorna. On the dirt road stretching away from the city, two elegant dark carriages stand ready. Each is pulled by a pair of white horses and nearby coachmen ready to set off to Lana. As soon as the party gathers, Elysian takes control of the journey. With two carriages, she says, it will be comfortable for them to travel and begins to distribute passengers to the first carriage. She shifts her gaze to Kiska and with a smile explains that both carriages were arranged precisely to save him. Kiska raises his eyes to her. Gratitude and uncertainty intertwine on his face and he begins to say her name. He does not manage to finish when Elysian bursts out with a fierce statement. She declares that she will go with him and vows to rewrite his fate with her own hands. Kiska freezes in silence and can only ask if she really means it. She needs to travel together with him. Having decided, Elysian immediately sets about gathering the rest of the company. Her plan instantly finds a warm response in Yao. He excitedly asks to be taken with her. Elysian smiles and agrees, suggesting they all travel together. Two elegant carriages, drawn by pairs of white horses, glide along a dusty country road. The rhythmic rumble of wheels and hooves echoes loudly in the silence of the landscape. In one of the carriages, Kiska sits with a tense face. Sweat is pouring down his forehead like rain. He frowns and thinks that this time he is traveling with a different group of companions than before. He is seated opposite the Legion. He snorts and his gaze is distant. Nothing unusual has happened yet, and yet the ingrained anxiety does not let him relax his guard. The mind is consumed by a terrible memory, the image of the Legion with a deadly, gaping wound in her chest. He clenches his will, a firm resolve to find out what really happened in the carriage that day and to change the outcome. His deep concentration does not go unnoticed. One Legion leans forward slightly, looks attentive. Your face is kind, and she asks if everything is all right because since they boarded he has looked too serious. He shudders, shocked that his anxiety was so noticeable. A moment he fusses, looking for an excuse and stammers. Supposedly, he's just nervous because he's never been to a big city like Lana. Power? She smiles and accepts his explanation, says she understands that feeling but he has nothing to worry about. Trying to stay casual, Kiska forces herself to laugh and rubs the back of her head, agrees that he is just nervous. Elysian continues and calmness can be heard in her voice. She reveals the ruler of Tarna is her father, King Varian Rastarna, and that he is a kind and gentle man. She assures Kiska. Everyone will greet the one who has done so much to defeat the Demon King kindly. Her words seem to calm her own turbulent nerves. A genuine smile barely touches his lips as he says that exactly as she pronounces it, and it soothes. Allegiance softens, but she adds, but I am the only one. He thinks the Legion, of course, has no way to find out what really happened during the last journey. Now that the Demon King is dead, he notes the joyful atmosphere and decides to just relax so as not to arouse suspicion. His thoughts are interrupted by Legion, who calls his name. He turns around and asks in response whether he has ever been to Lorna and whether he really spent his whole life in the village of Katara. Kiska confirms, mostly yes. Then he tells, although he was born a farmer, he sometimes traveled to nearby towns like Grill or Fiat as a deliveryman. And for some reason, this very word catches the whole Legion. With light self-criticism, he adds that he felt, he is not one of those who should speak on equal terms with heroes like them. Your reply, her words meet the thoughtful gaze of the legend, who notes, A farmer clearing the dungeons of Kadyrov is already an incredible achievement in itself. Right? She continues and reminds him that Canaria comes from the common folk, and Gorgon was once a mercenary bandit. Most importantly, she says she has seen what he is capable of in battle to subdue the demon. King, she says this with a warm, reassuring smile. He is loyal, reliable, and someone who can truly be trusted. Isn't that enough? Her thought clearly finds support in Frada, and now they smile, agreeing. Legion, however, believes that he is an incredible person, a man with a big heart. He sincerely believes that she is genuinely touched. When he turns and looks out the carriage window, his determination only grows stronger at the thought. Someday she will rule the kingdom, and it will be she who leads him. And that is why he must change his F. Fate looks at the trees rushing past the window and cannot take his eyes off their route. Soon they will approach the forest area exactly where that adventure once happened. As soon as the legend senses his tension, she says, if they pass this stretch without incident, he should no longer be afraid. From now on he can rely on her and the whole party if he ever finds himself in trouble again. Her words throw him off balance. He chokes on phrases, mumbles thanks, and with a confident wink, where the word Legion sounds, promises to do everything in his power to help him find his girlfriend as soon as possible. This thought immediately overwhelms him and he cannot find the word girlfriend. Nearby, Naya watches him intently, eyes wide open, curious as if absorbing every detail. While the carriage rolls through the forest, he feverishly tries to clarify everything. In words, everything stutters. With a trembling voice, he repeats that Ajiha is not his girlfriend. From inside comes the surprised voice of Eligen. He asks why fate so desperately searched for a person who does not love him. Partner, he cannot find the right words. He admits, when it comes to him and Ajiha, too much has already happened. He says there is no perfect word for this, and he can't even imagine how to describe their relationship. Images flash before his eyes of both her gentle and her terrible likeness. He pulls a strange smile and says that they are neither family nor lovers. It is a connection that is hard to express in words, but he knows for sure, if he had never met Jiha, he would not have reached where he is. Now, listening carefully, Elegant feels the full depth of his feelings. She now understands everything. Ajiha is an incredibly dear person to him. Kiska confirms this. His gaze hardens when he says he came to this era only to save. Her truth was revealed and a quiet, measured pause falls in the carriage. He again turns his gaze to the window and his thoughts scatter. He came to save Ajiha, but now he catches himself trying to save the hero of this generation, Elijah. The question ripens in his mind, is his fate to save here? Heroes the carriage laughs on, leaving the forest behind, just crossing a strong stone bridge and approaching the town, which is already visible from afar. As soon as the carriage stopped, he snapped out of his thoughts. Legion announced their arrival in Lorna. The fourth her eluder brother quickly confirmed the words and noted that they were almost there, and his eyes widened. Everything looked impressive and real. Having stepped out of the carriage, the whole company stood before towering stone walls and huge wooden gates. Behind the gates awaited their goal. The capital of Lorna, the heart of the kingdom of Rastarna, a sprawling metropolis with countless buildings and noisy streets. The streets, the very scale of the capital, left Kiskastant speechless. He just froze, eyes wide open, and barely trembled from sweat, muttering to himself about its colossal size. His excitement was cut off by Legion. They pointed out that the rest of their companions had also already arrived here. Gorgon and others approached. It was clear they had finally arrived, and they immediately felt relieved, as if a weight was lifted from their shoulders. The city, the dwarf warrior Gorgon stretched his stocky figure and loudly grumbled that riding in a carriage was almost murder for his backside. Next to him, Canaria and the cloaked informer protector, as before, did not move. Composed, three travelers Gorgon, Canaria, and Nox stood nearby, forming an invincible part of the Legion. On her guard, when the entire retinue gathered, Frat carefully watched everyone. For the sake of religion, he knew, vigilance must not be lowered. But he reasoned that little childlike Niao and the similarly built Ajika probably innocent, his private assessments were drowned out by a roar as soon as they entered the very city. A crowd of townspeople gathered near the gates. They wildly welcomed the return of Legion Sama and Kane. Area Sand. Walking among the adoring people, Kiska noticed how incredibly popular the legend was. She sighed heavily and admitted, after a long journey she wanted to rest, but her first duty was to report to her father. They, along with her companions, knelt in the magnificent throne hall of Larna. Ahead on a dais sat the king, alongside royal advisors assembled and ready to receive her report. Raising her gaze to meet the monarchs, she solemnly announced her return to His Majesty. The ruler King Virian Rastarna smiled warmly and told her that he had already received her report and appointed a reward for the completed work. Allegiant spoke words of sincere gratitude. In response, she shifted her gaze to a large ornate chest that appeared right before the throne and nudged it toward. Take a look. The lid of the box disappears and a terrifying content emerges. The severed head of a horned demonic creature, its face frozen in silence. The silence suddenly cracks with a deafening roar. A wave of impact rolls through the hall. The king recognizes the trophy. It is the head of the Demon King. He is struck that it was obtained not on the battlefield, but from inside the legendary high-difficulty Catter. Hadorov Dungeon. His gaze again fixes on the travelers and he acknowledges how impossibly difficult their mission was. Illusion maintains the tone but clarifies, their success was made possible thanks to an exceptional person who pushed them. She places her hand on Kiska's shoulder and proclaims to the entire court that it was his strength that enabled them to defeat the Demon King without a single incident. Kiska, stunned by the sudden attention, laments inwardly over his own clumsiness. All the king's attention immediately stuck to the young man. He addresses him by name and thanks him truly personally. Nervous, Kiska tries to downplay the praise, insisting that he just did what he had to. Capable of this, impressed by such modesty, the king offers a reward and asks if he has any wish. Stunned, Kiska hesitates for a moment, then admits he is searching for a person he has already found out about this himself. With a legend, at first he tells the king that he does not mean any specific reward. King Varian listens, and on his face is a thoughtful expression, while the legend warmly smiles at the king. Side Kiska, his mind is focused on real goals. He prevents an entire legion army from perishing and stops the revival of the Demon King. Inside, he contemplates what exactly he could ask for to achieve those goals. For a moment he freezes before the throne, admitting his request may not be entirely appropriate. As a reward, finding determination within himself, he stands before an open chest where the head of the Demon King lies and tells the king that he has a proposal. Behind him, Elijah and her squad watch with interest. Royal curiosity ignites. He leans forward and repeats the word again. A hint, you say, while the camera pulls back, revealing the spires of the world. Royal Castle. Night falls on the capital, and the sky above the castle roofs is covered with heavy clouds. Later, a solemn banquet is held. Kiska sits among the heroes. At the long, luxuriously set table gather the party of Allegiance, Ajiha, and Canaria. They are honored by those present. By servants. During the meal, he breaks the silence and says there is one thing he has been thinking about for a long time. Been wondering about. His thoughts turn inward. He focuses on the main mystery, recalls the initial chronology, and tries to understand how the one who killed them could have interfered with the Demon King's mind, although it was supposed to be securely targeted inside the Legion. He links this mystery to the hint he made earlier. It seems incredible that someone could have simply stolen it from the carriage. The main question remains, how did their killer manage to kill Legion and bring him back to life? Demon of the King. He managed to accomplish his first goal, to separate the head of the Demon King. The decorated chest now rests on the magnificent altar, lonely and silent Sinanile inside sacred chamber. He managed to detach the Legion from the artifact, but the main question still gnawed at him from within. Would the Legion have perished all the same? Would the Demon King have still found path to rebirth? When night fell on the city, his determination became heavy, almost unshakable. He swore he would figure it out and find the person who killed them. Another timeline. He sat alone in his modest room, and the burden of the mission settled on him with every minute. He would put an end to this threat forever, and finally, the head of the Demon King was firmly secured within the sacred walls of the Temple of Lorna. Deep within the Temple of Lorna, the chest lay on its altar, and the only light came from 2F. Burning candles flicker. A figure emerges from the shadows. No footsteps are heard on the stone floor. Ajiha Sabaki approaches the altar with a quiet purpose. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Elegant's face suddenly changes from composure to one with eyes wide open. Overwhelmed by a trembling shock, she slides an exquisite silver ring onto her gloved finger, and a barely noticeable, confident smile appears on her lips. As she does so, her face blooms with a wide, delighted smile. Finally, she exclaims and raises her hand to show the new ring, the moment I had been waiting for. Stunned, speechless silence. The armed knight stood close to Kiska. He was lurking by the nearest door. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple as he forced himself to smile. His gaze revealed deep anxiety. What are you doing here? Caner, is it a sin? The question hung in the air. And at that moment, a terrible suspicion took root in his mind. Is she the culprit? In the huge, decorated hall, Kiska stands before an entire army, and one single thought spins in her head, cutting deep. Is she a traitor? Later, Kiska calmly explains. Supposedly, it was just her job, a patrol, checking if any suspicious people are wandering around who might try to use the Demon King's head. Pretending innocence, she asks to clarify what exactly is meant by suspicious. He presses on the most painful point, directly asks if she is talking about someone trying to revive the Demon King. His question hits right on the wound. A dark shadow stretches across the Legion's face, features contort with rage that she never expressed. A moment ago she clenched anger inside, covered everything with a contemptuous smile, and asked if such a person even exists. Kiska, slightly sweating, picked up the game and said he wouldn't know that. He does not stop and hints, even if someone tried to revive the Demon King, it would still calm down. The head is securely preserved. After that, he declares that he is moving on. His farewell words are a frank warning: the Legion cannot be killed. Her composure cracks from Thisher, eyes widen in pure shock. His friendly expression disappears, replaced by a firm, knowing restraint in his gaze. He points at her as if to say, she is here and understands better than anyone what is happening. Embarrassed and angry, Legion demands, let him say what exactly he has planned. He tears off the entire mask. So it's you. He admits he never expected that she would turn out to be a traitor. And with a poisonous smile, she replies that she never liked him and demands to find out how deeply he was informed. Now they stand on opposite sides at the distance of the entire length of the hall. Illusion mocks, and Kiska stands firm and declares, unfortunately for her, he will neither allow the Devil King to be revived nor Illusion to be killed. He held the position while the Legion declared. It was already too late. She raised her glove at her palm, showed the ring of chaos given by her master. With it, she boasted she could tear space and time to resurrect the Demon King. With a wild smile, she stretched toward the luxurious chest where the head of the Demon King lay, and declared that this very moment would be the first step toward their ambitions. Her hand hovered over the breasts, but nothing happened. The ring remained indifferent, lifeless. Bewilderment flashed across her face. She jerked her hand back and muttered that it was strange. The ring did not react as it should have. The unease grew. She sharply pulled the chest lid. Kiska looked at her calmly and confidently. Her eyes instantly widened in shock. The chest cavity was completely empty. From behind, Kiska threw out feigned apologies and admitted that he had hidden his head. The illusion spun into a whirl, her face twisted with rage, and she demanded to know what he had done. Done, he explained. Her proposal to the king to display the Demon King's head publicly to announce the conquest faltered and collapsed. It was then that he understood her true intentions. Her shock was literally palpable. Rage boiled, she drew her sword and its tip barely touched his throat. She ordered him to name where the head was and promised that if he refused, his life would end right there. As if nothing had happened, Kiska's hand rested on the hilt of his own weapon. He drew his blade and it dimly but powerfully flared with energy, then nodded to issue a challenge. Let her try. The Legion snorted mockingly, as if some adventurous platinum rank really thought she could defeat a diamond rank like her. Kiska only smiled faintly and was already ready to fight. The Legion holds position, acknowledging the chasm in strength between the platinum and diamond ranks of adventurers. She says that Canaria is incredibly strong, then invites him to fight however he wishes. Advances. According to her, she lunges forward with blinding speed. The sword is raised high and she swears to chop him down. Kiska, her own blade, flares with strange energy and defends while Canaria watches every move closely. Blades clash in a furious flash of sparks. The two warriors merge into a continuous motion. Steel rings against steel in a fast, relentless series of strikes. Canaria's gaze widens slightly. She is struck by the fury of this duel. He grits his teeth, his hands tremble from her strength. It was a very close miss. He realizes in pure strength, combat skills, power, or speed, he is simply unable. But he has a way to even the odds. With a persistent smile, he activates an ability, shouting its name: acceleration. He disappears in an instant. A sharp burst of speed leaves behind a stunned haze. Changing position, he explains that his platinum rank was assigned even before he acquired the acceleration skill. The legend dismisses it as ordinary cunning deceit, but Kiska holds his lightsaber more confidently and declares, with acceleration, he will already be able to match her in speed. Speed, it corresponds to a wild roar, proving, even if their speeds are the same, it changes nothing. In pure strength, she still outpaces Canaria. And as soon as these words break out, she launches another fierce and brutal attack. He clashes with her blade. The strike cuts through the silence, shaking them both. Despite the obvious difference in strength, he roars that he will not lose. The irritated Legion blinks and clicks its tongue, demanding, where does he get such confidence? After 100 years in this world and countless battles, he finally begins to explain. One thing he understood: all warriors, no matter how powerful they are, fight only for one thing: to protect their own lives. But he is different. He has had to die more times than he can count, and he has become someone who will not hesitate to die. So he proclaims, terrifyingly confident, he is not afraid of death. He lowers the flaming sword. A powerful arc cuts through the air. Knight Canaria raises her blade to parry the strike, but the force of the clash shatters her weapon into fragments. She shudders and cries out in surprise. Her eyes flash. The defense shattered, and Canaria, without averting her gaze, twists her head upward from the floor as if she cannot believe her own eyes. She can only falter in chaotic confusion and is unable to utter anything coherent before the sudden, unbearable display of power. Ignoring her shock, he raises the tip of the burning blade right to her face. With a growl, he demands the Canarian answer him. He intensifies the interrogation. His voice tightens, filled with accusations. He reminds her of the oath of loyalty to the Legion and asks why she would betray trust and try to resurrect the demon. Her first surprise fades away, replaced by a cold, confident smile. She admits she doesn't understand how he found out about her plan, but since he has come this far, she agrees to tell everything. Kiska looks at her, her face stern and warning. Her fate depends on her next word. She begins her confession, confirming that she truly swore allegiance to His Highness. Her cheeks flush with a blush, revealing that her feelings are much deeper than mere loyalty. She loves. He fell in love, and then her confession confuses him. He bursts into trembling babble, unable to reconcile her words about love with what she did, and he demands an explanation of why she would then betray the one she loved. Canaria's face falls into shadow as she prepares for To explain, she poses a terrifying hypothetical question. She asks to imagine you hate someone more than anyone else in the world, and this person is a prince. He has enormous status and power. What she asks do you do to guarantee that such a person? He understands with a dead voice. A horrible thought reaches him. He realizes it together with Joel. She is talking about a legend. Canary's gaze becomes even more vigilant and her voice lower as she asks how it is even possible to destroy the highest clay intention in the world. Her face twitches into an ecstatic, insane grimace. She grabs her head and exposes a twisted logic that is about to break her herself. The only choice she proclaims is to. Her twisted logic turned him inside out. Eyes wide open from shock and disbelief, and sweat rolled down his face. She continued speaking with a cold, as if her heart was frozen, calm smile, and explained that she suppressed her murderous intent toward the Legion by squeezing it. Love, he jerked back and inside called her a terrible woman. He begged her to immediately throw these thoughts away, while he spoke with despair and firm determination to protect. Religion and his determination hardened into a direct threat. If she still planned to revive the Demon King to annihilate the Legion, then he would have no choice and would have to kill. Kill her? She met his threat with a burst of mad laughter. Her eyes were burning with delight. You will kill me, she mocked. Gaining courage, let him try if he thinks. She believed she could. Her laughter disappeared instantly. Her face became cold, shadowed. Sorry, she said, and as if for the sake of the one and only world, rushed forward, grabbing his hand when his wrist, dark energy burst from her grip. He screamed, stunned by the sudden attack and shocked by why she was attacked. The attack covered him. When the energy thickened, a sinister black sword appeared in her hand. The guard was cast like a witch's eye, faint and unavertible gaze. It was Puppet sword, she confirmed his silent horror with a triumphant smile. She was the one who had the puppet sword in this era. The revelation hit Kiska as if it were a physical blow. He could not believe her. Her self-satisfied smile grew wider as soon as she laid out her strategy. For a moment she lost control of him, but he sped up and she had to intervene to finally see who he really was. She floods the attack. A crazy smile spreads across her face, and the doll sword cuts into the Kiska blade, crushing everything with force. Under pressure, he jerked back sharply, grinding his teeth as soon as he realized how bad everything was. Against the puppet sword, his own heated blade was at a clear disadvantage. He still knows too well. Even in its initial state, a weapon enhances the movements of its user and provides statistical bonuses to both attack and defense, raising the overall level. He intercepts another strike, parries the blade. He realizes this is a hopeless fight. At this pace, he will lose. Canaria confirms his fears. As a former user, she understands the doll's sword better than he does. No one else has any options. Without thinking further, he retreats and rushes to run to the large set of doors. Canaria shouts for him to wait. On her face is a mixture of shock and frustration. Before he reaches the exit, a giant figure blocks his way. A heavy blow hits him from behind and he falls to the ground. He raises his eyes in shock and recognizes the dwarf warrior. Gorgon warrior snorts contemptuously at him and calls him pathetic for being hit by such a slow attack. Kiska can only groan in pain, unable to arise. He returns to Canaria and apologizes for being late. She tells him to wait. She orders Gorgon not to kill Kiska yet. The dwarf warrior confusedly grabs at the fact that Kiska is already dying, but Arya explains he hid the demon King's head. She looks down at the unconscious figure of Kiska, sees that he is already on the brink of death, and understands. It will be too late to interrogate. After awkward apologies, Gorgon Canaria decides he will simply destroy the entire legion before bringing him back to life again. He fell to his knees in the cold stone corridor. The truth had just heavily settled on his shoulders. Everything finally came together, and the realization turned out to be a bitter pill that had to be swallowed. The faces of those he once trusted, Canaria and Gorgona, flashed through his mind along with the sinister smile of the duplicator. The betrayal stung painfully. They had been working against him from the very beginning. He focused on the memory of Canaria and realized she was not just a skilled warrior. She was controlled like a puppet by parasitic weaponry, and the discovery instantly made the situation even more hopeless than he could imagine. Memories of his previous death flared up again, the same scythe-like weapon that ended his life. It was exactly the same death axe that Gorgon used, confirming that both belonged to the same deadly series of parasitic tools. Alone in the dim light, he clenched his teeth and prepared for the inevitable confrontation. To face two users of such mighty, cursed weapons at once was almost too much for one force. He needed a desperate plan to survive. He set off, retracing those same paths back to the werewolf's lair. If he wanted to change his fate, he had to be more careful than before and navigate the familiar dangers of the dungeon without a single misstep. He recalled their previous clash and noted how the power of Kanarek had grown many times thanks to the parasitic sword. Against her usual weapon, he could still hold his own, but this new power was a completely different level. Suddenly he froze. A strange silence rolled through the corridor. The usual sounds of the dungeon growling and distant echoes of battle disappeared, replaced by eerie stillness. Turning the corner, he stopped and revved the gas right at what was in front of him. The room was a complete graveyard of werewolves, their giant bodies scattered across the floor in a bloody, merciless display of total slaughter. He surveyed the massacre but found no trace of Canaria or Gorgon. It turned out the fight had ended long before his arrival, so now he was left alone with the remains of the beasts and even more questions than answers. He freezes in place, his eyes widen in shock as he comes face to face with the woman who betrayed him. Canaria stands before him, her expression like stone, a cold, emotionless greeting that merely acknowledges his presence. He quickly suppresses anxiety with a tense, overly proper smile and understands. He only needs to shift his behavior slightly and it will reveal that he knows about her betrayal. Her treachery weighs heavily on his heart, but now he must play the innocent ally to avoid arousing suspicion at this very moment. He showers her with praise, feigning relief at her safety, and enthusiastically describes her ability to single-handedly clear the werewolf lair. She remains silent, staring straight ahead and giving no response to his empty compliments. He sees how she belittles his achievements as if they are trifles, everyday matters. Her voice is dry, and even when she says she wants to reunite with the king. Turning the conversation to the next step, she asks if he knows the way ahead, and inside he only marvels at her cold composure. She listens as he points down along the long stone corridor and explains. If you go straight, they will reach the chamber where Lygenson is probably waiting. She nods briefly and her gaze already darts to the destination. He sets off on her command, let them go. Silence thickens between them as if settling under the skin there is tension, but no one dares to speak it aloud. Dungeon, she leads ahead and they walk side by side. The rhythmic clicking of boots echoes off the cold dungeon walls, making each step sound louder than the previous one. The boy looks long at her bare shoulders, a dark thought just reaches him. When she is so vulnerable now, he has a chance to strike and lay her down. Down, he hesitates, tightens his weapon tighter, but another thought spins in his head whether he has enough courage to kill her. Fear of retribution and consequences, fear that the hero will notice and see him as a true traitor, restrains his hand. He understands. He must find the truth, but doubts cut from within, giving no peace whether he will have enough strength and determination to truly stop her plan. He clenched his will into a fist, his hand gripped the hilt of the blade tighter. In his mind it was as clear as day, this act was necessary for the Legion, and for the sake of the whole world he must see his bloody task through to the end. Inner thoughts scattered as a loud voice echoed down the corridor. He is being called from there ahead from the darkness. This shout splashed with cheerful, boisterous energy, which did not at all suit the stifling atmosphere. The dwarf warrior Gorgon jumped into view and immediately revealed a wide, toothy smile, laughing with genuine mirth, his voice ringing with wild, relieved triumph. Finally managing to regroup with his comrades after their bloody confusion and dispersal. He froze in place, his eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected arrival. While Canaria calmly showed that their comrade was unharmed, Kiska tried to understand how his carefully thought-out plans were suddenly falling apart. They exchanged brief phrases. The first shock had just passed. Gorgon noticed how thoroughly they had been scattered, and Kiska quietly apologized for the confusion, while thoughts were already racing in his mind about how to adapt to the new dynamic. He took the initiative again, making it clear that they should continue to go deeper. At the same time, he noted with exhausted repetition within himself. This conversation had happened before, yet the burden of his secret still did not let go. His gaze darted between the two companions, and the realization finally came. The window of opportunity had closed. Now with Gorgon nearby, a direct strike on Canario was impossible. All that remained was to wait for the right time and await the next revelation. The warrior's cheerful disposition suddenly vanished, erased by a sharp, all too understandable look. He said coldly and very directly, "It was time to stop these games and break the performance that all of us had so diligently maintained." He could do nothing more, only froze stunned and silent. The air seemed to instantly leave his chest as soon as the words of the gnome hit the mark. Nearby, Canario did not move an inch. Her face froze into a mask of cold indifference until the tension in the room reached the limit where there was no more pressure to apply. Inside, outstairs, the voice of the dwarf warrior trembled as he asked what this could possibly mean. Gorgon only barely smiled anxiously and as if everything had long been clear, and a hidden awareness flashed in his eyes. He continued explaining that he felt a distinct tingling and dismissed the boy's words as mere delusions. The dwarf froze with a stony expression. The predatory focus of his eyes said without words the conversation had suddenly taken a dark turn. Suddenly, the warrior abruptly rose from his seat and pulled out a huge, oddly decorated shaft, heavy metal clinking against the stone floor. His sharp movement confused the others. Eyes widened as he spoke about records and parasites that should not exist. He stood firm, gripping the weapon's shaft tighter, and declared, the boy was too dangerous to leave uncontrolled. The draft in the corridor thickened with his deadly intent, and there was no longer any room for negotiation. This statement pierced the youth with a cold fear. He could not understand whether his own thoughts had already been exposed. He clenched his teeth, feeling that hidden intentions might have been caught thanks to his incredible intuition. Seeing the tension only escalating, the knight with the high ponytail decisively and smoothly drew her own blade, a movement her body already remembered in advance. She admitted. She had felt that something was wrong in this clash, and explained about the influence of the parasitic sword and the records that tied them to one fate. Trapped between two formidable opponents, the silver-haired youth found himself right in the heart of a deadly confrontation. In the silence echoing like a reverberation, Steel's screech scabbard echoed in every gust while the two adventurers prepared to strike simultaneously. And just as the pressure became unbearable, the dark, amorphous spirit of the sword emerged behind it, its torn edges stretched with cruel contempt. It whispered about fate and the lies of the masters, and its presence cold, suffocating weight settled on the boy's soul. Two warriors remained focused. Stern faces, firm conversation. They argue about the nature of parasitic entities. They equally understand. The boy exists outside the usual cycle of life and death, a variable that must be destroyed to maintain order in their world. And then he understood it finally. A sudden attack was no longer an option against such perceptive enemies, even if he fell and returned. Their terrifying ability to read others' hearts made them his most dangerous opponents yet. He freezes in shock as the armored gnome looms over him and demands, "Tell me who you really are and what you really want." He tries to keep up the mask, supposedly an ordinary peasant named Kiska, but the warrior only snorts with contempt its obvious lies. The gnome clenches his massive iron-covered mace in his fist and growls the question of whether he will stand against the Ceasists. And only when the weight of the word chaosism finally reaches him does he understand the true nature of the threat and the full gravity of his own situation. The woman knight steps forward, joining her partner, and reveals, in Canaria they are members of this cult. Their goal is to sacrifice the Legion to resurrect the Demon King. Despite the terrifying revelation, he continues to pretend as if he knows nothing, and the dwarf only notes. His composure in the face of such danger is a clear sign of hidden strength. Suddenly the dwarf rushes forward with heavy weapons, and they whistle through the air, while the young man barely manages to jump out of the trajectory, saving himself from the devastating blow. He groans dully from pain until the merciless attack subsides. The armed giant shifts to a low swing to pin him to the ground. The force of the collision pushes him back. He takes a step by falling. His broken breath bursts as he tries to find an entrance against two opponents who are head and shoulders stronger. He falls to the ground and presses himself into a corner, gritting his teeth in helpless irritation. Cannot escape from both Gorgon and Canaria. The only way forward probably leads again through the cold embrace of death. She freezes in horror and raises her gaze upward as the Legion prepares to deliver the final blow. Her face twists into a sadistic smile, and in her mind she contemplates how to begin their conquest of the planet. But suddenly Gorgon halts the execution, and his gaze narrows. He considers that their prisoner might turn out to be an apostle of the hero. The massive warrior looms closer, his smile widening, and he explains, if the prisoner really is an apostle, then a single murder could lead to unforeseen complications. Because of this risk, he chooses a different fate, raising his hand, showing a terrifying ring, and declaring his intention to seal the boy. When the ring begins to pulse with a deathly, evil light, the gnome notes, the magical reserves are fully charged for this very task. With a sharp, forceful motion, he releases the power of the artifact. A blinding flash of energy bursts out with a roar, and the word seal echoes throughout the chamber. The young man can only scream, and with every sound emit unmistakable terror. His voice trembles as he pleads, "Stop, the darkness is coming." Darkness? In a moment his vision begins to blur, his body feels weightless, and for days he remains guessing what is happening to him while the kidnappers watch with cold satisfaction. Eventually it ends. The silver-haired youth is frozen in a crystalline pillar, bound with heavy chains, and forcibly plunged into a magical sleep, irretrievably lost to the world. All that exists is endless, simple darkness. A single thought cuts through the void: where am I? The youth's face emerges from the black. Slow, conscious horror crawls over his features as he realizes. "Ah, I understand," he murmurs quietly. The darkness is not around him, it is everything. It is an abyss expanding in all directions. He floats in the abyss, a world without sky, without earth, and without even a horizon. In his mind grows a terrible truth, a sealed world. A memory of flashes of sealing rushes before his eyes, triumphant. Mad smiles of the gnome warrior Gorgon and the hero Elysian, repeatedly crashing into his own face, distorted by sheer horror. He recalls the loud voice of Gorgon. The legend says that he, Alka, was recognized as the apostle of the hero. Only through such a possibility did Gorgon himself imprison him. The memory fades, and he again finds himself in a silent vacuum, clenched by thoughts of betrayal right now. He tries to move his legs but still remains motionless in space. He raises his hand and suddenly realizes there is no real flesh in it. The last terrible detail of the new reality clicks into place. He is only consciousness. That is all that remains. He wanders as a powerless phantom in the boundless darkness. This is the seal, completely helpless. He thinks, what am I to do? Time loses all meaning. He sits bent over in the void and contemplates his fate. Perhaps weeks have passed since he was sealed. In a world without clocks, without morning, noon, or night, he has no way to know how many real days have passed. He drifted in the infinite space of loneliness. Heavy boredom squeezed his chest and stretched into eternity without any end. In this void he felt neither hunger nor the urge to sleep. The body's basic needs vanished, leaving only consciousness, which had to endure this devastating burden of boredom. To avoid breaking down, he hid in thoughts. He retold stories of gods that his mother told him in childhood, and forced himself to solve complex mathematical calculations, endlessly doubling numbers, until silence dissolved them into the void. And thoughts were his only consolation, the only activity occupying the endless, silent space. When the numbers unfolded into millions, he sat hunched in the dark and counted aloud in his heart. How many more times will he have to calculate before he finally breaks free from this prison? He lost track of time from the day he was sealed. Was it a year, a decade? He no longer knew. The only thing left was the deep, unspeakable pain of this being. The most terrible thought overwhelmed him. He could not even die. Loneliness and boredom would last forever. In a moment of utter despair, a memory surfaced, the resolute face of Ajiha Sabaki. Her thought awakened a question. Ajiha, could she also have managed to overcome such a cruel sealing lock? A battle from their past flared up in his mind. A grotesque, intelligent tree lunged forward and charged at them, wooden limbs twisted as he and Ajiha stood side by side, ready to face the threat. His memory clings to the fight. He tenses his whole body, exerts full strength, and pulls through the thick, woody vines of the Trent until one of them breaks under incredible pressure. Seizing a moment of emptiness, he pushed forward and drove his axe deeply into the creature's body, as if into a tree trunk. A strong blow topples the monster. Ajiha and Tsubaki, watching it fall, gasp for air and almost tremble with excitement, noting how mighty Kisuke is. While they look at the defeated creature, Ajiha honestly says she has never seen a monster of this type. Kisuke, almost proudly, calls it dried up and insists that this is a rather rare hobby for entertainment. She laughs, examines it closely, and declares that it looks too much like a tree, so most likely no meat will come off it. Kisuke agrees, then adds with a sly smile, this creature has much more than meets the eye. He shows that the monster actually grows fruit, two small striped balls resembling melons. Ajiha is stunned. He hands her one and she takes it with delight. He bites into it and explains that it is a small reward given by the dungeon. Ajiha uncorks her piece and her face lights up with surprise and delight. It is incredibly sweet and tasty. She turns to him with a radiant smile and confesses that even in a dangerous torture chamber, everything becomes joyful with him. Impressed by her sincere happiness, he can only stammer and say her name, Ajiha. While they continue walking, Ajika, still enjoying the fruit, gazes at him thoughtfully, aloud pondering what his true nature is and thinking which of the faces he shows is the real one. He does not answer directly. Instead, his gaze fixes on the path ahead. He says that further on they will find a chest with a glow and suggests going to open it. Ajiha immediately agrees, ready for the next trial. In the stone corridor, Kisuke and Ajiha Tsubaki stand before an ornate chest. He names it for her and says that it is the hero's treasure chest. He explains the chest gives a random ability to whoever opens it. Kisuke and the young companion Ajiha listen, holding their breath. Their faces blaze with excitement, and Ajiha quietly whispers, unable to hold back. It's so interesting what could be inside. But Kisuke shatters their hopes. He admits that earlier from such chests he always only got useless skills. Resigned, he orders himself not to dream in vain and lifts the lid. Barely a moment later, a dazzling flash of light is released. When the glow fades, a formal message flashes in the air before them. Both Kisuke and Ajiha freeze. Stunned, they stare at the words, the skill, and the oath they have just received. Ajiha turns to him and asks if he has gained a good skill. Kisuke, with a bead of sweat on her temple, can only stare blankly at the message and quietly mutter something to herself. The oath is when the world is like this. Inside herself, Kisuke rejects this thought. It seems this is yet another useless skill. But Ajiha sees it differently and emphasizes, an oath is an important promise. Her face lights up with a radiant, joyful smile. She continues to insist on her point. She keeps saying that it surely means she and Kisuke will be together forever. His respectful interpretation completely throws him off track. A wave of shame spreads heat across Kisuke's face, and he begins to stammer, wondering if this might mean that the skill. The scene flows further and we see a memory. Kisuke, already in armor, recalls that moment. When Ji and his words were presented before him, he could only smile bitterly. He recalls his own confusion. He had suffered terribly many times from the cruel, malicious Ajiha. But he also knew the pure and bright Ajiha. He simply could not understand which of them was real. He stood alone back to the world, lost in thought. One question did not leave him. Why did jihad affect a person like him in such a way? And now, after so many years, a tiny, belated understanding unexpectedly sprouted in him. And as soon as he realized this, relief did not come. A new wave of pain surged and tears flowed down his face by themselves. The longing quickly turned into a raw, unbearable pain, and his face twisted into a silent scream. Through all this, one desperate thought echoed. He missed people, he was lonely. This sadness proved uncontrollable. It weakened him, and he fell to his knees, collapsing onto the cold ground. He just wanted to see someone. In this dead wasteland, time lost all meaning. He could no longer say how many years had passed, and ultimately he knew nothing at all. Somewhere nearby stretched a vague abyss that could devour his mind. He felt himself going insane, as his consciousness was overwhelmed by continuous waves of pure negativity. He squeezed his head so tightly as if he could hold together his shattered mind, and one desperate thought escaped him. He wanted to die. This all-consuming desire grew from a single feeling: despair. He looks at his own trembling hand, and a terrible realization overwhelms him. Could this be what despair looks like? He quickly drives away this thought, but tears still find their way down his face. He realizes the word despair is a luxury, a term invented by people who have the right to die. For him, such salvation does not exist. The thought echoes in his head: own terrifying truth, he cannot die. From this realization, the horror only grows. Its features twist into a mask of pure pain. This is not despair. It is much worse. He will never see a single person, never speak with anyone's soul. His torment is eternal. Crushed by this unwavering confidence, he curls into himself, a tiny, insignificant figure lost in an endless, chaotic pack of wolves. He goes so far beyond the limits of hope that even the very concept of despair becomes an unattainable state. The only thing left in the head is a desperate, primal plea. He repeats it over and over again, and tears and torment twitch the body so much it seems it will tear apart at any moment. Death, his silent scream echoes in the void, the last desperate call for oblivion. Someone killed him. His pleading passes, and only silence and oppressive, undeniable darkness remain. Then the very emptiness is pierced by an impulse. A sharp, dazzling flash of light cuts through the eternal darkness. Darkness? He saw how this flash tore the space around him with a dull, sharp crack, and the darkness shattered like glass shards. The sudden brightness stunned him. Tears still streamed down his cheeks as he froze, unable to believe what he saw. He managed only one quiet whisper. The light just clearing in his eyes gave him understanding. He was not in infinite emptiness, was on his hands and knees on a hard floor. A figure stood before him. He raised his gaze, and a mixture of shock was frozen on her face. Confusion. A woman with long twintails and a bizarre dark dress looked down at him. A confident, almost predatory smile trembled on her lips as she squeezed his h. Dazed, he remained frozen in place, staring upward at the majestic figure that seemed to have torn him from despair. The luxurious ceiling of the room sharply contrasted with the faceless abyss into which he escaped. One tear appeared in his eye as recognition just came. He whispered her name, a question full of distrust and admiration.